Welcome back. I've got Doug Drysdale on the line. Doug, how are you today?
Hey, I'm doing great, Michael. Thanks. How are you? Good to see you.
Great to see you. Really, really looking forward to this conversation as we talked a little bit in the pre-show about this. So, why don't you share a little bit about you, your company, and then we're going to jump into a very important conversation around mental health.
Yeah, happy to do that. And thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit about what we're doing. Like my background, I've spent 35 years building drug development companies of some form or other. In the first half, largely through kind of R&D licensing, partnerships, co-developments, those kind of things. And then later through larger transactions, lots of M&A. I've acquired 15, 17 companies, something like that. So building companies organically. But the most rewarding, I think, for the last sort of 16 years or so, I've been the CEO of four different pharma companies, different types of companies, from a generics company I co-founded, a spec pharma company, a CDMO, a contract manufacturer, Cybin, now a biotech company. Two of those were startups and two of those were turnarounds. Two of them were public and two of them were private. So it's a real kind of mix of things. But definitely, I can say that the most rewarding has been the opportunity to grow teams and pull those teams together to deliver things like we're doing at Cybin. And I think that in all of my career in drug development, um, for the most part, it's inevitable that drug development is incremental. We make incremental steps. Science is incremental. We learn a little bit more. Each new product is a little bit better than the one before. But I think for the first time in my career with Cybin, we have something that has the potential to be a real paradigm shift, a massive leap forward, moving away from daily treatment of the signs and symptoms of, say, depression to a more of an interventional treatment that has the potential to rapidly fix depression, remove depressive symptoms. And after just a couple of doses, most patients are seeing benefits lasting at least a year so far in our studies. So a real paradigm shift in the treatment landscape, which is obviously kind of a once in a career type opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. And as I shared with you during the pre-show, and I've shared this on interviews before. I don't know if I've mentioned it on my show though. I'll have to mention it. But I've dealt with burnout in my life and also clinical depression, and was on depression medication for about a year, and was able to successfully wean myself off of that through help with my physician and with therapy and whatnot. But that was a year of my life, and on average, you only get so many runs around the circle, and for me to have to deal with something like this over a year, and I know many people that suffer with depression. It's been a lifelong battle to see the results that you're seeing is I get excited about just thinking about it because I know what depression did to me. I know what it does to people. It robs them of themselves, and of course that always passes through to where they work, their families, their friends, relationships, every aspect of it. In society suffers from that. When people lose great people because they're depressed and they're not themselves and they're not able to contribute the way that they want to or used to, society suffers from that. So, that's why, it's so important for us to get you on the show because I want to talk about, this. And obviously, I don't want to ignore the fact of your career, and a question that came to mind as you were walking us through what you've done all these years is I don't want to guess that you've seen it all, but you've seen enough. I think as you're navigating through the landscape of getting approvals and investors and all these other things, that you can kind of sense what the next question is going to be, the next step's going to be in order to get things approved or clinical trials or anything like that. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, first of all, I'm glad you managed to work your way through that challenging time. In some ways, you're lucky that it lasted only a year. Many patients, as you know, find themselves having to turn to antidepressants because the depression needs some help. And then once they're on those antidepressants, struggle to get off of them. Not necessarily that they're addictive, but that they become dependent. It's like a crutch, if you like. And so, and people, as you said, rightly so, people end up spending many years on these treatments, and it was never they were never designed for that. So, and then the other aspect is not just patients, but when we talk to psychiatrists in our studies, uh, it's incredible to see these 20, 30-year psychiatrists who had kind of gotten to a point where they resigned to the fact they had nothing that they could help their patients. So suddenly they're seeing them motivated and energized because suddenly they have new tools that can actually change the course of disease and not just mask the signs and symptoms. Yeah, look, drug development drug development is challenging. Drug development is complex, more complex than most retail investors appreciate. Clinical trials are complex. Our first phase 3 study, 40 sites in a dozen countries, and that brings a huge amount of complexity, as you can imagine. And all of that goes on behind the scenes, and the public just sees the outcomes of it. So we're very fortunate to have a really strong team that has developed 60 plus INDs with FDA, many mental health treatments. The team's had something like 37 exits between them. So that means, I think that's a good sign. It shows that they're able to create value for themselves and for investors. But more than anything, this is a cause that really motivates people. So I think pretty much everyone on the team is here because of a personal motivation, a friend, a family, a loved one that has dealt with one of these challenges. So there's that personal motivation, but we're also quite competitive people. It's interesting to me, always interesting to me, that drug development seems like it's glacial and really slow, but actually it's kind of like swan management. Smooth on the surface and paddling like hell underneath. And we're frantically working around the clock to keep things on track. And it's a very competitive group, kind of like a competitive sports team, each contributing their all and also each supporting each other. So we're very fortunate to have the group, and I think the collective insight helps us anticipate what's coming next. As you rightly say, that's the critical in any kind of business, is anticipating what could happen next on the positive side and the negative, and then planning for the next milestones. How do you move the company forward with each of the next steps?
Well, it's important. And as you were talking to, I started thinking about, all of the regulatory things. Of course, you've got the FDA. That's just talking about the U.S. This is a global product, so you've got all the different variances on that. And even in the states, you've got 50 different states, and there's licensing and testing and all these other things. It's a situation. It's like we're just trying to create a treatment, but you end up spending more time on the administrative side of things. To your point, that the modern investor doesn't necessarily understand that. It's like, you're making this new drug or medicine to solve a problem. Okay, they just have visions of labs and scientists. Like, no, well, the mountains and mountains of paperwork to submit that have to be reviewed, working with legal and navigating all of that and translation. And it's a big monster. But it's having said that, you're not letting that get in the way. You're like, okay, we know that's part of the game. We have to do that, but it's important for us to do that because even what you said a moment ago about psychiatrists who have been basically there's a crease in their chair that they've been sitting in because they haven't had to move much because there's only so much that they could do. Now all of a sudden they're like, we've got this new tool that could actually help people really fast. And what that does, just thinking about this from a billing standpoint for a moment, for a doctor or a psychiatrist, the more people you can see, the more revenue that generates. So if you can build up your practice because you're able to help people and get them in and get them out, you're going to have more opportunities to do that. That's just one little side effect of it. I mean, that's not your primary goal for your organization, but that is one of those positive side effects is
Oh
we're
yeah.
helping people.
This treatment has the potential not just to help patients, but to help the entire mental health care system. Um, Depressed patients are quite a high touch, 6 or 9 visits a year to their physician, as you'd expect, they're trying to tweak the dose of the medication, or maybe they're switching to a different one because they can't tolerate the previous one, or they're dealing with side effects like insomnia and they want something for that. Um, or they're more likely to have increased blood pressure, more likely to have diabetes, for example. So there's lots of comorbidities and lots of system interaction. Um, the other aspect is that we have a pretty limited number of psychiatrists in the US and in pretty much everywhere, actually. And only about 18% of psychiatrists are available to see new patients because these patients take so much time. Um, and an average wait time for a new visit is something like 40 to 70 days, depending whether you want a virtual visit or an in-person one. So when you think about what we're trying to develop here is an opportunity to dose patients once or twice and then keep them out of the system for at least a year so far, we're seeing in the data. That means no going back for dose adjustments because patients aren't taking any daily meds. No going back for side effect tolerance because they're not taking daily meds. No going back for comorbidities because they're not taking daily meds. And so keeping them out of the system frees up all these other resources for new patients. I mean, even in the interventional psychiatry space, where we see treatments like ECT, TMS, esketamine, Spravato, in these interventional psychiatry centers, those are high frequency treatments. Esketamine dosed 26 times a year, so patients are coming in every 2 weeks. That's pretty tough on these centers that have very limited space. So if we can reduce 26 visits to two, these sites can see a lot more patients. We can deal with the problem a lot more efficiently.
Agreed. And we know the stats of, people that are really struggling, just, case in point, I saw a stat the other day, it's, we're just at the time of this recording, we're just ending, the holiday season. So there's a lot of people that'll be getting their credit card bills in the next week or so. And there's financial stress, and the stress
Mm.
causes depression because they feel bad about overspending, or they feel bad that they can't, make the payments on time. And of course, that can get you down a rabbit hole of depression and anxiety and self-doubt and all of these things. And a lot of this, I mean, a lot of people, especially when I was going through it, you realize that, a lot of that is just, your brain and chemical challenges and whatever that's, adding fuel to the fire type of situation. And to be able to, take that and not quote unquote mask it with the pills that I was taking for a year, but to actually have something that can adjust things and correct it where, like you said, a visit or two, and all of a sudden I'm good for a year so far. Because it changes things. And again, it opens up the door because, again, I see so many people just in my daily walk of life where I could tell people are having a tough go of it. And I don't know necessarily what the reasons are. I do know that they're having a tough go of it. And I don't, my hope is that they'll be able to get the help that they need. But as you said, there's a long wait list to talk with a mental health specialist, even with the advent of remote therapies and whatnot. There's still a wait period. And then, of course, there's cost involved and all of that, where, you know, the work that your team is doing and the innovative work that it's been doing is creating an opportunity for people to get this help a lot faster, a lot healthier. You don't have to worry about, okay, well, we're giving you this, but now, your A1C levels are going through the roof, or, oh, congratulations, you're going to bust the heart, rate, and your watch is going to be yelling at you because your blood pressure is going through the roof. You won't have that. And I used to work in primary care as an executive, so I see the patients coming in, and I know the challenges they're having, and a lot of it is basically playing whack-a-mole. And that's tough on a doctor because they have to figure out, all right, what are all these different combinations of things? And to be able to use, what your team has come up with, again, it excites me. I'm thrilled that, the work that you've done, and obviously you're leveraging all the experience you've had, but I'm thrilled for this because I know what this means for humanity. If we can get people away from being depressed and help reduce anxiety and other mental health challenges, people will be happier and healthier. And what a world will that be when we can get there?
Yeah, no question. And obviously there's a big link between metabolic health and mental health. Um, we know that what people eat affects their mental state. The metabolic health or poor diet leads to reduced mitochondrial function. That leads to reduced mental function because we have 3 times as many mitochondria in our brain than we do in the rest of the cells in our body, and vice versa. When people are depressed, it affects their metabolic health as well for similar kind of connected reasons. So the two are kind of hand in hand. It's hard to fix your metabolic health and all those other things like diabetes, as you mentioned, if the mental health isn't on track, and vice versa. So the problems run deep, and I think, as you said earlier, mental health is kind of like an infectious disease. It doesn't just affect that individual, but the loved ones, the carers, their colleagues, their friends. It's very hard to know how to help someone that is suffering. There's really nothing much that we can do, and certainly the old kind of snap out of it attitude clearly it doesn't work. Um, we're very excited about the potential for this, and we're well into our phase 3 program now, focused on executing that. You're right, and you said there's lots and lots of hurdles and barriers. Simple things like drug scheduling, where every site and every vendor and every partner has to have a Schedule 1 license. Adds complexity, it adds cost. But we have a team of professionals, and we've been dealing with that for the last 4 or 5 years now, and we're just powering on through.
Yeah, that kind of leads into a question I was going to ask to towards wrap up is, you know, and I already kind of know the answer to this, but what's the long-term vision on this? From your standpoint, obviously, I think this will spawn additional research in other areas as well. But what's the long-term strategy for the organization to navigate? And again, it helps when you have an all-star team that's done it before. It,
Yeah.
it, it, it it's not a case where nothing surprises you. It's like, okay, we know how to deal with this, and they do it. And I love seeing organizations that are made up that way because it strengthens the opportunity to quote unquote get things right. So, love to hear your long-term strategy.
Look, I mean, we're fortunate in that depression studies can be quite challenging, typically, in that when you're dosing patients every day with a psychiatric condition, and then you're comparing that to a dose of placebo, those placebo patients are getting some kind of positive input, if you like, or, so they're taking this placebo, some reinforcement, if you like, and so the placebo effect can be quite large in these studies, and then you get a failure to separate the active treatment from placebo, typically normally because these treatments have fairly small effects historically. We've got two things working in our favor here. One is we're seeing much, much larger effects, 8 to 10 times larger than with traditional standard of care, and we're not dosing every day in studies, nor with placebo. So the separation risk is gone. We've seen just tremendous results in phase 2, 70+% remission rate, sorry, at 12 months, 100% response rate at 12 months after 2 doses. So going into phase 3, we've removed a lot of the risk. So now it's all about execution. When we think about the long term, this is just the beginning of a platform. So we know that these treatments very likely will be successful in depression, anxiety disorders. There's plenty of anecdotal and academic evidence to show that there are many other conditions that these could be helpful for as well. Bipolar disorder, OCD, postpartum depression, cluster headache, migraine, neuropathic pain, substance use, opioid use, alcohol use. I mean, these are conditions that collectively affect in the US alone maybe a couple of 100 million people. So we're not talking about niche applications here. We're talking about mainstream applications on the scale of, the GLP-1s, Wegovy, et cetera. Ultimately, once we look a few years down the road. So our hope is to focus on this phase 3 approval in depression, and then leverage off of that experience and the impact we can have on the depressed patient community, and leverage that to help many more people with a lot of other conditions. and really try to change the mindset to move away from daily chronic dosing of pills every day to something that's more interventional. You mentioned whack-a-mole. I think it's exactly right. It doesn't matter what condition you're treating, if it's depression or a cardiovascular disease or whatever. As soon as patients start getting polypharmacy, multiple pills, then it's about, okay, well, this one's causing this side effect, this one's interacting with this one's causing another side effect, and you're adding in more treatments to deal with the treatments that are trying to attack the underlying condition. So, one major benefit of all this is maybe let's break the cycle of relying on a pill every day. Patients have to come in and do a bit of work and have a couple of visits and take these treatments, but 2 visits could perhaps last patients for an entire year, free from all those medications. So I mean that's the vision to create a platform, and we're very very excited about the opportunity to help not just depressed patients but all those other groups I mentioned as well.
Yeah, I look forward to people throwing away their pill dispensers because they don't
Mhm.
need them anymore. So I applaud your work and celebrate it, and I'm looking forward to, seeing all the great things that comes from all of this. So, Doug, love this conversation. Where can people find out more about you and all this amazing work you're doing?
Yeah, look, thanks for having me on, Michael. Enjoyed the conversation. You can always find us at cybin.com. That's cybin.com. And if you happen to be an investor, we're also traded on the New York Stock Exchange at CYBN as the ticker symbol.
And I'll definitely have all that information in the show notes. So, Doug, thank you and your entire team for your part in helping people get better. I applaud you and I really appreciate your time today.
Great. Thanks, Michael.
Welcome back. I've got Dr. Kimberly Harms on. Kimberly, how are you?
I'm doing great, Michael. Thank you for having me.
Really looking forward to this conversation. So, why don't you share a little bit about you, and then we're going to jump into this very important conversation.
Well, I've been around the block a lot in life. I've been a commissioned officer in the United States Public Health Service. I'm a dentist, was a first woman president of the Minnesota Dental Association, and I was a national spokesperson for the American Dental Association. But I'm on the other side of that now. I had an injury in my hand, and so I'm not practicing anymore. So I turned to speaking. So I've been an international speaker. I've written a couple books. And now that I'm in the fourth quarter of my life and can look back, I've written a book called Are You Ready? How to Build a Legacy to Die For, because I want to focus on this part of my life and what's my purpose now.
It's important work, and it's a subject that I find a lot of people are uncomfortable to approach. And, from a personal standpoint, my mother passed away earlier this year, and she did a pretty good job in setting things up as far as the after passing, with, where things are, how to do things, and all of that. The will was clearly laid out. Everything was nice and seamless and as easy as it could be from that aspect of it. Losing a loved one is never easy, and but it's one of those things where it was a reminder for my brother and myself to say, okay, let's pay that forward by doing the same thing, by getting everything kind of established, clear cut, and all of that. So when our time comes, when it's the end of the fourth quarter for us, then our surviving families and friends will have clear instructions how to do things and have it set up in such a way where they don't have to worry about that. They just, can focus on the grieving and the mourning and all of that. So if anybody takes anything away from what I'm saying, go get your will or your trust set up, get everything laid out. I know it's not a fun topic, but it's going to happen. And the it's a gift that you're giving to not only yourself but loved ones, because it's peace of mind for yourself knowing, okay, I don't have to worry about any of that. When I go, then I don't have to, worry about that before that transfer, before I, expire basically. So important work for sure. So, and I know in your story, in your bio, you've, had to face, some significant losses over your life. And I they teach us lessons, at least from my perspective. And once you, learn how to grieve, and again, that's even another subject. I think a lot of people, unfortunately, don't really know how to grieve. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I lost my mother to suicide when I was 17. And then I lost our son, who was this brilliant student at Columbia University, came home first semester on top of the world. He had been named to the dean's list in engineering. He was in the place. He'd been elected to student government. He was just on top of the world, so happy. And 2 weeks after his second semester started, he took his own life 45 minutes after a breakup with a girlfriend. So a failure. He wasn't used to failure, I think, and he had a young brain. He was also a jazz pianist, which is why he loved Columbia, because he could study engineering and play jazz piano. And our world was just torn apart. It just exploded. And I learned a very important lesson then. And that was a couple of weeks after coming out of my dental office. My husband was out there at practice with my husband, and he was talking to the cousin and very seriously. And then the cousin came over to me, and he was angry. I'm a grieving mother. I wasn't used to angry people coming at me. He was angry, and he was shaking his finger in my face. And I was taken aback, and he said, "Don't you ever let your remaining children feel that they are not enough. Don't you do that to them." And it caught me by surprise, because I realized that he had lost his brother at the same age that we had lost our son. And he felt that he lost his parents at the same time. He felt that the parents could no longer pay attention to their living children because they were so consumed with grief over the dead one. And I was headed in the same direction. It was such a, I didn't think I'd ever get out of that pit, and so it forced me with that confrontation to realize that my grief affects everyone around me, and especially my family. And it was at that moment that I just decided to fight and kick and scream and crawl my way out of that pit to find happiness in life again. And I could breathe the fresh air now. I live my life full of joy at this point. Took time. It was not easy. It took years to get out. Never was easy, but it's certainly worth it. And that's what I'd like to send to your leaders and your listeners, that your grief as a leader even affects everybody around you. And it's so much better for you and for everybody else to fight tooth and nail to get out of that grief pit, because it takes a fight. If you don't fight, you're just going to stay down there. So don't give up. Keep fighting.
Yeah, it's an important lesson too, because leaders lead, and those that are being led by the leader, we're looking to you as the leader. We're looking to you for guidance and to tell us everything's going to be okay and protect us. There's, so many different things that are on the plate of a leader, and some are better than others in certain aspects of it. No one is by far perfect, but there are some that, even when they're going through a personal challenge, such as the loss of a loved one, or end of a marriage, or you name it, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm not ignoring that, but my people need me to be the best version of me. And how I do that, and again, it's not easy. This isn't for the weak, but the listeners of this show, you're not weak. You know that you're strong, you're resilient, you're able to accomplish a lot, and you're going to accomplish even more. But there's going to be days that are going to be tough, and sometimes weeks, sometimes months, depending on what's going on in your world. But know that there is another side of this. But yeah, you're going to have to fight through it and get through it. And that confrontation was a blessing to you, quite frankly, from my observation, because I've seen people that have lost loved ones, and they never recovered. I think about my grandmother, when her youngest son died in an auto accident, and he was well into his 40s when this happened, and it spiraled grandma to the point where she didn't recover from that. And then she developed Lewy body dementia, and that was a 7-year fight, and very tragic to view and experience all that gave us. But I often wonder if the situation with my uncle passing away, if that did not happen, what would have transpired? Would she have had that? Because our bodies and grief and our thoughts impact how our body reacts. Our body is like, okay, you're dealing with stress, so I have to do all these other things. And having worked in healthcare before, and you know this obviously in your practice as well, that our brains and our thoughts can manifest diseases, illnesses, gum disease, you name it. I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of other factors, but it's our brains are very powerful and they can be very helpful to us. But if we don't feed it the right things, they can be also very detrimental to us as well.
Well, that was a perfect example in my case because I got treated for depression after my son died. It was part of my fighting out of the pit. And, of course, I have a mother and a son who took their own lives. I better get treated. Depression's in my family. But my husband, and I used to call him my stubborn Norwegian, he was a Norwegian farmer, and we were married for 44 years. But he did not get help because, he's a tough guy. He's not going to get help. And he had just had a liver transplant 6 months before my son died. And his heart checked out great before the transplant because they don't give you a liver if your heart's bad, right? And about a year or so after Eric died, he ended up having quadruple bypass surgery and a valve replaced. And then basically after a long struggle with this broken heart, passed away 4 years ago. And I really believe that the grief, the untreated grief, the unrecognized grief, this idea that you can just be tough and get through it without help because you need help to fight your way out of that pit. I really believe that hastened his death. I believe that we might have had him, we're all going to die at some point in time, but I believe I might have had him a couple more years because he was only 70 when he passed, and we miss him.
Yeah, that's early. Based on longevity of people, it's 70 is still very young. And as discoveries and science and things like that, we're all living much longer, which, is great to, contribute to society and things about that. Because, both my parents are gone and they were in their mid 70s when they left. And it's like, it just seems like it was too short. But I think, to tie this into a leadership a little bit more, grief is one of those things that impact leaders as well. Where let's say they have a bad work experience, maybe they had a difficult departure from an organization, and they go on to another organization, start working. But if they haven't worked through and processed what transpired, then I find that it diminishes their leadership, it diminishes their clarity, it diminishes their ability to be the best version of themselves as a leader. And it's one of those things, talking, about your late husband as well. And I was, also diagnosed with clinical depression. I sought help on that, worked through it, was on some medications. I'm not on them anymore. For me, it was important because I thankfully recognized that I wasn't me and I didn't like that. And I wanted to be me again. And so I needed to do the work, not just, taking medication and thinking, okay, magic pill, make the pain go away. No, it's like that's not how it works, people. I mean, short term, okay, but you have to work on some things. And again, it's not easy, but is it worth it? Oh my goodness, yes, it definitely is. So, your thoughts on leadership and dealing with unaddressed grief and the impact that has on themselves and organizations. Love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I really think we need to lead through grief. And I think one of the best things you can do to develop a team that's tight and together. Today, everybody's struggling getting employees in, just because of the market. And one of the things that keeps a work team together is that common bond of respect. And when you're grieving, I would speak all over to dental organizations about this, but when you're grieving in the dental office, I recommended that we have a little huddle in the morning, usually where everyone just looks forward to the day and just admit, okay, Mary just lost her mother. She's a little on the edge right today. So let's watch out for her. Let's cover for her if something happens. We used to have signals if there was a problem. When my son died and we were trying to come back to work, we kind of had I call it a crying room upstairs where if I get triggered, because you're going back to work, you just lost your son, everybody knows who he was. They all loved him. They all would want to say something when they came in. So 30 times a day or so, I get, so sorry for your loss. And which is great. I mean, that's what you should be doing. But sometimes it was overwhelming. And I had like a little signal to my dental assistant and to the others where I could just like, excuse myself from the room for a second and go up into the crying room where we had Visine and tissue and kind of get myself makeup remover, get myself put back together, and then come down and someone was covering for me. So when you lead through grief and you've got like somebody's down, someone's on the injured list, you're grieving right now, let's surround them and help them get through their day. What the result is as a team that is bonding, a team, and the greatest predictor of happiness are strong personal relationships, right? So you've developed these strong relationships with your team and make your workplace a happier place. So I think one of the things you can do is when a grief situation occurs, lead through that, address it, bring your team together. And I think that the benefits are long lasting.
I love that approach to the team huddle. I worked in healthcare and we had huddles in the morning, but they were geared for, okay, who's the patients coming in today? Is there anything out of the ordinary? Or, okay, we have, Mrs. Smith is bringing in their son and he's autistic, and Nurse Jackie is the one nurse that he likes to work with. So we're going to shift Jackie's schedule. So when Mrs. Smith brings in her son, Jackie will be there to help, comfort the son, to mitigate any potential issues that may arise with dealing with somebody that is neurodivergent. But those were things that we did. I love your approach on, okay, yeah, we prep everything up. Okay, Mrs. Jones is coming in. She's afraid of needles, and she doesn't like the drilling stuff. So maybe put some headphones on, whatever may help that patient navigate through the dental scaries. Don't be afraid of the dentist, people, by the way, just a side note, but I get why people have fear on it, but I've used dentists all my life. I'm not afraid of them. My mom actually worked for a dentist before I was born, so I'm kind of in the DNA. But I love your approach because, yeah, okay, this is who's coming in today, but it's also how is everybody doing? And if you have a tight group, and you can do this with large teams, and of course small teams, you really should do it. What that does is it allows for, okay, Janice just got back from a trip and she's got a little bit of jet lag. We know that she's not going to be 100% today, but she's here. Okay, just help her out, check in, see, and you need any help on this? No, I got it. Knowing that you have backup
Yes.
it actually helps you overcome some of those hurdles. Like, okay, I'm not feeling great, but you know what? My team, loves me and has my back and can step in if I need the help. It gives you that little extra 10% as a person to go, nope, I don't need it, but I am so thankful that you offered it. I appreciate that, because there may be a time where you do need it. You need that crying room or comfort, or someone to pinch hit for you when, something comes up or your child's sick at school. Okay, I'll come in and help out with that. When you have that dynamic, you don't have to worry about retention of people. Your challenge is, turning down all the resumes, because people want to work in that, because people long for belonging. People long to be in organizations like that. When you have that, it's something that it takes work to keep it that way, but it's such important work to do, because it just improves every aspect of what that organization does. Doesn't matter if it's a dentist's office or a retail store or an accounting firm or whatnot.
Right. And again, it's those relationships, building relationships, and you need to lead that. I mean, you give permission as a leader to develop that type of a system where everyone has their backs, and then just acknowledging that, there's an issue that's going to affect the team, because they do. And then that helps the person overcome their grief. It helps they feel they have people have their back, and that helps them. It gives them that courage to kind of move their way out of the pit eventually.
So where do you, this is not the where do you see things in 5 years question, because 5 years ago we didn't know what was going to hit us. But I'm curious as to, what are some of the common challenges you're seeing right now in the workplace that leaders should really do their best to get ahead of and work through? And I know we've talked about a bunch, but is there any others that come to mind for you?
Well, I think the most important one is to make your team feel valued to give them opportunities to work through grief, and building trust. Absolutely, you have to build trust. If you lose trust with your employees, you're going to lose your employees. And I think that working on the emotional issues, I'm as dentists, we typically are not we're very clinical people. We like we work in millimeters. We aren't typically as a group people that focus on emotions. And what for any organization, when you work and you handle the emotional issues and take care of any emotional emergencies, and when you see people in your office that maybe aren't getting along, kind of intervene there and help them get along. And when you do that, what you find is by developing an emotionally safe place where people feel valued, people feel protected, you increase loyalty of the customers because they feel it. They want to come. If people are afraid to go to the dentist, but they loved our office because they'd come in and people are laughing and joking and helping each other out. You build loyalty of your customers. You build retention for your team members. And ultimately, you build production, because if everyone's working together for the same goal and you're all on the same page and you care about each other and you're working together, you increase production. So it's a win-win-win-win-win situation to manage those emotional emergencies well, to take care of conflict, and to build trust.
Yeah, trust is one of those things that can take years to build and seconds to lose. And and again, everyone, leaders to the front lines, everyone's a leader wherever they happen to be. But it's one of those things where when you present yourself at work, and I see this a lot, I think a lot of people struggle with, their own internal battles, their mindset, their egos, you name it. There's so many different things that get in the way of us living our best lives. But we have to remember that we are a collective. When we go into work, we're part of an organization that's doing great things, whatever you happen to be doing. And if you present it doesn't mean you have to show up 100% every day. It reminds me of an old joke that I saw a long time ago. It's like, I give 100% at work, 12% on Mondays, 10% on Tuesdays, and it's like, that's not what I mean, but I still, I should have I'm sure I could find that. I could print that out or create one myself, but that's not what it means. There's going to be days you're not going to be 100%. We know that we're just, that's how it's going to be, but give your best that you can at that moment and be there for people. And again, in the environment you mentioned, and with the huddles and all of that, when you're not feeling it, let your people know. And I think that, quite frankly, it shows a little bit of courage and bravery on the individual, but it also shows that the organization is providing a psychologically safe environment for people to say, you know what, I'm just out of it today, and I apologize in advance. And then you just say, okay, what can I do to help? And then those people know, okay, I'm having a bad day, but tomorrow's going to be better. And knowing that you don't have the Sunday scaries, as people call it, or you don't have the, oh, I don't want to go to work kind of thing. Okay, yeah, none of us do. Okay, and some days we just don't want to work. Other days we're like, I cannot wait for tomorrow, because I love working where I work. I love these people. Can't wait to see them. I'm excited to share what I experienced when I went to whatever event on the weekend. It's like, there's going to be so many people that are going to love to do this. Everyone's going to do it. You're chomping at the bit to share it, because that's going to bring them joy and happiness. And when we get to do that in an environment, then it doesn't become work anymore. It becomes playtime for all of us. And those environments are around, they exist. And it's important for all of us to do whatever we can to contribute to those.
Absolutely. And again, the most important thing you can do to make that workplace a happy one is to give everyone that feeling that you are a team, you have their back, you're working together, you care about them.
Yeah, if you do that, the magic really happens. So, Kimberly, I've loved this conversation. Where can people find out more about you and all this amazing work you're doing?
Well, my book is called Are You Ready? How to Build a Legacy to Die For. And you can find more information on my website, drkimberlyharms.com.
And I'll definitely have that in the show notes. So thank you, Doctor, for your time today. Really appreciate you, and I love the work you're doing. And I've loved our conversation today.
Well, thank you very much. This has been a pleasure.
Welcome back. I got Neil Twa on the line. Neil, how are you today?
I'm too blessed to be stressed. Thanks for having me on the show.
There you go. That's the best way to approach life, no matter if it's full, it's just a challenge to grow and be
Yeah.
better. So I just look at it that way. And believe me, my life has been a whole lot better since I changed my mindset around
It's
that.
all around the mindset, right? I only tell my kids, and we constantly repeat in our house, it's not that you have to do these things, it's you get to do these things. Therefore, you take a different perception of mindset and authority and accountability over doing them.
Yeah, I first heard that and read that, and it was in a John Gordon book. I get
Mm.
to, that just stuck with me. And like, all right, I'm using that from now on.
You
And
get to
believe
do
me,
it. It's all about changing. Yeah, into
exa-
control and mechanisms of things you can and can't do, and taking ownership over versus being victimized and having a victimized mindset. Misery loves company, as they say, and it's really easy to fall into the negatives. We just have to remain into the positive as well.
absolutely. So, why don't you share a little bit about you and the work
Yeah.
that you do?
Yeah, just in simple terms, 30 seconds here. I've been in business, building offline and online companies for the last 17 years. I left a corporate gig at IBM, kind of reached the pinnacle of that in 2007 and said, I'm out. Burned the boats, not the bridges. So I had relationships and things that led to business later on, which is great. Built a management consulting company that led into a lead generation and online marketing company that led into the physical product world of building private label brands. That led me into Amazon, where we launched and made our first 7 figures in 2014 and one of our first brands. Gone on to launch 5, 7 other brands roughly. We've got another 8 that we're partnered on in control, and have about 200 clients that now work in the aspiring entrepreneurs. I want to get going. I want to spend a year working with you one-on-one, to those who are building companies that want to grow and scale profitability to X, exit out and multiples of X. And we are also in the acquisition space now. So we're acquiring companies with 1.5 to 3.5 million EBITDA and up to 15 million in revenues. Kind of a sweet spot before we get into the high end of the PE groups. And we're acquiring hopefully 15 this year. We got 3 on deck right now. First one closes in 2 weeks. And that's a long time in the process to get there. And that's kind of where we're moving now.
That's awesome. It sounds like you spend a lot of time in the playground. That's
A lot of time in the playground, always questioning what's possible, pushing the goals, pushing the urgency into things, always asking, can we do better, and testing farther and faster, and jumping off the cliff and building a parachute on the way down, as they say.
There you go. And the beautiful thing is, when you had your success, it speaks volumes to you. And because a lot of people say, well, if I get this, then I'm going to exit out, and
Yeah.
then they sit. And what happens is they rot, they decline.
I can't retire. I never will.
Yeah,
I'm not a complete. I can sit on the beach for a week and then I get anxious, and I'm like, okay, I got to do something now. That's about as far as I can go.
Yeah, it's because you're a creative. You're an artist, and a lot of times people in business say, "No, no, I'm not an artist." No, you're creative. You're creating opportunities. You're looking for different things.
Yeah.
You're examining things, and growing business. And we know that Amazon in 2014 versus Amazon in 2025 are different organizations.
Very different. You've got to be a pro seller, pro business. You have to treat it like a real business now. The side hustle, hobby businesses, arbitration businesses, wholesale businesses, those are all falling out of the market. At the end of the day, if you don't build something with tangible assets, private label, equity, intellectual property, etc., you're building vaporware. You're building a job. You're building something nobody wants to buy. And as somebody who's buying things, I don't want to buy any of those. And nobody I know who's buying doesn't want to buy those either. We don't want to buy somebody's job or somebody's side hustle. We're buying real businesses with tangible assets. So you must consider that possibility. It doesn't take 17 years to do it anymore. I mean, what we can do now in 2 to 3 years is incredible, with systems of AI and software and the virility of traffic and markets. And now there's Shopify and TikTok and all these other markets we can move into, and retail as well. And so creating a holistic e-commerce brand is really what I'm talking about at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's just, understanding e-commerce. And I remember, just to date myself here a bit, my first online purchase was actually through a service called Prodigy that Sears was running. And I forgot who I don't remember who they partnered with, but it wasn't just them. Yeah,
AOL, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Sears, the original Amazon. And we did mail order catalog, and then I literally bought something online, and it was delivered to my house. I'm like, well, this is pretty cool. And now it's just it's not. It's still cool, but we don't even think about it anymore. Now it's to the point where it's like we're looking at the app. It's like, okay, it's one stop away. Okay, I'm gonna go outside and grab it.
Just that has changed in the last 16 months extremely fast, because most people aren't aware that mobile purchases succeeded desktop purchases for the first time in history last year, December 2024. So it's only been just recently that mobile is a component now of our everyday life, and it opened up the ability for people to spend anywhere they are. They don't have to slow down, go find a laptop, find a thing. They don't have to order a catalog and wait. They literally literally just click, click, click on their mobile phone. So the speed at which this business is moving, its growth, its double-digit trajectory every year of growth has made it one of the largest industries in the world, and Amazon one of the largest marketplaces in America.
Yeah, it's they have pretty much the logo A to Z. That's pretty much it. I joke. I live in a condo building, and we have a concierge slash security, and our packages go there.
Right.
And I order quite a bit from that company, and
Many people do.
yeah, and the head of security says, "Are you trying to order A through Z?" And
I see that. I see those packages are stacked up and the memes going around. It's like, all those Amazon boxes. We get, I don't know, 2 to 3 deliveries a week at our house from Amazon. Most people do to some degree. They just don't stop and think, hey, could I sell those products? Could that be me? Could I be delivering those products? They just think more consumer. And if you're here today, hopefully you're thinking more business than consumer.
Yeah, even the White House orders it, because I saw a video this morning that Speaker Johnson videoed of Vice President Vance going into the Oval Office for the first time. I don't know if you saw that or not, but as they were walking down a hallway, there was this table on the side, and there was a tool bag and an Amazon box sitting on the table. And it's like, it's like
somebody ordered some LED lights for the house and something.
I was gonna say, it's like, yeah, exactly. So the White House orders from there too. So but again, we both remember a time where that didn't exist.
Oh no, absolutely. I remember when they ordered the first pizza online and all this stuff. And I've gone back to the internet when we were doing green screen inbox terminals once upon a time and building the first boxes in the computer lab at the school. And something you said earlier really struck me, because I went to college on a full ride music scholarship. So business to me is like music and creativity. It's like Chopin or listening to Miles Davis and jazz. It has creativity and fluctuations. There's not really hard and fast rules. There's guidelines. There's if you've got creativity in your nature and you enjoy technology to some degree and you don't mind working on computers, then e-commerce for you could be an amazing opportunity. It took me out of that whole world and refocused and changed the way I thought about business and business online. And as I watched it grow, I just kept thinking, I got to get a piece of this somehow, somewhere, someday. But it was so soon in my walk that nobody was teaching it. No academia, no credits, no nothing. You had to literally do it yourself or go to the corporations that were spending money. And so I ended up in the corporate world, into Sprint and doing programming first, teaching myself how to program. And then when I got good enough at it, we jumped into a full-time corporate gig when they launched the PCS division and was on some of the first mobile phone launches when the mobile phones came out. And that was a fascinating time. I got badged as a 5,000th badge in the new division, and there was 80,000 employees when I left 5 years later, which sent me to IBM. That was the next pinnacle, and I got in there and was working in IBM for almost 5 years on technology, AI, systems, knowledge management, mobile, and all kinds of other stuff. And, I kind of reached that pinnacle in 2007. I was like, now what? Like, this is evolving. I want to keep going, and I don't want to keep going in the corporate world. And that's when I decided to pivot out and fire the man and keep going. And I'm really glad I did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because even in corporate, even if you have a forward-thinking organization, there are still these plateaus or ceilings or whatever you want to call them that are like, we're not quite ready for that. And
they're not going to let the entrepreneurial creativity spirit that you might have in you, or that desire, is not going to be nurtured. It's going to be squashed. It was for me. It is for most people. Yeah. It is meant to create that, it's a business. I get it. They got metrics, they got profit and revenue. They've got to keep the operations going. And not everybody's cut out to be an entrepreneur at the end of the day. There are high risk, high reward opportunities for that. And a lot of people are concerned about that. Maybe we can unpack that for a minute here, but there's always high risk, high reward in the business. You could be fired. You could go, you could have a great career and never be fired. You could, run a really great W-2 career for 20, 30 years. It's fine. But not everybody feels like that's their path. And that's where entrepreneurialism comes in. You just have to remember it's a high risk, high reward opportunity. Sometimes you fail. I could fill this office with the amount of failures I have. Big ones, I've been bankrupt before. So you don't know what your boundaries are and how you pushed yourself in this life until you give it a shot. And I think the biggest regret I'll never have was never saying I never gave it a shot.
Right. Yeah, it's so important. And what you said about, people, kind of go, oh, I don't want to run my own business. Like, that's scary. There's a lot of risk involved. But a stat that I share all the time is like from the year 2000, 52% of the Fortune 500 companies are either gone or were acquired. So over half of the Fortune 500, people kind of know who those guys are, gone. And so you're telling me that your job working for this smaller mid-sized company that you've put in all this time, that they're safe, quote unquote? No, they're not.
No, none
It's
of
like
it's safe.
one pandemic, you could be wiped out, or one algorithm change on a social media platform
Yep.
or
Your
social media
badge gets
platform.
called below a certain point, and the CFO is like, great, all of these people across this organization have to go, and your badge number got called. It's like, well,
Yep.
that's not fair. You get victimized by the system. And I was a part of that. And so when I got out, I was like, I'm never going back. I burned the boats. That was it. You never go back. I'm
Right.
going forward no matter what.
Yeah.
And by the grace of God, I have a life partner, my wife of now 17 years of marriage, who we got married that year I left in March, and I left in June. And so we were, newlywed couple. And I'm like, hey, we're going to do this venture. You want to go on a, business adventure with me? And she's like, absolutely, I'm in for this, because we're young. And she was working as an RN. We, had a little income, and I had the severance from IBM, so we weren't hurting. And then we got pregnant in that first year, which we wanted to do, but didn't expect it to happen that fast. And then by December of that same year, she had to go on full bed rest. So she had to stop working. So we went from high income, two people getting married, all life goals and everything. We're going to start this business. We're going to have this time. And all of a sudden it was like, whoa, everything changed. We got to pivot. We got to pivot. That house we built, the thing we moved into, that's, the one we customized and thought we were going to spend the next 10, 20 years in, we got to sell that. Like everything became about pushing the dream out, is giving us as much time as we could, and compromising the things that we needed to compromise. People are like, well, I wouldn't want to sell my house to do that. Well, maybe you don't feel the opportunity is great enough for you. Well, I don't want to stop driving my car. Well, then maybe you don't want to risk that. Well, what if I have to put my payroll on a credit card? Well, I've been there and done that. The level of risk is going to be, down to the reward. It just is the same balance over and over again. I wanted the reward of what I've now called my 5 Fs. Okay. That is faith, family, friends, finances, and freedom. If I can't have those things in the life, I don't want it. And none of those things really resonated with that corporate career and that stat. And I knew that I had to go off and create it. And I wanted to be a part of my family. I wanted to drive purpose and value into my life and my family's life. Now I have 4 daughters. We homeschool them all. We live on 50 acres in the country. Our lifestyle by design has now been and created and done. It took us a long time to get here. And it could be done a little faster, with experience and the help of experience from other people. But I had to do a lot of it on my own, and I had to figure out a lot of it on my own, and had to, circumvent those sharks in the water from going from my hell island to heaven island. But, I'm in a place now where my lifestyle begets my business, and that becomes the business I have in my life, down to even I'm teaching an entrepreneurial group in our homeschool co-op starting this Friday for 15 weeks. And we're going to be doing an introduction to entrepreneurship and growth. Pick your product, pick your lane, pick your business opportunity, and let's start figuring this out. And there'll be kids 14 to 18-year-olds in range in there. And we're going to get them starting businesses in the next 15 weeks.
Beautiful. I mean, all the things you just said in that 5 Fs are critical. And, you use that as a guidepost on anything. It's like, okay, how does the 5 Fs match up with this? If there's anything where it doesn't, and then out because it doesn't align. And yes, it may have taken you longer, but it's all about the journey.
It is a journey. Yeah. Well, we're always in a rush, man. Everybody's such in a rush. It's like, well, can I do this in the next 12 months? Well, no. Well, what happens in the next 12? You're going to keep doing it. You're going to keep going. Yeah. Perseverance and tenacity are just part of the game, right?
Yeah.
3 to 5 months, 3 to 5 minutes can happen in 3 to 5 minutes. There's a lot of hopium, a lot of fake scarcity, a lot of this, lottery mindset mentality. I refer to it as kicking over in our culture out of desperation. Yeah. And in many ways, I get it. I mean, when I, got over leveraged in a business and went too far down the line and ended up having to declare a business bankruptcy, I've got the screenshot that shows the $267 I have in my bank account. I still keep it there to humble myself and what we have and where we're going now and the kinds of things we're doing. And I don't take it lightly. I have a huge responsibility of stewardship and presentation over that. And I'm not going to compromise that just to gain a few dollars. I've been at the bottom and had to fight my way out of it. So I understand when people are like, well, I don't have all that money to get started. Okay, well, be resourceful, figure it out, do the work, maybe a little more sweat equity, got more time than money. Okay, get out there and figure out something you could do. Put some equity into it. Well, I don't know if it's going to work. Well, if there's a guarantee it's going to work, everybody be doing it. So first you got to get out there and start walking the freaking process. Well, what am I going to do when it's successful? There's always that fear of success that kicks in too. And a lot of times that one's unrecognized. Well, what happens if it's successful? What if I got to get more money? What if I have to hire employees? You'll cross those bridges when you come to them. The what if scenario for aspiring entrepreneurs who want to get going, they can build a list 15 miles long, and you have to kick that to the curb because guys like I I'm not going to take and have any patience with that thought process. You're going to have to go off on your own and do a little walkabout and get that figured out and come back to the table with a much stronger mindset.
Absolutely. And the question I always ask people is like, okay, how bad do you want it? Because if
Apparently
you're
not as
coming up,
bad as they want it.
yeah, because if they're asking, well, what about, and it's all fear-based or
100%. All
victim-based,
fear and scarcity based, limiting mindset.
yeah,
Yep. Limiting
it's
belief
like,
systems. And
yeah,
I get it, dude. I grew up in a house where money, I jokingly say money in our house was a 4-letter word. Dad worked, man, 30, 40, 50 hours a week. He was a hard guy. He didn't graduate school, but went in and did a couple tours in Vietnam. He was a Navy veteran. He was, suck it up, buttercup. We got into the cars, we changed our oil, we did everything ourselves, as we had the time and the skill set and energy. So we learned, but we couldn't complain. And we certainly couldn't talk about money, although we had the things we needed. And there was food and I got clothes. Anything I wanted, I had to go figure out. So by the time I was 12, I'm out hustling in the lawns to make extra money so that I could even borrow his truck to go do things to pay for the gas. That was just part of the requirement. And didn't get my own car, of course, because we couldn't afford that. And so I just really learned the value of hard work and perseverance and dedication and tenacity. What I didn't understand was the time that I was trading for that money could be worth a lot more when I changed my mindset and perceived differently. And I actually had an uncle, and it turns out this was kind of a rich dad, poor dad scenario. I didn't understand that till much later on when I read the book. But my uncle was an entrepreneur, was a go-getter, was a guy who thought very differently. He started a boat company in San Diego and got to go down there and see his operation and talk to him and just started picking his brain and, asked him if I could call him more if I had questions. And for the better part of a decade, he was my mentor. He died in an ultralight aircraft accident in 2005. And that was one of the catalysts for my move out of IBM in 2007. It took me 2 more years to kind of refocus my brain and understand that this had to happen. But he had always encouraged me to get my own thing going. One way or another, buy a franchise, do something. He's like, you got to do something. Introduced me to a lot of wonderful people and really expanded my mind into the abundance thinking that I had been locked out of because I simply didn't have access to it.
yeah. And going back to what you said a few moments ago, which I really want to commend you on, is the workshop that you're going to be doing with 14 to 18-year-olds, teaching them how to be an entrepreneur. That is so lacking. We think about it because the small business is the heart of our country,
It is.
and people, I vaguely remember some things in school, in high school anyway. I went to business college, so I was taught business, so that you got it there. But teaching that age where they're still able to learn and retain things a lot easier sparks ideas, because they always ask what you want to do when you grow up, and you're like 14, and you're like,
it's going to change, right?
Yeah.
It's going to pivot. It's okay.
Yeah.
Like I'm not running a lawn business.
Yeah.
I ran for a while a game server company called Killer Game Servers, and I had to handle zero density. And before Twitch and YouTube and all this stuff was cool, I was out running the gaming forums and tournaments, raising up a business and getting people to subscribe to a $24.95 a month service where we could do a Zoom style call without the just audio only. So while they were playing the games, they could multi-channel conversation. And it was really cool. And I was setting up thousands of people playing these games, just leading the game board and telling everybody that I was from killergameservers.com. And they went and checked it out. And I raised up, 10,000 people into that service and had 20 game servers running out of Texas. So there's so many ways to make money that I think people acquiesce the idea that it could happen for them when the bar is so low now. I mean, we didn't have the technology. When I was running mobile campaigns in 2008, 9, and 10, we had barely any interfaces to run the campaigns. Just the systems were not there. They were coming online. Companies were putting on, the advertising campaign dashboards and stuff, and we were running them on spreadsheets. So we didn't even have the campaign dashboards yet. It wasn't until like 2010 that the dashboards were actually coming online and we could actually start seeing it digitally and track it digitally, which was a game changer, of course, as well. You have all that in front of you right now. And see, people just, because there's so many things, I don't think they know what to do. And so I would encourage anybody who's thinking about the long term, which in my world is 3 to 5 years, by the way, for a business to growth, trajectory, scale, and exit, okay, it can happen in 3 to 5 years, and it can happen at large scale, okay, because the internet, the virality, the traffic. I mean, Amazon does over 8,000 units a minute, okay? The first $1 million sales hour just happened last July, 2024 on TikTok. And that took like 30 years for QVC to have the first $1 million hour. So this is moving at lightning and breakneck speed. If you have a product, a narrative, and a service, and you can get in front of people, you can make a lot of money today selling physical products and branding products. Owning the IP and the intellectual property creates the assets necessary for someone like me to look at that company and say, okay, I'm willing to pay this much for that company. I'm willing to see the value of that company for the last 12 months, and I see where we can change it and modify it and enhance it and grow it through our connection. So within 2 or 3 years, we can raise it up to another exit. And by the way, here's your check, here's your offer, here's your opportunity. Let's go do it together. But you've got to build that asset or no one wants to buy it. And that's where physical products are great, because you've got both the digital aspect of the digital real estate of Amazon and you have YouTube and Shopify and TikTok shops and all these other places. And it's a physical product. So I'm taking inventory that is put, capital into fiat capital into a physical inventory that's worth 10 times what we paid for it. And so I like that model because I'm a little old school in that way. And I don't have a purely digital model, because I can appreciate the idea of physical, inventory. And I really appreciate when people get it in their hands and they love it and they want to tell us how much they love that, because that kind of completes the whole circle, if you know what I mean. Really feels like a really great value, a physical value that they love and talk about and tell other people about those products, right? And we sell everything you can imagine, dude. All kinds of different products.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, there's that, tangible thing, and you get the feedback from it, and you go, even the other day, I bought a sleep mask,
Yeah. Okay.
and, it was, from, I think, a very small business, and, they sent out a direct message, and I responded back. I took the time and I said, this mask is amazing. I'm buying another one.
There you go.
I have one in my travel bag and one at home, and it's like, it's great. I love this thing, and they're just ecstatic by it. It's like, so, but again, there's a physical product, and I tell people, it's like, if you're looking for a sleep mask, here's the one. I need to put that out, put an affiliate link or something on my site. It's like, go get this sleep mask. It's good. But
recommendations and referrals are always great when it comes to that product base. People will trust that. That's why the affiliate side of marketing has grown so fast, so big lately, especially with places like TikTok and stuff, is because people are, reviewing these products and giving you lots of insight into how they work and what they do. And I met a lady just yesterday whose son is making great money at 13 affiliating products on TikTok Shop. Now he's too young to do it personally, and they don't want his face on there. So he actually makes videos where he doesn't even show his face. He just talks about the product and reviews the product, and he's making great money. She made like over 600,000 last year doing exactly the same thing, just recommending products, even though it's faceless, so they can be on there. And I'm like, dude, there's just so many ways to make money now. I personally like the physical product space. So if somebody's interested in that, that's, what the heck do I actually sell is their first question most people have. And I will tell you that there are millions of product opportunities to innovate and create and develop them. It's actually a little easier to do that, create and develop a product. We have it manufactured for us. It's created and manufactured for us. And then we sell the product. It's the three major components of a physical product business. Of course, there's more to that. And I don't mean to oversimplify it during the time we have here, but it is really building something of intrinsic value at the end of the day, not just vaporware.
Building something, and they would say, well, it's already built. It's like, well, if that was the case, we'd still be driving around in Model Ts, and we're not. We might be, driving around in a Tesla, or a Model S, or we might be
maybe a spaceship to Mars. I don't know. Everything's happening now, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the things that we've seen in our lifetime. When anybody says this is possible, I look at it. It's like, you know what? I remember having to get up to change the channel because my dad said put on channel 7.
I was the remote in my house too.
Exactly.
Hey, can you change that table? Can you change that? We only had 5 channels anyway, so it didn't happen very often.
It wasn't a case where it's like I would hate life now if it's like, okay, change it to channel 265.
Yeah. No way, dude. It was like we didn't have cable, so it's like you get your 5 channels, and when the president came on, you're like, oh my gosh, the president's on every channel. We can't watch anything else. That's
exactly. So I love this conversation. Where can people find out more about you and all this amazing work you're doing?
Well, Voltage, you could just search for me anywhere, or you can look at my name, Neil Twa. Yes, it is TWA, and as you can see, I'm not a small Asian guy. The voltagedm.com domain, voltagedm, that's digitalmarketing.com. You can check out a 45-minute presentation where I go with my partner, Kevin Harrington, over the As Seen on TV strategy. We've got our book there called Almost Automated Income with FBA, Creating a Lifestyle-Driven Business Model through the physical product world. And you can check that out. It's, I think it's only like $5 on my website, or you can get it on Amazon too, of course. And that talks about the different strategies of the 4 pillars of success within building an e-commerce company. Plenty of free information, virtual summits, the books, and other resources for anybody who's, aspiring entrepreneur with the idea of building an e-commerce company, or somebody who's building an e-commerce company and might want to grow it to an exit and maybe have us take a look at it.
Yeah, that's great. I'll definitely have all that in the show notes. So Neil, thanks for this conversation. Really love the work you're doing.
Thanks for having me on, Michael. Most appreciate you.
Thank you. Welcome back. I've got Clifford Stephan online. Clifford, how are you?
Great. How about yourself? Thanks so much
I'm
for having
doing,
me.
oh, my pleasure. Really good topic that we're going to talk about today. Important one too. So why don't you share a little bit about you and then we'll jump into the conversation.
Sure. Yeah. So I am 51-year-old male, grew up in the Bay Area, and I've had a human resources compensation consulting firm designing employee and executive pay plans for pre-IPO tech and private companies in the Bay Area for the last 20 years. And got a degree in nutritional science, pretty active in sports, kind of a health nut. And yeah, kind of by my late 30s, early 40s, kind of starting to look and feel my age, and was pretty heavy social drinker, and it was in corporate America, and so I kind of wound up taking a break from alcohol and just kind of got a lot of epiphanies and a lot of just benefits. I think you hit on a lot of these things around stress management and, kind of just looking and feeling and trying to perform at your best and be grateful and all those things. And so I that was kind of my epiphany. And so, yeah, I'm super excited. So I started this men's health and wellness movement called Booze Vacation to kind of encourage my peers to consider taking an extended break from alcohol to as kind of a reset and kind of a opportunity to, kind of tap the brakes with our health and wellness, and because it is one of those kind of predictive models that can cause a lot of issues and a lot of ongoing stress. And so, yeah, I'm doing that officially full time starting in June. So I'm super pumped, kind of my life's passion, and it's been a lot of fun. And yeah, so that's what I'm kind of up to.
That's very important work. And yeah, I've shared a little bit on my show. I think I know I've had it in conversations, maybe not so much on my show, but as far as my family is concerned, there's alcoholism in every branch of my family. Mom's side, dad's side, mom's side, mom's dad's side. You just name it. You literally branch the thing out, and you can pinpoint where alcohol was a huge issue for people. Now, for some, it isn't per se, um, but it does impact, as your research and the work that you do does impact a lot of things. Obviously, our physical health, but also our mental health as well, because I know a lot of people, especially those, I have, family members that deal with it, or have dealt with it, when they were alive. It was, it's a coping mechanism, to quote unquote get away from the stressors of life instead of dealing with the stressors of life. And it's kind of ironic in a way, because if you deal with the stressors in your life, head on without additives and whatnot, you can actually overcome those stressors where you don't need the, the vice basically to overcome your stressors. But it's one of those things where people don't quite grasp that for some reason.
Yeah, it's a really tricky substance. And yeah, we're not targeting alcoholics. We're really targeting men of success that, I think have a difficult time navigating our alcohol obsessed culture where it's at work, it's at play, it's at your sales meetings, it's at all the dinners. And yeah, just, with your physiology, your workload, and what you've accomplished. A lot of people, kind of lean into their careers, and there's a lot of wear and tear that goes with that. And you pick up some bad habits. And I think we have a tendency to try to be that same guy from high school or college. It's wild and crazy and work hard, play hard. But unfortunately, as you stack on the responsibilities and the wear and tear, it is a pretty predictive model. Like you mentioned, obviously stress, it's essentially even small amounts of alcohol, couple drinks regularly, every week will rewire your neural circuitry. So we're talking your baseline levels are higher stress, higher anxiety, lowered mood, lack of impulse control and discipline. So that's a pretty big deal in and of itself. And then you have sleep, you have brain fog, you have how it's affecting, again, through that impulse control, your diet, your blood sugar. It goes down a pretty far rabbit hole when it comes to just, looking, feeling, and performing at your best, being grateful, being present, and not just kind of moping around waiting for the weekend, when you have all your stuff to do during the work week. And so, yeah, it's a pretty big, important deal. And I kind of found in my peers, it's so ingrained in our operating system and our reward system and how we relax and how we go to events that it's, we'll take a dry January, we'll cut back a little bit, but the science shows that, in most cases, guys are gonna need a dedicated 3 to 6 month break just to kind of get back to factory settings when it comes to your rewired circuitry, as well as just kind of getting that back socially and at work to be able to navigate life and relearn how to have fun without it. And if you don't, unfortunately, again, you could be taking action, but you're just really not getting the results. And so you're like, okay, that didn't work really well. It wasn't very fun. And, I'm really glad to get back at it. And so you kind of miss that opportunity. So booze vacations are 3 to 12 months. We're kind of more offense than defense. We're not making up with lame excuses. We have, a game plan. We know what to say. We have, good non-alcoholic drinks at the ready. And it's really a land grab around all the things that alcohol is diminishing, as well as the wear and tear that comes with success. So really just fixing the core principles around your health and wellness when it comes to your sleep and your diet and your fitness and your operating system, really. And so it's really important. And if you don't, life happens, you get kind of spun up, you have less time and space and, more frazzled brain, and it's not great outcomes. It's not a lot of fun when chronic disease starts showing up, unfortunately, in your 40s and 50s in a lot of cases, depending upon, lifestyle factors. So that's kind of the reality. So we're not cool with that. So we're kind of talking some trash on our favorite social pleasantry and having some fun with it.
It's important work. And, for somebody like myself that deals with, individuals and teams that are burned out and stressed and fatigued and all of that, it's a common denominator. Like you said, it's very difficult to go anywhere where it's not front and center, promoted, marketed, from commercials, watching sporting events, at the sporting events, you name it, concerts, at dinners, servers are saying, hey, would you like, here's our latest wine collection or whatever they happen to be pushing that day. It's front and center and everywhere. And it's a cultural norm. So for those of us that don't drink or have stopped drinking, that's when you notice it if you're paying attention. And sometimes there's that element of peer pressure, but there's also like you said, you wait, 3 to 6 months, you stick to it, and your body, repairs itself and rewires itself. All of a sudden, in many cases, you feel better. You taste foods differently. So, just naturally, your eating habits change because there's certain foods that pair with adult beverages, as I like to call it. And you find that you may not like to eat those types of foods as much. So you improve your diet, you start feeling better. When you start feeling better, all of a sudden, those stressors that you were facing, those stressors are still there, but they're not impacting you the same. And you're able to navigate through them or around them easier because you're not in this fog. You're getting good sleep. You feel better. You start looking better in many cases. And if you're in your 40s and 50s and you're successful, it will become noticeable for a lot of people. Like, Cliff, what are you doing differently these days? And like, well, I just, taking care of myself and doing this, and I've cut back on this, or I've stopped, drinking alcohol for a while, and I'm seeing some amazing results, and I'm enjoying life without having to have an adult beverage all the time.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. And again, we're not targeting alcoholics. It's a purposeful break to essentially get you up to 100%. A lot of these guys are dragging ass. They're at 50, 60%. They take a month off, they get to 70%. Oh, I feel great. I'm ready to have another drink. And so they don't really ever get that momentum. They don't they're not able to address all these issues that honestly are overwhelming, because again, you could work out, you could eat a kale salad, but with regular alcohol use, you're just down regulating so many different systems that you're pissing up wind with your physiology. And so we want to ultimately, it's not about pointing fingers or pushing sobriety, but it's really about getting guys to 100%, seeing what it's like, and really giving them a choice, because it seems like the current system is like, what's your favorite brand? You want beer or wine? But it's not like you don't get that choice to really get out of that, social construct. Because again, I'm not drinking tonight. That's kind of an awkward conversation. When you're doing these short breaks, they're defensive, you're on your heels, and they're not very effective, and you're not getting back to 100%. And so there's really no way out. And it sounds kind of dire, but again, just the typical male, like, I don't know about your peer groups, but I mean, go to a football game, go to a corporate event, go to a cookout. It's not like, we're having a couple drinks every hour. Some of those drinks have multiple servings of alcohol in them, and it's 6, 8 drinks, and like that's gonna really do a number on your work week. You're gonna be less productive. You're gonna be sleeping. You're gonna miss workouts. You're gonna have more aches and pains and strains and stomach issues. And after that crappy week, you're gonna be looking for another drink, And so it's kind of, you just get stuck in a lot of these negative feedback loops that I don't think people are aware of. Again, how deep that rabbit hole goes when you're just messing up so many different systems. It's super common to see, a lot of CPAP machines and snoring appliances. You're dysregulating your autonomic nervous system, your respiratory rate, your heart rate, your stomach. You're creating a leaky gut, chronic inflammation. So there's a lot of Advil and Tylenol, in the gym bags. And ultimately, again, when you're crushing testosterone as males. So, when you stop getting results at the gym and stuff like that, you're like, whatever, I'm kind of a sore shoulder. I'll just, stick with work. And it's like, you wind up, you have plenty of money. And then once you lose your health, then you're pretty screwed, because things can kind of go sideways pretty quickly. And you realize you haven't been spinning the right plates. And so I think it's just really imperative as guys, we kind of target guys in their 30s or 50s. We were talking offline about how I think some of these younger generations, they have dating apps, they have, they have weed, they have all kinds of different stuff that, back in the day, I think we were more indoctrinated into the alcohol type stuff. And that, it's a very predictive model. You use it and it works really well. And then when you stop using it for a period of time, it doesn't work well. So you kind of break that system. And again, ultimately, probably probably 70% of our members will go back to drinking, but they're just drinking way less and for different reasons. And they've had that opportunity to restore their health, which is a limited time only offer. Once you hit chronic disease, a lot of people are going down with cancers and cardiac events and arrhythmias and all kinds of, autoimmune diseases and stomach issues. And, once you kind of start playing with your doctor and pharmacist and surgeon, it's kind of like all bets are off. But we really want to give guys a lifeline and an opportunity. And again, I'm kind of sounding like a nervous Nelly, but the reality is that, success, wear and tear, age, and regular alcohol use is a very predictive model. And it's not just the alcohol, but yeah, it just really erodes your diet and lifestyle. And like you were saying, it's like, yeah, it's really kicking your metabolic health in the groin. And there's a lot of sugar spikes with IPAs or just you're just craving a lot of junk and a lot of processed food. You're eating after dinner. That's dysregulating your sleep. It's spiking blood. It's just kind of sitting in your gut. It's just a lot of negative things that you get stuck in, and it becomes normal, and it's not, it really tanks your quality of life that, now, because you're more stressed, you're not as grateful, you're not performing and looking as well. And then later on, when these chronic disease states start showing up, it's not a lot of fun. And this is for guys that don't really have a drinking problem, they're just kind of a normal guy. And so that's kind of the scary part.
Yeah, having worked in healthcare for over a decade, I saw, as time was going on, younger and younger people dealing with chronic diseases. And it scares me, because assuming that they do live a longer life, if they hit the average lifespan of what we do today, that's a long life to be dealing with taking medications and all of the side effects and everything else that comes from it. And even a public disclosure, which I have not shared this with anyone. There's only a handful of people that know this. Next month, at the time of this recording, we're recording in the middle of April. Next month, I will have been dry for 1 year. I have not had any alcohol in almost a year. And the things you've talked about, I noticed, right away. But then as time went on, I just noticed just improvements without necessarily making any other adjustments. But the adjustments kind of came naturally because I was feeling better all the time and not waking up kind of lethargic and groggy and things like that. So I was able to say, you know what, I'm gonna go for a longer walk, or I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna, work on this, or clarity. It's like, I'm gonna tackle that today, or I'm gonna do this. I just found it easier to do it. And it was, a choice of saying, you know what, I'm gonna take a little of a pause on this. And it got to the point where, pardon the pun, I got addicted to feeling better. And I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna stay dry. And I've got family and friends that drink, and I shared with them. I said, look, I'm not going to be that reformed smoker to you and say you shouldn't. I mean, I'll point them to this interview and say, hey, watch and listen to this. But, for me, it's like you're going to do what you want to do, and that's you. I'm not going to tell you not to do this or not to do that. But for me, I know everything that you mentioned is absolutely true. What I've experienced over this last 11 plus months is just feeling better, more clarity, digestive system's better, blood sugars and all that kind of stuff. Blood work comes back clean. I just feel and perform better, which has allowed me to do different things and take on additional things that I probably wouldn't have had the necessarily capability or discipline or motivation to want to try. So it's just, I'm a real life example of what you're talking about. And I'm not a client. I'm just full disclosure here. I'm not a client. I'm just, have you on the show. But what you said is truth, because I have experienced it myself. And that's, I was so glad to hear, because it was like, oh yep, I was nodding in my head. Yep, you're right. Yep. So again, it's just, we I want people to feel better. Especially when people are stressed and they have a difficult job, and your clients, they're high performing executives, senior leaders, the prime of their work life. Well, if that window is short, we think it's long, but it's not. It's really short. So it's a great opportunity for people to crush it and do really well to set themselves up for the rest of their lives. And just like any athlete or anybody that's doing a performance, you want to be your best so you can be the best. And of course, the rewards come from that. So just, making an adjustment like this, yes, I know it might be challenging for some people, but you're not alone. There's people that can support you. And obviously your team and the resources that your team provides will help people with that.
Yeah, and let me talk a little bit more about Booze Vacation and your experience. And I think that's awesome. And that's what kind of pissed me off, is that no one's talking about it, no one's trying it, no one's seeing their peers do it, and really connecting the dots. I think us guys are kind of monkey see, monkey do. And when you do it, like you did it, that's fantastic, that's awesome. But you're still kind of in this defensive. It's still very socially, kind of taboo, which is silly, because we're not 20 anymore. And so that's really why I created Booze Vacation. And a guy doesn't have to sign up for our program to, take a break from alcohol. But, we do have a lot of, cool free tools and resources just to kind of help guys, kind of navigate that. And that's why I created Booze Vacation. I want to make it kind of fun and aspirational. And, you kind of say Booze Vacation and they'll be like, oh, that sounds like fun. And then you're like, oh, it's this. They'll be like, oh, I don't like that. And then you're like, well, why don't you like that? Oh, so it's just kind of a way to kind of, kind of trigger the conversation. But for me, it made my buddies laugh, and it kind of got me off their back. And so, but I think it's just really important that guys share that experience, because the reality is there's a million guys that could use it. And there's a lot of pent up demand for this type of need, not for alcoholics that don't want to go to AA, but like, what the hell, is everyone else supposed to do? And every guy is trying to have more testosterone, try to build muscle, trying to sleep better, trying to have better relationships, have better sex, better performance, be more grateful, have better digestion and health. It's like all this stuff, like, again, I don't care what you're doing, what protocols you're doing, because I did it. That was me. Like, I drank for 30 years. I had a degree in nutritional science. I had the time, money, and resources to do it. And guess what? Like, I had to throw in the towel. I had a CPAP machine. I had bad blood work. I looked and felt like crap. And so I finally threw in the towel, and all these interventions worked great. They were just out of sequence. And so I think it's just really important that, so that's kind of why I created, Booze Vacation. So it's not, you're not making any lifetime declarations. You're just like, hey, I'm on vacation right now. And, maybe I'll have a drink later, but right now I'm on vacation and I'm loving it. And it's really kind of, it's kind of, playing offense. Hey, I lost some weight. I'm looking great, and it's not like people can't tell that, and I think, again, in our society, I think people just think that parties are about the alcohol. No, they're about the people. And when you're looking and feeling better and, and you're more at ease and you're less anxious, you could actually learn how to have fun without it. And so it's just kind of a foreign concept. And I think a lot of my peers just are, kind of shut down on it. But the reality is it's not a dumb idea. Everybody's trying, everybody should do it. It's a limited time offer only. And like you mentioned, it's more tools in your tool belt. You know how to do it. You have a longer shelf life, a longer runway. You might, say, hey, I still want to drink, or, I might, kind of mix and match and do other things, but it's giving you that option that you don't currently have. And no self-respecting man is going to want the big bag of predictive problems that they're signing up for with regular alcohol use, whether it's a CPAP machine, whether it's erectile dysfunction, it's rusting and clogging your cardiovascular system. I could go on and on what it does, but again, there's so many direct and indirect effects to all your organs and functions and systems in your body that it's just a matter of if, not, when, not if. And so that's kind of what we're up against. And so that's why it's so important to us. And yeah, we have a ton of free tools and resources, and then we're going to have like more of a mastermind group and more kind of paid stuff. But at the end of the day, anybody can do it. You're not an alcoholic. But I think the critical piece, one tip I'll tell people is the most critical piece is like, don't try to cut back. Don't take this 1 month stuff. That's defensive. It's not going to work. It's not going to get you to 100%. You really need to, the hardest part about taking a break is not the taking a break. It's the deciding to take a break, and then just make sure you take it, get 3-6 months, and ideally even longer. And it is kind of dose dependent. If you've been drinking for, 20 plus years, 3 months probably isn't long enough, but just start with more of a dedicated break to give yourself that runway and that opportunity to really heal, and then take that extra time, money, and energy like you did to work on all these other things. And so that's where it's at. So it's not about sitting around, moping around, waiting for the clock, but it's really about getting after it and using all that extra time, money, and energy to really, stack as many wins as possible. So you're going to want to keep them, and that's going to change how you drink long term, no matter how you choose.
Yeah, it's amazing advice, and I'm really thrilled to have had you on the show and talk about this, because I know what it's like to feel better, and I want people to feel better and perform better, because when leaders perform better, guess what? Those companies perform better, which means their employees perform better, which means society gets better products and services. So I'm selfish in this. It makes things better for all of us. So it's a win-win for everybody. So Clifford, I've loved this conversation. Where can people find out more about you and all this amazing work you're doing?
Yeah, check us out at boozevacation.com. We got a bunch of tools and resources for free, and a bunch of other stuff, a community that we're working on. So yeah, totally appreciate it and agree. I think, yeah, just kind of, being present, being grateful, being engaged, and, being real, because like I said, I think alcohol can kind of dumb us down and have us in these lowered states, and we're just more us when we're, at full capacity. So I agree. And that really helps teams as well.
Agreed. And I'll have all that information in the show notes. So Clifford, then again, thank you so much for your time and this very, very important conversation. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you so much. Take care.
Welcome back. I've got Erica Ziegelman on the line. Erica, how have you been?
Hi, I've been all right. I'm so glad to be here. Thanks for having me, Mike.
Been looking forward to this conversation for quite a bit. So, we interacted on I forget what platform it was, but
Club.
Oh, that's right, Lunch Club. That's right, and realized, both have San Diego ties and all of that, but we're not originally from that area. So, why don't you share a little bit about you, and then we'll dive into the conversation.
Yeah. So my name is Erica Ziegelman. I'm an integrative leadership coach and a former media executive, worked in advertising for agencies, startups, tech companies for about 15 years before having my own journey with burnout there and back a couple of times, and then decided to educate myself and acquired a new toolkit of skills. And now I support leaders who are in corporate so that they can tend to themselves and be more conscious leaders and avoid burnout. So we clearly had a lot to geek out on together.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things that always comes to mind too, when I think about people that are working in the corporate space that are dealing with burnout and all of that, there's many of us that have left corporate, quote unquote, and went on our own or doing something else, maybe a nonprofit or who knows. But the key thing to remember is we can't have everybody leave corporate because of burnout, because then there won't be any corporate.
Exactly.
So we have to approach this from a different vantage point, with the goal, of course, is to make those important people in every layer of the corporate entities healthy and productive, and actually reaping the benefits of their work and enjoying what they do again. And there's a lot of people that do, and it's not we don't want to paint this picture where 100% of people are burned out. We're not there yet, and I certainly hope we never do get there. But depending on the industry and depending on the role, the numbers are higher than other areas, and it's alarming because you know what burnout tastes like. I know what it tastes like. It's not fun. I don't like seeing people go through it. I don't want them to go through it. I know you don't either. So it's that's why it's so important for the work that we're doing, is to show people there's a way out of this, and you can still stay in the type of role that you're in right now. Maybe not at that company, maybe you will stay at that company, hard to say, but at least you got to have the tools and figure out why you're burning out, what you're doing, what are the external factors that are contributing to it, and sort through it that way, and ultimately hopefully end up being wiser and healthier and just a better employee and a better person after doing all the work.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I think with my personal experience and my journey, I had to go through my own personal healing and like really acknowledging what was happening. It took someone else to tell me like these feelings that you're having and this pure fatigue and exhaustion, all these things are symptoms of burnout. And I didn't even realize. So it was like my own aha moment and then my own journey. And then at this time, I was still in corporate, managing client services function at a very large tech company. And I realized I had an opportunity from within to shift how I was showing up and to give permission and model for my team, how to work and take care of myself in a different way that was more sustainable. And I started to notice the ripple effect of that. And ultimately, I decided to remove myself from the corporate environment, but I reach back in now from, with an outside perspective to help educate and uplift and transform those leaders so that they can have a ripple effect. And that's really where I see the impact. When we start with the leaders, they are modeling it for the generations, the rising leaders that will follow them. And we can have that be a toxic model, or we can have it be a healthy, sustainable model. We just need to teach them and guide them how.
And that's the key thing, is just teaching them, because the way that they learned was probably a combination of the leaders or executives that they've worked with in the past, and they kind of borrowed some habits, some good, some maybe not so good, and that's just how they do it, and they can't approach things in a different way. And having somebody like yourself that has obviously the corporate background, they'll listen to you because you've been in the trenches. You know what it's like, and you can say, yeah, there's this and this, and here's a different way to approach it. And if you do this, then you will get better performance out of yourself, and you'll get better performance out of your team because they're mimicking you. And that's the thing that a lot of executives don't really notice, is that their team is behaving the way that their executive is. So if they're working 18-hour days, sending emails, 11 p.m. on a Saturday night and doing all this work, your employees are thinking, well, that's what's expected of me. And many executives would say, if you ask them, do you expect your employees to work at Saturday night, 11 o'clock on a non-urgent matter? And they'd say no. So, well, you're sending them emails, and
Right.
they think that you need to respond that. Now, they're out, they might be at the club or out to dinner or a concert or something like that. And all of a sudden they get this Slack message of need to update this presentation. And all of a sudden that's the only thing that's on that employee's mind right now. To be completely removed from wherever they're at. And it's like, I always tell people, it's as hard as it is, like, just put your phone on do not disturb. I know it does have an off button. I found that on my iBinky not too long ago. I'm like, this thing turns off? Wow, I didn't know that. I knew it'd die if it ran out of battery, but you could actually choose to shut this thing off. Wow. That must have been a new feature. I don't remember that before, but I'm kidding. But most people won't.
Exactly. And the percentage of time, depends on the industry and the field that you're in. If you're in healthcare, this might be very different than you work in media, but it's very rarely a true emergency, right? A true business emergency that needs to be attended to in that minute. But like you said, it hijacks your attention. So even if there's nothing you can do about it, or it's not necessary for you to take an action, you're now taken out of the present moment and having a parallel experience to what you're actually doing, and which also means that we don't have that time to recover. So I think staying in that constant state of vigilance and like always waiting for that next Slack to come in or email to come in, or urgent request from your boss or your client, like keeps us in this elevated, activated state with adrenaline and cortisol constantly running. And then when you have time off, you can't really unplug. We're like addicted to that. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, but that's what happens. And if leaders aren't aware that they're contributing to that, that's a huge opportunity to inform them and to shift these behaviors from the top down.
Yeah, I'll give you an example of that. I called it, I actually published an article not too long ago on my blog about addiction to email, basically. And what I purposely did, not with your email, but with most of the emails that I get, I set up a separate email account if it's a newsletter or it's a lead magnet or something like that. So I have everything driven to that email address. That way it kind of keeps my business email account relatively clean, other than just business inquiries and client work and things like that. So the other day I went to log in at the other email, and there were 60 new emails that came in that morning. And I thought, okay, this is way too much. It's like, and I'm not saying that those emails, I signed up for them. They weren't just like spam, they showed up. No, these are separate emails that I had signed up for with all great content. But the problem is, if you spend all your time looking at those 60 emails and all the messages, and again, all of them were rock solid good, it takes you away from what you should be working on. Pick 2 or 3 things that are your most important things to do that's going to move your business, your career, whatever, forward. If it meets the criteria of those 3, then by all means, sign up for it, read the email, but apply it. Do something with it, make a note of it or apply it. Otherwise, you're basically reading the newspaper. And it's, again, not knocking anybody that has, sent out emails to, but what I ended up doing is like, you know what, this is too distracting to me. So I had a choice, either delete the email account or just unsubscribe. And I went through and just unsubscribed pretty much all of them. And if anybody's listening and I'm, you got my unsubscribe, it's nothing personal. It's just it was taking too much time away. So now my inbox, it's a lot, a lot less emails are coming in. It's business specific mostly and all of that. So I'm finding that, thing you just talked about. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't get a message. Oh, gotta go check my message. Gotta go check my. So it's something that I found myself guilty of, and I talk about it too. It's like, come on, my brother gave me the phone nickname of iBinky because I was always on it like a baby with a pacifier.
Yeah.
I'm sure Apple has that trademarked. If they don't, they should. Or somebody else can do it and then make a few $1 million off of Apple. They
You get
have
royalties. Yeah.
they have it. But they would probably win in court because it's so close, and Apple has more legal power than most of us do if we all combine our money together. But
Fair.
another story for another day. But ultimately, it just boils down to having boundaries around when you consume things and when you don't, and everybody's different when it comes to that. And I'm not about to say you should only check your emails at this, and this time. No, everybody's different, but I think we're both in agreement on, and we talked about this a little bit in the pre-show, where you have to really have boundaries on what kind of information you're consuming and how much of it, especially during times like we face right now with what's going on in the world and with the situation in the Ukraine, and of course, the recent developments and in Israel, in the Middle East, and all the players, and we are in a very combustive state right now, in my opinion, and I'm very, very concerned about what could come of all of this, because it's one rocket or one bomb away from a full-blown across the planet kind of thing. And I don't want to even use the words, but there's been 2 of them in our history, and it wouldn't shock me to see a third one. I just certainly hope I don't see it in my lifetime or for generations or quite frankly ever. But it's a very frightening situation that we're facing in a lot of pockets of this world. And we talked about it again in the pre-show on how heavy it is for us and for people around the globe, and and even all sides of it. I'm not going to isolate one group versus another. It's heavy for everybody, and I really just it's hard on us, and it's hard on everybody, and I really wish it wasn't that way, because it doesn't need to be that way, but it is. And love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, even as you're just shifted to that topic, I noticed my heart rate increase, because it is such an activating time that we're in. And there are so many global events and so many things that are overstimulating, that, whether it's visuals of horrific violence or climate disaster, like all of these things that like we're seeing happen in real time. And we talked about this in the pre-show too. I think the difference now is that with social media and just being globally connected, we see everything happening in real time. And it's so much for our systems to take in. And when we're already carrying chronic stress from our work and from our family obligations and financial stress and all of these things just piled on, it's so imperative that we are defining our own boundaries with how much we're willing to take in, and then how we are proactively giving ourselves space to rest and recover. And really, like let us down regulate our nervous system response, because staying in this constantly activated state is a surefire, like fast track to burnout. And so I'm, noticing for myself what those boundaries need to be. And I was talking about just taking social media off my phone, because the thing with social media is I might go because I want to like soothe myself with like a kitten video, but you don't get to choose what you're served. So you might see something that you do not want to see, and you're kind of bombarded by that image. And before you even have a chance to scroll past it, like it's too late. You've already seen it and you can't unsee it. So yeah, I think this is a really important time for us to be turning inward and regulating, for ourselves, but also co-regulating with the people around us. with our animals, with pets, that's another great way to calm the nervous system, but just like finding those tools and practices that help us stay grounded when we're constantly being reactivated.
Yeah, and you make a great point, compared to, previous times of war and strife where, the information would come to us through news channels, cable news or broadcast news and whatnot. And you, of course, working in the media, you're well aware of this. There's a review of what we can put on the air and what we can't. And, sometimes they'll say, there's a warning, this is pretty graphic, but there's certain things that they will not put on. The thing with TikTok or Instagram or any other service where you can actually go live and show exactly what's going on in the world, not just from your balcony in Tel Aviv and seeing things, bombs and all of that, but even the people that are taking hostages and some of the things that we've been, I thankfully have somehow avoided seeing most of that because I just, but you hit it right on the head. You launch Instagram, you want to see some cat videos or the memes of the cat driving, leaving work. One of my favorites was, can't find a parking spot at work. I'm going home. They have enough people. I just found that so hysterically funny, and just this white cat driving a car. It's comical, and we need that type of silly humor in these really heavy times. But unfortunately, you launch it, it's kind of like a social media roulette. You're like, what am I going to get here? And it could be something, again, depending on who you follow, and it gets to the point where it's like, okay, do I unfollow everything? But you have to understand, the algorithms on these things, they will feed you content that you may have liked or looked at before. So even though you may not be following, let's say, a news agency, it's like, you've liked something from a similar organization before. Would you like to see this? And you're like, no, I don't want to see that right now. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done around that from the social media standpoint. I am not one for censorship. But there has to be some humanity and we're not going to show graphic things that are going to be harming to the psyche of people that could consume it. I mean, you could traumatize somebody from
that's what it is. It's vicarious traumatization, where we are being traumatized by seeing these visuals and hearing stories, especially when it's like, I'm considering almost like non-consensual when it happens in social media. And I realize it's my choice to open an app, but we can be traumatized. We are being traumatized by seeing this and hearing the sounds and the stories. And I'm not advocating for putting our heads in the sand either and not being informed, because I think it's really important to be educated and to understand the situations that are happening. Just from a political perspective, we are like all connected, a humanitarian perspective more than anything, but to do it in a way where like it's at a time where we choose, where we feel resourced to do it, where it's not, going to just like take you out of your day when it's just a lot. It's been very, to me, it's been very kind of all consuming this week. So trying to figure this, how to walk this line for myself.
Yeah. And it's one size doesn't fit all. It's what I do myself when times are challenging or down, or dealing with a bit of depression or anxiety or anything like that, is it just like, okay, let's get back to the basics. Let's whatever kind of brings you more of a relaxed or happy state. Could be meditation, could be listening to just different sounds, brown noise, your favorite music, going going for a drive and going back to your favorite coffee shop that is nearby. If you live across country, that's going to be a long drive, but you can find something local. Apparently there's coffee and tea shops in San Diego. I've heard a rumor. I don't bother with the frequent cards because I'd have to have like 2 wallets just for all of those things. So it's just not, it's like, that's okay. I'll let somebody else get a discount. But whatever you do, and this goes obviously for you and everybody listening and watching, is just, figure out what those things are in life that you love doing that kind of brings you into a singular space where you're not thinking about work. You're not thinking about what's going on, overseas or in your own backyard or whatever. Just, get to, find that whatever it is. And sometimes it could be a physical object that you touch to remind yourself, okay, it's going to be okay. I mean, right now we're in the midst of a storm, I forgot who said it. It was, I think Churchill, if you're going through hell, keep going. A lot of people have said that, don't stop, just keep going, through it, get through the storm and you'll be fine. In situations like what we're seeing right now, there's so many of us that feel powerless, but I think I want to flip the switch on that and saying, if you take care of yourself and you protect your energy and you protect your well-being and you get to a happy, loving state of yourself, making sure that you truly love yourself and you're taking care of yourself the best that you can, that emits an energy that people recognize, and hopefully they will pick up on it and they will do the same thing. So we can get to more of a harmonious state, because we are one planet. Yes, there's these borders that were man-made, and a variety of other factors involved. I don't want to simplify things. It's complex, especially, since, some of these battles and things like that have been going on for a very, very long time. And it's to the point where I often say, do they even remember what they're fighting about? It's, again, that's a simplification of the dynamics of everything that's going on over in Israel and Palestine and the Gaza Strip and all of that. But it shouldn't require harming people. It should. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out, because come on, people shouldn't be dying about this, but they are. And it's tough. But again, going back to, what we talked about originally, these type of things, can cause prolonged stress, which prolonged stress turns into burnout. So you have to be really careful about this. And I love what you said. Don't put your head in the sand, but you have to have some regulation and some boundaries around what you consume and how much you consume. I think back to my parents. They, my dad passed a few years ago, but they'd put on the news, at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and that thing would run until 7 o'clock. So they were constantly getting gaslit with all the negativity that's going on in the world. Didn't matter which flavor of the news they were watching. It's got, unfortunately, there's a lot of negative things that the news agencies highlight because that's what gets ratings, unfortunately.
Yeah, fear. Yeah, it's a lot of fear. And I mean, rightly justified right now, but I wanted to just go back to something that you said about like finding those resourcing activities, meditation or being out in nature or taking a walk or talking to a friend. I think it's really important that we identify where these sources of safety are that really calm our systems, that help us come back to a sense of connection to ourselves, but also, I think most importantly, to other people. It's really important that we're checking in with each other, with our friends, our family, our loved ones, our colleagues, because everyone's experiencing this time in a different way, but it's pretty hard to not be affected by it. And so I think, just being really mindful of like, we're having our own personal experiences, but the people around us are as well. And so we have an opportunity to, as we've been talking about, like set an example of how to stay connected and how to stay present and how to take care of ourselves and each other. And that can look differently for everyone, but it's really whatever makes you feel safe and calm and connected, I would say, are like really the three main things.
And that applies to working in corporate as well.
Yes. Yeah.
We talked about a lot of, real life, real heavy stuff here, but it's kind of going back to what I said a moment ago. It's like sometimes you just go back to the basics, start at okay, let's start clean slate. Don't throw everything out, but just like, okay, we're gonna go in a different room that isn't used. Okay, let's kind of map this out. Let's start here and add the things we need to. It's kind of like the junk drawer in a way. And it's probably not a great analogy, but we all have those, where there's a box or a drawer that's just filled with, I'll save this for later kind of thing. And you look at it and it's just like, what in the world? I don't even know what this thing is. But eventually it's good to kind of clear that out, start with a fresh slate, and you find things, I've been looking for that, or I don't need that anymore. And then a week later you realize, oh yeah, you did. But you can order it online anymore. Life is easier now when it comes to things like that. Yeah, well, they'll sell you that little handle for your bread maker. What's that? We don't need this. Oops, yeah. Guess we can't make bread now. But at the end of the day, it's just a reminder for all of us we have to take care of ourselves before we can take care of anybody else. And when we do that, and we find, and it takes time, because especially when, and this, when people are burned out, they've kind of forgotten how to take care of themselves. And getting back to the basics of like, okay, what does taking care of yourself look like? Describe that, and give them the permission to do that again. Let's just start one little step at a time. And when you do that, and it becomes a habit, and it's, it sticks around, then you start seeing other areas of your life improve. And then from there, all of a sudden you're like, wow, you know what? Yeah, the stress from work is still there, but it's not impacting me the same way anymore. And I'm clearer now on what I need to do and what I don't. And it turns around leaders, which turns around teams, which turns around groups and companies. And it's so simple to do, but it's really hard for people to do. And I think that's where we come in and we say, look, you can do this. You just got to approach it, a little bit differently than you have in the past. And you'll see big returns just by getting real crystal clear on what you want to do and what you don't.
Exactly. So well said. I think, I've found that often the people who experience burnout are the ones who consider themselves to be helpers and to have really big hearts and to want to make sure that everyone else is taken care of, right? So as a leader, you put your team first, you put the business first, you put your clients first, and then you put your family and your friends first. And but before you know it, we have finite time, energy, and resources, and we ourselves are at the bottom of the list, and then we run out of juice to serve anybody else. So yeah, this isn't about like us doing anything wrong, but it's about turning some of that love and care and tending towards ourselves first, so that we can then continue to serve, right? To do it in a sustainable way, and continue to take care of our people.
You identify as a reformed people pleaser.
Yeah, same.
There's a book, you're probably familiar with it. If not, definitely pick it up. It's called Disease to Please. It was by Harriet Breaker. It came out in 2000, I believe. And every couple years, it's my holiday present to myself to read that book again. It's got 21 days of exercises in it. It identifies all types of people pleasing. I thought I was a certain type of people pleaser, but after reading the book, I realized I was something else. And it was an aha moment for me when I finished that book, and it alarmed me and it also gave me insights as to why, one of the components why I burned out, because I was putting everybody else before me. I was like, I wouldn't delegate because they got too much work to do. I'll just go ahead and do it. And yeah. So if you don't take care of yourself first, you're not going to take care of anybody. So, and when you do take care of people, they're getting a much better version of you. And that's one of those hurdles that a lot of people have to get over. Once they figure that out, they go, wow, I'm actually the best I can be. So I can be the best when I do give. So it's
I think it's also modeling how to take care of ourselves. Like when we sometimes we think, oh, I need to I need to demonstrate to my team how to work hard and how to deliver results. And of course, that's important, but there's one of the most impactful things that I saw an old manager of mine do, and this was probably 12 years into my career and was the first time I saw a manager take all of her paid time off during the year. Didn't roll over days. She used all of her time. She went to every one of her kids' recitals and school conferences, and she showed up for her personal life in a way I had never seen modeled before. And then it gave me permission to use my paid time off, and to recharge. That's why we have it. But I hadn't seen it before because I had only had the example of managers who are like, oh, I work through my vacations and I only take 2 weekends off a year. And like, there was some badge of honor in that. And I had to see it modeled in my own leader to realize like, oh, wow, that empowers me to do the same. And when I do it, it empowers my team to do the same. And this is how we prevent burnout. So, yeah.
Yeah, I had that badge of honor. Then it was turned into a badge of stents in my left anterior descending artery. So I don't want to do that again.
Oh.
That was not fun.
Oh.
But at the end of the day, it's important for us to take care of ourselves, because when we do that, we're actually taking care of others as well. So, Erica, I've loved this conversation. We could talk for hours, you know that. But where can people find out more about you and all this amazing work you're doing?
Yeah. Well, you can follow me on LinkedIn or Instagram once I go back on there. I am on LinkedIn regularly at Erica Ziegelman, or my website, ericaziegelman.com. I would love to connect with any listeners or viewers of the show. I offer one-on-one coaching and group coaching and work with corporate teams on conscious leadership, burnout prevention, all the topics we talked about. And yeah, it's been such a pleasure, and love, being able to share our experience and empower others with this knowledge.
No, thank you. And I'll definitely have all that information in the show notes. So, Erica, always good to talk with you. Thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. I've got Rachel Gogos online. Rachel, how are you?
I am doing great. How are you, Michael?
I am awesome. Been looking forward to this conversation for a while, so I'm looking to dive into the work you do and jump into the conversation.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right, so share a little bit about you.
So I am the founder and owner of a brand agency. We, for the last decade or so, have specialized in personal branding. We also work with a lot of business brands, and we do a lot of the tactical things behind the scenes that help one build their online presence. I came to starting this agency through a very winding path in my life that included stints in government and nonprofit organizations like the United Nations, and also in journalism at the Wall Street Journal. So I feel blessed to be able to use all my skills in what I do today.
Heard of those organizations. I am a subscriber to one of them anyway. I don't know if the UN has any type of publication. I'm sure they do.
Yeah,
Some
they
type
have a
of
lot.
yeah, of course they have a pretty good vantage point of what's going on in the world. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, in the Wall Street Journal, of course, we know what they do.
Mhm.
But it's important. I always love talking with people, because no one has a direct path to what they are
Mhm.
doing now. Everything was from twists and turns and opportunities and choices, sometimes moving forward, sometimes maybe taking a step or two back. And it's one of those things, and even in my career, what I've done over my life, I look at the tools that I picked up along the way, and some of them were when I worked in accounting, some of them were in IT, some of them nonprofit,
Mhm.
some of them consulting, some of them doing audits. When my original career as a public accountant, auditing all kinds of different organizations, which I never thought would be beneficial to me in the work that I do today, but it is, because
Yeah.
when you speak with organizations regarding workplace culture or burnout prevention or whatever the case might be, I have at least somewhat of an understanding of the nuances of what that organization, as far as the type of organization it is, might be running into. And when I bring it up sometimes in conversations, people look at it and they say, did you ever work in this field before?
Mm-hmm.
No. Well, how do you know that? Well, I'm an auditor, or originally was an auditor. So you ask questions. You
Yeah.
want to understand how organizations work. And I think one of the things when it comes down to personal branding
Mm-hmm.
and building your presence online and even offline. And yes, there is an offline world. I know
Yes.
for many of us, we forget that, but there's still out there. But I think, and I run into this a lot, and I'm sure you do too, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, is when it comes to boasting about what
Mm-hmm.
we do or who we are or what we do, we struggle. Now we can explain, like I just did a few minutes ago about, okay, this type of organization has these aspects to it, all these parameters, and I can articulate it that, without a problem. But then you ask me, okay, what do I do? We kind of get that, second grade stage fright kind of thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Mm-hmm. So think the question, what do you do? Often, really, for people, they answer why they do what they do versus the what they do. I mean, I think the immediate reaction is I'm a pharmaceutical rep or whatever the thing is. But I think the more important answer actually is the why somebody does what they do, because then you really start to get to the heart of a person and the soul of a person, and it's a much more memorable conversation. That's one thing. The other part I want to address here is this boasting piece, right? And many times when I talk to people about personal branding, they immediately go to that thought, right? Oh, not comfortable boasting about myself or bragging about myself or whatever that might be. And that's actually not what personal branding is. So I'd love to share that personal branding is really about, we all come to different relationships with a reputation already in hand, right? So part of a personal brand is our existing reputation, which if someone doesn't know someone, right, they can easily Google them and get a sense of somebody's reputation very quickly nowadays. And the other part of personal branding is the personality, like the real essence of the person. What makes them tick? What are their values? What is their mission in life? What is their drive in life? What are the things they're really convicted about, really passionate about? Those are all elements of a personal brand. So if you think about it, if you start to share some of those things, it's not really boasting. It's just kind of dropping the kimono a little bit, and letting people in and just letting people know who you are. I think it can be a little bit awkward doing that online because sometimes you feel like you're talking into a black hole, but there's certain ways one can write content so it doesn't sound like that, right? And try to also increase engagement and conversation and posts as you're informing people a little bit more about yourself or educating them on the work that you do in a way that can be helpful to people too.
Like articles that I write or keynotes or posts, anything like
Mhm.
that. What I tend to do when I can, and I'm thinking about it, is as if I'm having a conversation with somebody, and of course there's writing styles, and you can make it conversational, or you can
Right.
follow guidelines and all that. Because ironically, I found out the other day, my sixth grade teacher, Mrs. Nicholas, who was just as stern as they came
Mhm.
with English and proper
Mhm.
things and all that stuff, and even to the point in my writing I use an app called Grammarly, which a lot of
Oh
people
yeah.
probably use.
Mhm.
So my nickname for that app is Mrs. Nicholas. And I one day I thought, what, I wonder, you know when she may have passed away or anything. So that was sixth grade, that was not yesterday.
Right.
So I thought, okay, when did she pass away? She hasn't.
Oh,
And
amazing.
I'm like, one, that's awesome. Two, it's like yeah, she would be. I think she would be quite pleased and not surprised in the work that I'm doing.
Yes.
I'm there's days I'm still shocked at that I do what I do. Like,
Uh-huh.
wow, but I can connect the dots. I can see how I'm doing what
Yes.
I'm doing, but there are days where I have to kind of pause for a moment and go, all right, why is this such an awesome experience now? Because I, again, never would have done it before. And I think
Mhm.
the storytelling of branding
Mhm.
is important because people connect to stories. That's why people love watching television shows or going to the movies or watching movies. I mean, everybody paying for the 400 streaming services that we all have now.
Yeah.
People love stories. So when you are talking about what you do,
Mhm.
there's if you can somehow bring those people in, like you mentioned,
Mhm.
and share the story of why you do what you do. And
Mhm.
yes, okay, compensation, money, we all get that, but
Sure.
there's a reason for why you do. There's something that resonates within you that you chose this path instead of doing something completely different. And I think the more people that do that, the more connected people start feeling, and the whole know, like, and trust factor comes
Yes.
into play because you can look at, a website or you can read a bio and you
Mhm.
can go, wow, it's as if I know this person. And if
Mhm.
you have that, then you're like, okay, let's proceed further
Yeah.
and work with them on something if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah. No, you hit the nail on the head when you said connecting the dots, right? That's so important to put, particularly on an about page or, on your LinkedIn profile as well. Because if we just put a list of every place we've worked, kind of like a resume, we're not actually connecting the dots of how it's relevant to what we're doing today. So the more we can do that, and again, weave in part of the story, which is what people remember, and weave in those interesting points that are differentiators for you, whether personal or professional. Again, like those little things are memorable, but there also could be great connection points to someone who is looking for an accountant, let's say. But you also mentioned that you love to bake bread, right? Someone else might have that passion. It's certainly going to stand out because you don't really think about that when you're looking for a numbers guy, right, to help you with your business. So it's as you unravel the story, unveil the story, and connect the dots, just make sure, that you're also keeping a little bit of those personal elements in that also communicate your reputation and communicate your passions, right? In a way that make people say, I want to know a little bit more about this person. They sound intriguing to me, and clearly there's more to them. So, the more you can convey that online, I think the better. And I think video too, just to kind of take a little tangent into that, besides podcasting and putting audio content out there, even short video snippets, again, because it's like a fully dimensional connection, right? Versus somebody just reading static words. And it's always amazing to me what people resonate with and something that they read about another person online or see about another, right, within a video or something to that. So the more you can just, show up naturally and who you are, and the more you can, again, like help people connect the dots, because you also have about 3 seconds online to grab somebody's attention. The more you can do that right off the bat and make it easy for them to consume your content, the much more likely I think they are to, to reach out to further the connection.
Yeah, they get to know you as, like you said, a person,
Yes.
and it's one of those things that the organization that published a few of my books, one of the
Mm.
things that they were hammering home was, confusion repels and clarity attracts. So
Mhm.
and their theme was basically on, okay, when you're posting things online, if you're
Mhm.
a business and you're promoting your business, you want it to be, business, so you're not confusing people. But I have to challenge that now because I think people feel more connected. That's why you see, the famous people, quote unquote famous
Mhm.
people, musicians and athletes and actors and, dignitaries and all of that. When they're on social media and they have such a huge following, is because there's a desire for
Mhm.
people that want to know more. Like, we can pick on Taylor Swift for a minute.
Mhm.
Yes, video snippets of her performing or things like that, but it could be something where she's, at a football game or she's doing something in the community or anything like
Mhm.
that. It gives a bigger insight because people want to connect with people. That's our natural instinct, is
Yes.
to
Mhm.
connect. And, during the pandemic, that, really hit a lot of people because
Mhm.
we were forced not to necessarily physically or get close to people. And it was, I know a lot of people are still dealing with that and the
Mhm.
aftermath of that. And it's going to be an interesting dynamic to watch over the next few decades to see what comes of that. Of
Yeah.
course, thankfully, with therapies and a variety of other things, there are ways to navigate around or through things. And my hope
Mhm.
is if people are still struggling with those types of things, that they seek some guidance and help on it because it's available,
Yeah.
thankfully. But at the end of the day, I think we have this connection. We want to connect with others. We don't want to
Right.
feel alone as an entrepreneur or a small business owner or a
Mhm.
dentist. We joked about this in the pre-show. Okay, everybody pause for a minute and go brush your teeth. Okay, there.
Mhm.
I put it in. Um, uh, Shout out to my dentist family here. But what we got to do, I think, when it comes to our branding and our website and our business is, yes, we have a product or service that we're marketing.
Right.
We get it. But the more human you can be, I think the more connected you will be, and the customers you get are going to be better customers for you because
Absolutely.
they're longing for that type of engagement. They don't want just a transaction. They
No.
want an experience. That's why when I go to a restaurant, I prefer local ran and owned restaurants than chains. Nothing against the chains, but
Right.
knowing the people, and if you go there frequently enough, they get to know you. And then for some reason, like, there's this one restaurant that my wife and I go to occasionally, and one of the waitresses there, she is on my backside every time we come in. She's like,
Mhm.
"You're not getting a menu today," and I'm like, "What? What are you doing?" And she picks on me like no tomorrow. But of course, my spouse loves that
Mhm.
amazingly. I roll with it. It's kind of fun, but you wouldn't necessarily get that if you just went into a chain restaurant. Even if you go there a lot, it's different.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where, again, that connection piece is so important. I think a lot of people miss that when they're working on
Yeah.
their talks or their speeches or their branding or their marketing.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why it's so important to put things like the causes you care about, right? Or your convictions or your values out there because those are opportunities to connect more deeply with someone. And I read a stat, actually the study came out a couple years ago, but it's that 3/4 of Americans are actually more likely to trust someone with an established personal brand. And that same percentage is more likely to buy a service or a product from a personal brand that they know. And that applies to big companies too, right? When you have a sense of what that company or the founder of that company stands for, just like you were saying about supporting certain restaurants, right? Because they're local versus the chain. But we also do that when we're thinking about like major purchases. If we know that a company is supporting, I don't know, say a local shelter or whatever else it might be, right? We're more likely to support them. So, um, again, the more we can help people connect with us and just really truly show up as ourselves, I think the more likely we also are to grow our businesses, and convert people, as I like to say, from browsers to buyers.
You bring up a good point, and I think again, it's something that just came to me right now. When we start thinking about what we value and what we find important, like the restaurant analogy, or you gave a
Yes.
great example of, supporting a local small charity
Hmm.
versus a large national or
Hmm.
international one. Again, nothing wrong with any of them,
Yes.
but it you connect to that and you go, okay, why is that important to me? Okay, now what would be important to my potential customers, clients, friends? What would be important to them? What can I do to
Hmm.
help create that type of environment where people recognize that and feel that, where they
Hmm.
feel, again, going back to what I said earlier, it's more of a connection instead of just a transaction. And
Yeah.
those are the things I think that really helps people stand out. So thank you for sharing that component, because that really that struck a chord with me. I mean, our entire conversation has, but for some reason that one clicked for me big time, because now it's something that I am going to go back and think about. Again, the work that I'm doing. It's like, how is this benefiting people? You know,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
what is there something here? Am I doing it for an ego stroke, or am I doing it to provide benefit and value to
Of
somebody where it
course.
can help them
Yeah.
get to where they want to go?
Right. And one more thing about that too, the values and sharing more and expressing more. I think it needs to really come from the core, from a real true place. It's great to think about what's important to your customers, especially if you're a local business, right? You really want local to survive and thrive in every industry. And that I think a lot of companies have been suffering since 2020. But back to the piece of thinking about aligning with others around those values, I think it's okay to be polarizing. Meaning, I'll give you a specific example. We're working with a client who is very convicted about certain things going on in the world, you know, around COVID, around rights, around medical rights, around schools, school districts, what's going on in those places. But she also has a part of her personal brand where she's a holistic business person, right? Talks a lot about gut health and you know, certain other things in that arena. And we were talking about how much of those two pieces, right, do we make visible, right? You've got these real strong beliefs here that can be very polarizing for some, but you're also this incredible business person with great experience in building up these health and lifestyle brands. So, you know, what we deducted is like, it's okay. And this is what I would have advised her, but I was so glad she was comfortable doing this, you have to put it out there because they're both parts of you and they're such an integral part of that person that you want to attract those business clients that are okay with these strong polarizing beliefs here. And the fact is, her audience is going to be a lot easier to market to and way more niche because of her strong feelings and values around certain topics, right, that are polarizing today. It's not going to make her lose clients. It's actually, she's going to lose the right clients, right? She's only going to be working with the right people that she can totally help and fully show up as herself with and help them grow in other ways too. So I just wanted to share that because I think it's very important. You know, I think a lot of times in today's world, especially the last years as things have evolved, is like we're self-censoring a lot because we don't want to make waves. And I'm not ever saying make waves for waves' sake. I'm just saying find ways to really put your values out there and your the causes that you're passionate about in a way that is true to who you are and really helps attract your ideal clients.
I love that you said that because it can be polarizing, and yeah, there's definitely a fear where they say, okay, if I, am on one side of a political fence versus another, or, based on causes or beliefs or rights or anything like that, that I, could lose clients.
Yeah,
And you put it quite well, where you'll lose the wrong clients or
you'll lose the
the
right
wrong,
clients.
or you'll
Yeah,
lose the right
I almost
clients,
said
excuse
that
me.
too, though. Yeah,
Yeah, but it's like they're wrong for you, but they're right to lose because they're
exactly.
not in alignment. Because it's like if you're hiding something back, and let's say you are, an ultra conservative or an ultra liberal, it could be either
Yeah,
side, and you're working with a client that is, maybe the opposite of your
right.
beliefs. Doesn't mean you can't work with them, but a lot of times you think that or maybe you're acting on eggshells and you're afraid to say something or mention something because it can easily come up in conversations, even if you try to say, we keep this, politics
Hmm.
free. We don't, come on. It's like, it's real. There's real, differing opinions on a lot of things, but I like to tell people there's a lot more in common than there are differences between all of us. So focus on the
Agree.
commonalities,
Agree.
and we're good at. And then yes, we have different opinions on things, and some of them we're really passionate about. Your client, I'm sure, is quite passionate about
Yeah.
a lot of things, where there's some other things where you think, well, they would be really passionate and they're like,
Hmm.
meh, I'm
Right.
good. I'm good with either. And it, but again, that goes back to what we've talked about is
Hmm.
it's, pardon the pun here, but it's wearing a mask. You want to
Hmm.
be you. people can read if you're being genuine, or they can read if you were putting on a facade or a
So true.
mask
Yeah.
on something. And you don't want to do that, because if you're putting that on and they read that, they're like, oh, they're hiding something. All of a sudden, that element of doubt comes in, like, okay, they're hiding this. What else would they be hiding? Now,
Mhm.
that could go for relationships, or that could be going through, work
Right.
type of relationships, customer client type situation. So be yourself. But and I love the way that you put it too, is if you have a belief on whatever
Mhm.
issue it happens to be, and that is in the wheelhouse of the work that you do, like gut health or
Yes.
anti-vax versus vaccines or anti-medication versus holistic care,
Mhm.
share that, but share it in a way with compassion and love and
Exactly.
understanding, instead of saying, I'm right, you're wrong. Well, who's right and who's wrong, and who determines who's right or who's wrong?
Exactly.
It could vary. There used to be ads of physicians that were promoting the benefits of smoking.
Mm.
Yeah, good luck getting that ad out now. It's not going to happen.
Right.
The things change, information changes. We revolve, or some people say we
Mhm.
regress too. It's like,
Mhm.
well, it's this human thing is not easy. We're
Yeah.
still trying to figure it out. I don't think we ever will, but that's part of the challenge of life. It
Exactly.
gives us some creativity and opportunity to be fun. But I think it boils down to, and what we've talked about a lot this morning, is just, I think the more you can be you, I think the
Mhm.
better you're gonna be, because then you don't have to pretend. You
Yeah.
just you show up every day being you.
Yeah.
And that goes a long way, and it comes through in your messaging, your branding, everything that you do.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think what happens, Michael, to people over time is they kind of lose who they really are, right? It's like we're in different work environments or different relationships. And bef after many years or months, you're kind of going along with whatever the thing is. And you kind of lose track of what really makes you tick and what is really driving you. And I love to just share with people, take some time every now and then, like have a coffee date with yourself and really just kind of set your own GPS and figure out, where do you want to be in 5 years and how are you going to get there? And that's not just like numbers driven goals, but it's really like take a look at the people you're surrounding yourself with, take a look at the environments that you're in. Where do you want to make changes? And I think the more proactive and thoughtful and intentional we could be about the life that we're living, the easier it is for us to build our personal brand, because we're just taking a little time every now and again, reconnect with who we truly are.
It's an exercise that I do at least a couple of times a year.
Oh, that's great.
And it's
That's rare, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I found that out there. I was like, what do you mean you haven't done that? And it's
Mhm.
literally and Ram Tran, advisor, leadership individual, served on presidential commissions. I saw him speak at a conference several years ago.
Mhm.
And it's an exercise that he does. He
Really?
does it, but he does a deep dive at least twice a year, where his theme of what he does is, first he starts off, he's like, okay, I'm going to list all the things that I'm doing right
Mhm.
now, and I'm going to decide what I am no longer going to do. And he just like chops it off. It might be something successful. So
Right.
we'll be wild here, and we'll say, okay, in December I decide I'm shutting the podcast down. No, I'm
Right.
not.
Mhm.
But that would be the extreme of it. But there's some things like, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to focus on this. And a lot of it has to do, and this is something that I know a lot of people have a really hard time with, is that looking within.
Mhm.
And they start beating themselves up. I should have done that. They start shooting all over
Yeah.
themselves.
Yep.
Stop that, people, please. Approach it. And this is something I learned years ago, and I originally did it when I was a kid, and then
Mm.
you lose it as an adult. But approach things with childlike curiosity,
Mhm.
and wonder why. What do I want to do? What would I like to do? There's
Mhm.
something that I've been wanting to do that I've been putting off for a long time. Why don't we let's schedule that? Let's start focusing on that. Is there something I want to do differently? What am I feeling when and this is something, once you get better in tune with yourself, you write down, okay, I'm going to work on this in Q1 of
Mhm.
2025. sit with it for a minute. It's like, okay, how am I feeling with
Mhm.
thinking about that? Do I feel excited? Do I feel, "Ooh." Do I feel, what do you know,
Right. What's
what do you
coming up?
feel? Yeah,
Hmm.
because if you feel, oof, there's a good chance you're going to postpone that or procrastinate or just simply not do it. And then
Right.
that's when you need to dig in and go, why don't I want to do this? And
Hmm.
just might not be in alignment. It might be something that, well, I saw this on a social media post or somebody
Right.
said that I need to do this and Gary V's doing this. Nothing
Hmm.
against Gary. He's a great dude. He's been very successful. It's like what works for Gary may not work for you.
Right.
So figure out what works for you. And when you do that and you get more in tune with what works for you and what
Hmm.
lightens you up and gives you the excitement to come in to work, whether you go somewhere or you walk into a different room in your condo, whatever. Find those things, but check in with yourself and list all the
Exactly.
things you're going to do. How do they make you feel? And if there's something that's like, dig in deeper and figure out,
Hmm.
okay, why am I, dealing with that? It could be a past trauma. It could be a variety of different
Hmm.
things. I don't
Hmm.
know, but sit with it and figure it out, and then you'll realize, okay, this is a hurdle. And I tell you what, and from personal experience, when you get over those hurdles that
Hmm.
were a big block for you for a long time, and you get over it, and now you thrive in that arena, I tell you what, it's an amazing feeling, and I
Yeah.
really encourage people to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I love that you take the time to do exercises like that.
Yeah, it's important. I highly encourage people can send me a note and ask for, it's not really a framework, but it is kind of a framework. I'm more than happy to share, how I go about it and what I do. And
Hmm.
I probably should just write an article about that and put a info
Totally.
sheet on there and say,
Yeah.
here, you go get it free, give me your email address. I promise I won't spam you.
Right.
It's like, and there's a link there. It says unsubscribe. If you don't like it, just click that. I do it. I do it all the time. Don't tell people. But anyway, Rachel, I've loved this conversation. I could talk to you for hours on this. So where can people find you and all this amazing work you're doing?
Well, the best place is either on our website, which is thebrandid.com. We've got a form on there on the contact page that comes right to me and a couple of my teammates. And I'm also pretty active on Facebook and LinkedIn, just under my first and last name, Rachel Gogos. And we also, back to the soul searching piece, actually, we've got a personal brand guide that outlines our framework for your audience if they want to take a little time with themselves, have a coffee besides your amazing methodology, which I'm sure will be great when you share it. They're welcome to also use this tool. It can also help them professionally in how to position themselves too.
Definitely. I'll have a link to that in the show notes. So, Rachel,
Perfect.
thank you for being you. Thank you for your
Thank
time
you.
today. Really appreciate all the stuff you're doing and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back. I've got Felina Hermans on the line. Felina, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am awesome. I've been looking forward to this conversation for quite a bit because the work you do is very, very important for our future. So, why don't you share a little bit about you and the work you do, and then we'll jump into the conversation.
Yeah, so my name is Feline Hermans. I have two jobs. Half of my job is being a university professor, where I research how to teach programming to kids. That's like my main area of expertise. And the other half of my job is that I'm actually a school teacher myself. So I teach grade 7, which is 12 and 13-year-olds. And I try to teach them a little bit of programming every week. So I have practical experience and also my academic work concerns that age group.
And those two worlds ebb and flow quite a bit,
Yes.
where you're like, okay, you probably have to remember, okay, where am I? Okay, now I got to do this. But it's so important, as we talked a bit in the pre-show. It's so important to help our future, which is our students and our children, learn skills that are going to be not only in demand but in need for the coming decades. And the work that you're doing, especially with teaching our younger human beings, coding and programming and all of that is so critically important. So, what got you interested in this line?
Yeah, so that's a funny story, actually. My original research in academia was not about kids at all. I was actually working on professional programmers, specifically end user programmers, so people using spreadsheets and stuff like that. But then I thought, is this the most interesting thing I can do? I'm not sure if I want to do this anymore. I really did it for quite a long time. And I wasn't sure in general if academia was the place where I wanted to be. So I started this part-time gig as a school teacher, teaching the same age group, just because I thought this is something I can do with my programming skills as well, which is going to be helpful for society. And then I figured out there were so many interesting questions. I thought, well, but how do we teach 12-year-olds, right? Because they're a bit too old for the really kid stuff. Like there's this really, really wonderful programming language, Scratch, that people might have heard of, that comes out of MIT. And that's really cool. You have this like Lego blocks that you can use to program. But then 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds is like, well, that looks like a toy. That's for kids. We don't want that, teachers. We want to have a real programming language that I can make some money out of, because money making is very much also a driver for some kids. Like, well, Scratch doesn't look like this is going to get me a job, right? I want to do Python or JavaScript, what all the professionals are doing. So then we switched from doing Scratch to doing Python. And then the kids were excited about that, but then they were also struggling because there's so much syntax and everything is in English. And you probably hear that English is not my first language. So the kids I'm teaching, I don't teach them in English, I teach them in Dutch, but error messages in Python are in English and the code is in English. So I thought, okay, there's a lot of motivation for them to do the grown-up stuff, but it's just a little bit too hard. And then one Christmas break about 5 years ago, I thought, okay, what if I make a very tiny, simple Python in Dutch, and I can use that in my teaching? And that tiny project that I just really envisioned as a prototype turned into a really big open source project that is now used worldwide. We support 56 different languages. And it also turned into a very interesting research area, because designing a programming language that works in a lot of different languages and designing a programming language that's just easier and gradually grows with kids, technically, no one has ever built that type of thing for this age group before. So there were technical challenges, academic challenges, and it also just got a massive user base that I wasn't anticipating.
I'm so glad you had that thought during the holidays to create something, because as somebody that's a native born English speaking individual, we take it for granted. And Python and the other programming languages, whether it's Unity for games or JavaScript or things like that, it's okay, great, it's in English, but it's limiting the creativity from the world. And that's one of the things that I've celebrated throughout my life, is when you hear about innovation and things that are coming from different parts of the globe that historically haven't been able to participate in creating things for the masses. I celebrate that because it gives us so much more robust products, services, skills, programs, you name it. And the fact that you took this idea and it's hitting so many languages, that just opens up the world for so many people that it creates, again, I'm thrilled by this. And part-time I help out an organization that does Python coding, and they have kids from age 5 to 17 that do coding and programming.
Awesome.
So familiar with Scratch, familiar with the Lego robotics, the Spike builds and We Do and all of those things. And it's great to see. But when we have the 12, 13, 14-year-olds, they're looking at Scratch and going, no, I'm not doing that. I want something else. And they get into it and then they realize, okay, wow, this is a bigger thing to chew off than I thought. But as with everything and the way that the courses are designed, and I know it's the same thing that you do with Eddie, is you build it in such a way where they're learning the skills that build onto the skills. So as they're getting deeper into learning the languages, the coding and programming languages, those skills that they picked up, maybe a couple months ago carry forward. They know how to do it now. And it's just a natural progression for them to get better and better. And even to the point when they're problem solving. And in case of point, I'll give a real life example. There's a college aged individual that is actually doing, one of the coaches that helps out, but he's also in college to learn programming and things like that. And he brought in some programming. His code was broken, and for the life of him, he could not find it. So I can't find this. And I asked him, and this goes back to my spreadsheet days when I was originally an accountant. It's like sometimes you just got to step away from it and look at different things. Read a book or go outside and stare at the clouds. Don't stare at the sun, kids. Just a reminder. Even if you have the solar glasses, don't stare at the sun. But you get step away from it and you get back to it. And usually, more times than not, it's as if someone took a yellow highlighter and highlighted the broken code. Oh, there it is. It's just you step away from it. But it was funny to see a coach that's coaching on it was really frustrated by his own code because he couldn't figure out where the error was. And again, that goes back to the teachings that you do. And and I want to obviously hear your thoughts on this, but I don't want to diminish your school teacher component of things because that helps with all the work that you're doing. Because again, those worlds kind of mesh together, and I think those skills as a school teacher really help you out in this organization that you had launched and the open source things and all that. So definitely want to give the platform back to you to share some of your thoughts on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Because even after all those years, I'm still teaching 7th grade using my own product, right? And there's no better way to improve the thing you're working on is to work with it. So I was just we have this meeting with other open source contributors every week, and I was just telling them the other day, like, you need to work on this part because I will use it as a teacher. And next week, I have my different cap on, and I will say, this is not clear and this is not clear. You have to improve this because as a teacher, these and these and these things are really annoying for me. So it's really very nice to combine using the product with building and designing the product. And it's also, as you were saying, the things that kids are learning are not just about programming. It's also about being like more resilient to stress or frustration or unclarity. They also create these big programs like, teacher, it is broken. How? Why? It's like, I don't know, right? And sometimes I'm lying, sometimes I see it straight away, but sometimes I also don't see it. I'm like, I don't know this 100-line program that you created last week, what it's supposed to do. I don't know, but here's a debugger, right? So we can step through the program and then it will tell you at least what it's thinking it should be doing. Or here's some techniques, you comment out this code, you look at the values of variables. So we give them these techniques, and these aren't heady techniques. They are programming techniques. And maybe there are even techniques that go a little bit beyond programming. We're like, okay, what is this supposed to do? Why isn't doing that? Just taking a step back and doing some analysis work. And it's really very, very fun and valuable to have kids then come back 10 minutes later say, teacher, I know what's wrong. Like, awesome, right? I didn't do any work. I just told you to use these techniques and then you figured it out. That's very, very cool.
It's giving them life skills. And I love that you mentioned that. It's giving them some resilience, some perseverance, the problem solving. It's not, here it is handed to you on an iPad, all works, everything's functioning properly. No, and as in life, there's challenges that we face, there's problems we encounter and difficult situations, and figuring it out and using the skills and the knowledge and the tools that are available, using a debug tool. It's one of those things where, and I don't know if you do this or not, but I'm guessing you probably do. It's like, okay, before you run the debug tool, just take a glance and see. But using the tool there is definitely helpful. And my hope, and I'm guessing most of the students do this, is once they discover the error in the code that they made, then it's a learning opportunity to go, okay, now I know not to do that for that. And usually they don't repeat that error. I mean, there's always the one, and we always run into this. I remember working in a software company years and years ago, and there was a software developer, and no matter what, every time they had a code that they used that broke something, and they continued to do it. It was you could set your clock to it because it was always going to happen, and they knew it was wrong, but just out of habit they just continue to do it, and we laugh at it and we know it's going to be there, and they fix it and all of that. And but ultimately, it's, again, coding is a life skill, and not just okay, on how to make money, which is obviously kind of how the system works, but it also helps you navigate through other non-coding situations in your life, problem solving, communication, analyzing things, taking a step back and reflecting on it. And when you do that, it's so foundational. And I think it's for students that are interested in doing this, I highly encourage them to do it. Years ago, it's okay, go into finance, go into this, go into legal if you want. But now it's like, no, I'm telling people, it's like, no, go, learn code, learn how to code, learn how to program. You're going to be needed for a long time. Even if we have AI do everything, you still have to have somebody look at the AI or code the AI to be able to do the things. So it's not something that's going away anytime soon.
No, and it's also an awareness about what technology is, right? What I'm seeing with young people, but actually also with adults that don't know any programming, is that they think that technology, software, the internet is just something that exists like oxygen in the air, right? But once you've done a little bit of programming yourself, you're like, hey, wait a minute, someone created this website with a goal, right? Get to scrolling Instagram and they're like, wait a minute, someone created Instagram and then they created it in such a way to keep me addicted. Like this is the goal. It's not an accident that I want to keep scrolling. It's actually something that someone programmed in. So that awareness that all technology is human made and that decisions went into the internet and Instagram and Facebook and WhatsApp and whatever, that too is something that they're learning from a programming class that isn't necessarily, oh, now I know how to program. It's also, aha, everything on the internet is programmed by someone, which also I think is a very, very valuable lesson in terms of, for example, AI, that they don't buy all the hype that some adults are peddling, like, oh, AI can think, it's going to take over the world. They're like, wait a minute, someone made the AI. It isn't something that just exists out of the air.
It's important to remember that. And some people say, are you afraid of AI taking over the world? It's like, well, if it can do my work without me having to do the work and I can relax, I'm okay with that, I guess. But as long as I continue to get to create, that's what's important. But
Yeah.
it's as with everything. And we remember when the internet first was launched to the public and all that, oh, this is going to take care of this and eliminate these jobs. And no, it ended up creating a lot more jobs. And I think AI is going to do the same thing because it's going to open up some creativity for opportunities to do different things and free up people to create other things that they can't because especially in the administrative side of things, where it's like, okay, research or building up websites or things like that, but again, it boils down to this. It's like, yeah, if you give it a simple instruction, it's going to give you a simple output. If you want it to do additional things, it's just like anything, you have to give it the right amount of instructions to do what you want it to do. And sometimes even that, it doesn't do that. We see it with image generation, for example. It's like, okay, create an image of two people sitting at a cafe. Well, it'll probably get that right, but you never know. It might come up with something like, okay, that doesn't look like a cafe. It's and again, there's coding behind that. It's just not this mystical thing in the sky that goes, okay, we're just going to create an image. There was actually coding behind that.
Exactly, yeah. And even if you use an AI for coding, then checking if there's two people in a cafe is relatively easy. But if a lot of code comes out, then you still need some understanding, like what exactly is this doing? Isn't this doing extra things? Sometimes, of course, my students in class think that they can use an AI to generate codes, but then immediately, I catch them because like, why are you defining 3 variables here that you're not even using, right? Oh, well, I didn't notice it was working. It's like, yes, I see it's working somewhat, but you're doing things that don't really make sense if you know enough about coding. So for a very long time going forward, people that are using AI to generate code will still need understanding of code to figure out if it's not making mistakes that are maybe so simple as defining extra variables. But of course, this could also be security vulnerabilities, accidentally leaking information. So you will still need this knowledge, even if you're using an AI for coding, to evaluate the code.
I'll use this simple analogy. You have a fancy coffee machine at home where you put in a pod and you push a button and it makes you a cup of coffee. Okay, great. That's easy. But if that machine breaks and you have to make coffee, you're like, okay, how do I make coffee without a machine?
Yeah.
A lot of people like, I don't know how to do that. And it's like, well, I do because I've done it. And as long as you have coffee grounds and a way to filtrate it and an H2O, you're good. Will it be as fancy as that pod? No, but it's still going to be coffee. And it's a simple analogy, but it's
Yeah.
important for you to understand if you have AI do something, you should be able to do it without AI. And that's what's really
Yeah.
important for people. I don't want people to forget how to do things, because if things happen, internet goes down or things like that, it floors people and they're like, what do I do? Well, we're both of the age that we remember a time in life where we didn't have a smartphone to look something up, or
Yes. Or the
maps,
internet in
or
general.
we how do you know how to do this? Like, we learned how to do it before technology made it simpler to do, but I still want to know how to do it in case the internet's out or anything else that happens. Ultimately, that's important. And it goes back to the coding. Yeah, you want to understand it. Yeah, oh, it does this, but why does it do that? Get to really understand the commands and the instructions you give, because then it's a life lesson as well, because things we say or things we write have an impact. It's going to have an output, and people or a system is going to respond to what you put in, whether it's relationships or code. It's so critically important. So again, yeah, I'm hammering this, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but coding is so critically important for people to learn, because it's going to teach you life skills, not just coding skills. It's going to teach you life skills as well.
Yeah, it's going to change you from like a passive consumer of technology. That's really making me so sad with the current generation of kids, is that they have this magical machine like a phone or a tablet or a computer. When I was a 12-year-old, I could only dream of such a powerful machine. But then what do they use it for? Watching videos. But you could be making videos, right? You could be making your own apps. Oh, there's not an app I like that does this. Hey, but wait a minute, you could do this. And then it's really sad that then this isn't a technology problem, or maybe a capitalism problem, or a Silicon Valley problem, that all the apps, or such big chunks of the apps that kids use, and adults too, are consuming apps. Whereas in the early days of the internet, that probably you also witnessed, and some other people as well, there was like this balance between creation and consuming. All those people had like little websites, GeoCity, or running their own website where they were creating, programming, writing about whatever weird hobbies they were having. There was a balance between consuming and creating. And now it's just almost all of it is consuming. And this is sad, I think, because I'm a creator. I like drawing, I like making clothes, and I just want kids also to be creators in the digital world, because almost all kids like drawing, right? And like crafts work, and like making, I don't know, a birdhouse. Kids really like making, and parents do making with kids. Is one of these things that we think makes us human. But then in the digital world, we don't do any of that. And this is one of my drivers, actually, for working on programming with kids, is just to turn them into creators in this digital world, even if it's just like a simple drawing. That we have this turtle feature, that's a feature used for drawing. Kids can make songs with music and use speech output, and I really like that, because I want them to create also in the digital world.
Yeah, it's using the tools to be creative, and
Yeah.
with tools that are out there now, you can create music, you can create art, you can create television shows or movies, and
Yeah.
that's where it's like, that's when you really okay, yeah, you're going to create something for people to consume, but you're creating something, and
Yeah.
you get from your own perspective and experiences and whatnot, and it's fun. I've dabbled around in a lot of it just to try different things. Like, okay, I'll create this, or I'm gonna do that. Okay, I'm gonna tweak that. it's fun. I use it in a way to create, and I agree with you. We are definitely, are watching too much and not creating enough,
Yeah.
and that's limiting us, and it's creating, and quite frankly, a social divide, I think, of people that are the creators are going to be the ones that are going to be at least have better access to things and the opportunities than those that are just on the sidelines consuming. So get off the
Yeah.
sidelines and start creating. Create
And
stuff
not
that's
just
you.
like the reward in terms of like having a job or having marketing skills, also just it is so rewarding to create something, even if you can't sell it, right? If you draw something beautiful, if you make your own like t-shirt or whatever, just making something. Like I think it's like making something in addition to physical exercise. And like the two easy ways to get happiness in life are making things and working out of your house. It's sort of easy. And then a lot of people know that sitting down is not so healthy and you need to exercise, you need to take walks, like this is good for physical and mental health. But the fact that just if you're sad, creating something will make you happy, and making something that lasts for a long time will give you really long-term happiness. That's not something we talk about so much, and maybe we should.
Yeah, we should do it a lot more. And I'm using a standing desk right now because I don't
Oh,
like
that's
sitting.
very
I
good.
don't like sitting down. As much as I used to. Well, my original career was accounting, and we sat down all the time. So
Yeah.
that's like, no, stand up. Teacher, you're an educator. You're standing a lot. So
Yes, I am. Yes.
you picked the right career for that. So, Feline, I love this conversation. Where can people find out more about you, your organization, and all this amazing work you're doing?
Yeah, if people want to check out Hedy, the easiest URL is www.hedy.org. If you're thinking of joining Hedy, either as a translator, a teacher, or a programmer, the easiest URL is hedy.org/join, where we have introductory material for those three groups, target audiences. And if people want to know more about me, my website is feline.com, FELIENNE.com, where you can follow my blog and stuff that I'm doing as well, my research.
I'll definitely have that in the show notes. So, Felina, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate you, and congratulations on this very important work you're doing.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Welcome back. I've got Scott and Tammy on the line. How are you two?
Oh, doing great. Nice to be here, Michael.
Yeah, pretty fantastic. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Great to have you. Really looking forward to this conversation. So why don't you share a little bit about yourselves and the organization, and then we'll jump into this really important conversation.
Scott, do you want to go first?
You go first.
All right. I'm Tammy Rogers.
Age before beauty.
Oh, thanks so much. I am the co-founder and co-CEO of a company called Become More Group. And what we really do is we help individuals, teams, and organizations start here and say, where do you want to go? How do you want to get there? And we work with them to kind of step in, become more in any way that really makes sense to them.
It's important.
Yeah. And I'm Scott Bergmeyer. I'm the other and most important CEO of Become More Group.
Smart Alec.
That's why it's awesome to go second.
Yeah, it's always good to kind of lead into it. Actually, reminds me of something I saw a video the other day, and I forget the comedian's name, and I feel bad that I'm forgetting it. But he was talking about the late Norm Macdonald, and they were together on a show, and Norm was this guy's idol and all that stuff. They got to work together and all of that, and they were both going to be on Larry King Live, and before they went out, the other comedian was going to start first, and then Norm was going to finish up. So Norm's like, it'd be good. It's like we go, and then you just go out there and you tell me how horrible of a person I am, and I'm the worst comedian ever, and I'm not funny, and just go on. So that's what that comedian did. He went on there and talked to Larry King and talked about how horrible Norm was and all that stuff. So then Norm comes up secondly, and just him and Larry, and Larry says, well, tell me about this guy. And Norm goes, he's the greatest comedian, one of the greatest comedians and greatest people I've ever worked with. Because Norm told him he was going to be mean back to him, but he completely did the 180 on him, and he did that intentionally. So he's like, okay, I just railed Norm Macdonald, and he just said I'm the greatest ever. It's like, oh, yeah. So it pays to go second for sure. But
Oh,
your company, become more and appropriately named, because one of the things that I want for people is I want them to be the best version of them, whether it's an individual or a company. There's always room for growth and improvement because life always throws us opportunities to become more and be better. And I from a society standpoint, we deserve better companies and better individuals
we do.
because and we see too often, companies just they don't do that. They kind of limp along or they coast or whatever or whatever type of descriptor you want to use. And it saddens me because we lose out on great stuff because companies are doing that, and there's a myriad of reasons why. So, love to hear your approach on that and how you reach out to clients and how they find you. And I'm sure it's a combination thereof. But my hunch is if they're reaching out to you, they're either wanting to be better or they're doing it because they realize if they don't, they're going to go by the wayside. So, hand it over to you guys to share what you think about that.
Yeah, Michael, I love this because part of what you're talking about is what we would call the status quo. We accept some level, which might be a good level or a mediocre level or a bad level. We accept that and we just kind of ease into it and just allow that to happen. And the reality is when we allow that to happen, even when we're doing great things, someone is going to pass you. And so if you're not always looking at how can we evolve, mature, move forward, at some point, even if you're currently making dust, you will be eating dust at some point.
It's true. And the side of that, if you think about it, is people traditionally shift off of the status quo because they are inspired or because they're in dire trouble, right? Inspiration or desperation. And when you're desperate, there is this piece where it's like you'll do almost anything. And it's hard to work with an organization that is in that spot because time and fear are kind of knocking on the door and it gets louder and louder and louder, and they're freaking out in that spot. Inspiration is a much better place to be. And yet many of us don't make those changes because we're inspired. Many of us make those changes until we can, we wait until we can hear that knock on the door. And that is, that's not, it's unfortunate in that particular space. So one of the things that we actually work with people on is we talk with them and say, all right, we can talk about pain. What's the stuff that's not working for your organization? But let's also talk about gain. What is it that you want to be? What is that? If you could dream for a little bit, what would that look like? And what would be the things that you would like to see and experience, and the way that you would like to interact with customers, and the way that your staff interacts with one another, and the products that you would want to bring out, or the production, and how would that flow? And when we ask them about dreaming, and sometimes I can't use that word, it depends on the CEO and whether that word is comfortable for them or not. But when they can like vision out or dream into that future, that's a way that we get people to be inspired instead of waiting for that time period where something's knocking on the door and they have to do something.
When the water's coming in, a lot of times, like, so, what do you think about this? All they're thinking about is that water, and they're not going to have the clarity to be able to dream or imagine a different future because all they see is the water rising, and they're like, okay, this is problematic. It's like, so you end up becoming a disaster recovery type of place, like those companies that come in after floods or fires and do a restoration, get you back to the state, and then it's like, okay, and I see this all the time. They're like, okay, you're recovered, and they're like, okay, we're good. No, you're not. You're back to where you were before that happened. And unless you do something, that's going to happen again. It's like if you have a foundation, your house that always leaks, and the rainstorms come in during rainy season and floods your basement out, and you dry it all up. It's like, okay, we're all good. No, you're not. You just cleaned up. It's the situation is still there. You're going to have to do the foundation work on that, and too often, like, nah, I'll deal with it later, and then later shows up, and well, guess what? They're grabbing the mop buckets again. And I see that time and time again because we're creatures of habit, and status quo, or comfort avenue, as I like to call it, is a very, very dangerous place to hang out in. You can visit it, maybe stop by, grab a cup of coffee, but don't camp out there because it'll pass you by. And a stat that I'm sure you've heard of, and I share from time to time too, is from the year 2000, 52% of the Fortune 500 companies in the year 2000 are gone or were
Right.
acquired. So
Yep.
500 of the most biggest companies on the planet, from a public traded standpoint anyway, are gone. So, and what happened to those? You could look at them and you could pretty much say, yep, they went this way because of this or this or this or this. But I would all but guarantee that every one of them was in status quo mode or was not as good as they could have been, and they could have prevented that. And eh, I just think about, the impact of organization of those sizes leaving town or closing up shop or whatnot. But that could be small businesses too. Small business that has 40 employees, they close down in a local community. What does that do to the community? All of a sudden, those are 40 families that aren't going to your restaurants or buying from your local shops or things like that. And it just has a huge ripple effect. And again, a lot of it could be prevented if, they work with individuals like yourselves that can say, okay, what can we do to get better, grow, be a better version of ourselves? Because what works today, in all likelihood, is not going to work tomorrow as well as it could. So, and it's one of those things where, again, you see it all the time. I do too. It's like these companies are like, no, we're good. No, you're not. You're not. I'm sorry. I'm not. One of my favorite quotes is from the late Chuck Daly, former coach of the Detroit Pistons, Team USA, that won the gold medal way back when. And this was after the Pistons. I forget who they beat, but they beat them one game like 30 something points. It was an absolute blowout. And at the post game, Chuck's just mouthing off on all the missed plays the Pistons had and how they screwed this up and that up. And the reporter finally said, Chuck, you guys won by 30. You were up like 45 at one point. Why are you so pessimistic? And he said, a pessimist is an optimist with experience. And he knew that the players that were screwing up and missing plays, that could come back and bite them down the road. He didn't want to see it. And you guys see it all the time, in companies. It's like you're doing some things that's going to bite you down the road.
We have something we incorporate in our organization, but it's something we bring to every other organization that we talk to as well. And it's called the growth questions.
Yeah. So it's really looking at it and say, what worked? What didn't work? What are we going to go do differently? And the more frequent you're asking yourself those questions, the more you will grow. And Michael, as you were sharing, it made me think about, there is this, I have immediate pain, the water's coming in and I need to solve that. And I really can't think of anything else. Okay, I've now solved that and I'm moving on. That is a challenge. Like, I think we've all experienced that.
Yep.
The one that is the most interesting to me is, okay, I really don't have water coming in. And yeah, we're not perfect. We want to be better. However, man, it's a lot of work. And I can't take myself out of the day to day to actually think about what the future is going to hold and like set aside the buzz, the bees and bugs flying around, because it's not like I have dead carcasses. It's just the noise of the day. and watching leaders not take the time to slow down, think, start to look at the future, what could be. And it's this piece of they get in this status quo or a rut. And my dad said to me one time, the only difference between a rut and a grave is dimensions. And that has always stuck with me that, okay, if we're in this place and I'm just sucked into the day to day, how do I take myself out of that? How do I have the mental fortitude to slow down and think about, I need to be thinking out there as a leader and step out of the day to day? Because I'm constantly being sucked in the day to day. How do we become more? How do we grow our team? How do we satisfy our customers or achieve our mission or whatever it is that we're trying to accomplish?
And a mistake that we sometimes make when we dream is that we try to find the one big right answer. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to try to hit this big home run. And actually, breaking the status quo is more incremental than it is making one big bet. And so it is this thing that says you don't have to say, I'm going to go and put all my apples in one basket. I am going to say in this spot, hey, I'm looking, I want to be more. I think we can grow. I think there's an opportunity. Let's go do these little tests. Let's try some stuff. And as we try some stuff, by the way, trying stuff actually brings energy into an organization. People get excited, and especially when it's like, we have to do this perfect. That's the one big home run versus let's just try it and see what happens. And so we try, we see what happens, we learn. And that's when those growth questions really come in, right? What's working? What's not working? What could we do? Let's go try those things. Let's see. And then let's make the next decision. It's not so scary then, and it pushes us out of being in that rut or that grave because we're trying some small incremental things that we can manage, and we can, in that space, we're not betting the farm on it. And let the information from that help us make better and better bets as we move forward.
It's like the improve by 1% kind of
Right.
mentality. It's just a little increment. A lot of people go 1%. Oh, that's easy.
No.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe. It's not. But we don't tell them that because we want them at least to try.
It's
Because
true.
otherwise, like, oh, 1%. I don't know. But it's the little stuff, and you stop and you pause and reflect, and it's where meditation in a way. The pause and reflect is meditation. A lot of leaders say, "Well, I can't meditate." I said, "Well, do you ever reflect on things and think about how a project went or some ideas of what you want to do in Q3 or Q4?" "Oh yeah, all the time." "I hate to spoil it to you, but you're meditating," and it scares them because they're figuring some yogi is going to come and hit them over the back of the head, But it's like, no, that's not going to happen. Well, I can't promise that. Likelihood is not going to happen, but depending on where you happen to be, anything's possible in this world. But ultimately, and I love that way to do it. It's like let's look for the momentum. It's little steps. It's one step here, one step there. Using the baseball analogy, it's like you have a really successful inning. Yeah, you could be hitting a bunch of home runs. That's fine, but base hit after base hit after base hit, it's like body jabs. It just wears them down, and then the pitcher ends up leaving one right over the middle of the plate, and then it's about 520 feet out in right field, and it's like, oh, okay, now we've had a 7-run inning here, and you're just beating them down. But it's just those little incremental things that add up, and it's pausing and reflecting too. I worked for a company. It's alarming how many years ago it was. But it was one of the first companies ever. Well, it was 20. Oh my gosh. When was that? Yeah, 26 years ago. Yikes. That's yeah.
Lifetime.
You tell me about it. Yeah, there's like a lifetime, and that lifetime could have started having a family lifetime. That's how long ago it was. But it was, a company, Fortune 500 organization, and it was a division, and we were in asset management, and we went out and did asset management work for other Fortune 500 companies. And at the end of every project, we would have a project debrief meeting, which is not out of the norm, but we always brought in a handful of other project managers and team members from other projects to sit in on the meeting that had nothing to do with the project. They never opened up a single spreadsheet or look at a presentation slide. They had no knowledge about it other than when they walked in the room. And we'd go through and all of that, and those people that were outside would offer some insights and things that they did that helped streamline some things and lessons learned. So basically, it was like a team meeting where everybody kind of contributed. Well, what we ended up doing by doing that is, after implementing that new procedure, within about 6 months, we were able to increase the number of clients that we took on by 20%, and we didn't hire any additional advisors. Needless to say, and I'm not going to mention the company, but headquarters in Germany were really pleased about efficiency. Not that Germans are all about efficiency or anything like that. I know it might be a breaking news alert there. Didn't mean to shock people on that. But they were thrilled, and they're like, "What did you do?" They're trying to figure out, can we mimic this? And again, that was an example. Okay, there's something we learned. Could that be applied in other arenas that we work on to find the ability to do more without overloading people and with the same amount of people? And it was one of those things where I was obviously much younger then, didn't pay much attention to it, but upon reflecting, looking back, thinking about ideas, it's like, that was great. So anywhere that I was a leader, didn't matter what role I was in, I did that. I would bring in some outsiders and say, okay, what's your thoughts on this? What do you see? And it just improved things. And it was a simple thing to implement. A lot of people thought I was crazy at first. Like, well, they weren't on the project. Why are they here? Like, you'll see, just work with me on this. And then they realized, and then all of a sudden they wanted to be part of other meetings, probably because they didn't want to work and they just want to sit in the meeting. But
oh yeah, because people love meetings, Michael.
Yeah. My brother, and this was years ago too, worked for an auto sector company, and you'll get this, they actually had a meeting to determine why they had so many meetings. And they didn't come up with a solution. So
because it was an ineffective meeting. There you go.
Yeah. Is there an agenda? Could this be an email? Do I need to be there? Yeah. Yeah.
I do like that methodology that you're talking about, outside eyes. I mean, it's great, especially if you have enough internal staff to be able to have an outside perspective. That's phenomenal. If you don't, that's what you kind of need consultants about, right? Because an outside perspective says, I don't have any skin in the game. Here's just something to think about and consider. It's not like you did this wrong and you did this wrong. It's not like an audit. It's this thing that says, here's something that you might want to consider. Here's something that we've done. This is what our experience says. And that's how you get better incrementally, but you do it very quickly. And so that's what's really interesting about that. That is growth, very specific, a growth plan to help us see what we can do differently and not just get stuck in, well, this is the way we do it. Well, it worked last time, we'll do it this time.
And having the outside in, whether that's a consultant or whether that's someone from the next department over,
right?
Ideally, like, they have the ability to ask the quote dumb questions that we just make the assumptions on. We assume we do it this way because it's the best way, but having someone say, well, why? I was with a financial organization and they were talking about, oh yeah, when we do mortgage work, they, like, if you pay, you have the ability, you could pay every 2 weeks, and actually that reduces your overall interest, etc. Well, when someone chooses to do that, they have to take that money and put it in an account and then wait until they have a full payment. And I'm like, so they're like double, triple work that they're having to do. And I'm like, help me understand why. And they all look at me like, what do you mean why? It's what we're supposed to do. I'm like, yeah, I understand that's what you're supposed to do. Help me understand. You have made the decision to do that, or there's a legal regulatory reason to do that. And there is actually a legal regulatory reason to do that, to make it compliant if they want to sell it on the outside market, versus a car, a consumer loan, a car loan or something. You could make $1 payment every day and that will be applied. And it's so interesting, like the process hoops they have to do. However, they have never thought of, like, in their mind, it's just, well, we just do this. And it's just normal. Like, why are you even asking? Well, because number one, I don't know, because it sounds really stupid.
And Michael, you don't know about us, but we have an acronym that we use. It's SLL, stay stupid. Sorry, I did that totally wrong. It's SSL, stay stupid longer. And that place where you stay stupid longer and keep asking questions, seeking to understand, helps us to actually innovate. It helps us to make those incremental changes. It helps us be better. And that's one of the great skill sets of being a leader, not just a consultant. When you have staff, right? Don't give them the answer. Stay stupid longer and help them figure it out. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's great. And I think too, and this is something that a lot of leaders, they struggle with initially. The great ones figure it out much sooner than I did, is your people, in all likelihood, are much smarter than you are when it comes to something that they're working on. So let them be that, and let them show and give them the autonomy to be able to create and come up with some ideas,
Yes.
because they're seeing things that you're not, and vice versa. You see things as a leader, you're going to get exposed to things that your front lines may not be aware of. What you share, obviously share as much as you can so everybody can kind of be rowing in the same direction. But there's opportunities where it's like, okay, I'm not seeing this. What am I not seeing here? And especially if you're going through, it doesn't matter if you're going through a growth stage or a retraction stage. Like, what am I not seeing here? What do you think? What's going on? And this is one of those things that's like, I know you talked about this with your spouse or your partner back home. I know this. What's their insight on that? And and don't worry, they're not here. I won't tell them you said anything. But what are they saying? And be frank. Use the profanity if you want to. I'm from Detroit. We've heard bad words before. Don't worry about it. So what do you need? And it again, it's more perspectives can, sometimes it can open up that particular sliver of an idea that can spawn off into, something absolutely amazing, or turn the tide to make things, even better for everybody involved. So before we wrap up, a question that came to mind, while we were talking is, here we are in Q1 of 2025, and in the last few years, I'm sure have been, what's the word, interesting, I guess, for your clients, and because it's been interesting for all of us. But what are some things that you're seeing that customers or your clients are doing, whether it's something they're struggling with or something that they're looking to do? I'm just curious on that, because I want my audience to kind of hear some things and maybe shed some light and give them some ideas on some things that they're working on. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think we're seeing, if I think of a couple themes that are common, one is they're really looking at their organization and saying, are we designed correctly to achieve what we need to achieve? And that could be anything from reporting structure to our processes, like our processes clear and well defined, so we know where are we getting the most value, for our customers and for the organization. I think that's one. I'm still seeing many leaders say, how do I grow the next set of leaders, the next set of folks that we need to lead? And I think then the third thing is, how am I building a relationship with my team so that they understand me, I understand them, like because it allows me to grow and coach and get those better outcomes. So to me, those are the three three kind of buckets of things that I'm seeing organization kind of double down on right now.
I think there's also this piece in the relationship side of this where it is really understanding that if we don't build a culture where people have the ability to contribute, we are not getting the best and the brightest to work for us. Once we have someone working for us, they're not giving what they are capable of giving. And when they actually, quietly quit is the kind of the term that people have been talking about for years. We're paying them, but they don't even feel satisfied, right? And in that spot, if they're not satisfied and bringing their best and like being excited about how they can contribute, then that organization doesn't grow. So this thing about relationship and culture and getting out of the way of our folks so that they can be brilliant instead of me taking all of that on and being egotistical as that leader, that piece, we're having a lot of those conversations as well. And that really does fit with that leadership piece, and it does fit with that growing piece. I think we kind of felt like we had to stick with the status quo with the last few years and the things that have happened. And what we're finding is that that's not satisfying and it's not healthy. And so those are the areas that we're seeing people really talk about to get themselves out of it.
It gives me a lot of hope that those are the things that people are seeking guidance on, because it shows it at minimum an openness
Right.
to maybe be a little bit more vulnerable and learn a little bit more about the emotional side of things of work, and creating opportunities for people to be their best and be
Right.
creative. And we know there's multiple generations that are in the workforce now, and Gen Alpha is well on its way next. So you've got the baby boomers who are going to be here for the next 300 years. That's a joke. I'm Gen X, so that's a joke.
I'm a boomer. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
here
yeah.
forever.
You guys will not let go. Let go. No, I'm
I'm
kidding.
sorry.
I'm kidding. No,
We'll let go when you all figure it out.
Oh, in your face,
well,
Michael.
well played. Well played. Because we won't. No, I think, a completely different tangent. I think a big, obviously there's, a variety of different reasons why, but I think from I baby boomers actually enjoy work.
It's sickening, and it's true. I am a perfect example of that, Michael.
They
Sorry.
it's in many cases, you're an artist, but your paintbrush is not necessarily a paintbrush. You're an
Right.
artist, and I see that with every generation. They every generation is creative in their own way, and ideally is, and if Jonathan Shepard's listening to this, so shout out to him, because he does a lot of legal work and works with different generations on different things. It's when you take all of those skills and you put it together and you let it mesh and form into this ecosystem, that's when you see some absolutely superb organizations. And I know
It's a
that's
beautiful thing.
it's literally you take it back and go, you want to, in a way you want to bottle it up, you want to go, and say, oh well, how does this work? It's like, because it works. And I know that's a very simplistic answer, but there's a lot of ingredients to it. But it's by design that it does that. So I've loved this
Amazing.
conversation. We could talk for hours on this. So where can people find about you guys, and where would you like them to check out?
Yeah, easy, three places. Easy. One is our website, becomemore.gp.com. Or if you're like, hey, I want something specific, you can email us at becomemore@becomemore.gp.com. Or if you want to hear some more of our rants and raves, you can listen to our podcast, The Leadership Line, on your favorite podcast thingy.
There you go.
Thingy.
Yes, thingy. Yes, I'll definitely have the links to all those thingies in the show notes. So really appreciate you, Scott and Tammy. Thank you so much for being awesome people and the amazing work you're doing that makes the world a better place. So really appreciate your time today.
Thank you,
All right, thanks,
Michael.
Michael.
Welcome back. I've got Jonathan Shepard on the line. John, how are you?
How are you? How's it going, Michael?
I am awesome. Really looking forward to this conversation because, as we talked about a bit in the pre-show and our conversation we had earlier, this is some important work that you're doing, and it's bringing awareness to an issue that I think every organization is facing. So, why don't you share a little bit about you, and then we'll jump into this important conversation.
Sure. I live in the recruiting space. I'm the president and CEO of J. Shepard Associates, a full-service attorney search firm in New York City. And I own a support staff company called Daybreak Staffing. And our perch is mid and large-size law firms. Kind of built my entire career in that space. Started recruiting when I was 19 and had kind of seen a lot. But about 5 years ago, I started to notice that generationally, everybody was kind of pulling apart. And I've always recruited from the space of like, get the biggest, best group of people together. And what I kind of stumbled on was this conversation about the generationality of work. 4 generations working together for the first time in American business. And everybody has a different need set, as I refer to it. And everybody is generationally judgmental. You know, I joke with candidates like this pops up on screen and the cartoon bubble pops up and says old guy. But then you get to talking to me and you realize I have this generational lens to what I do. And you're like, where'd you come from? People your age don't talk like you. And I found it to be really, really interesting. So I started weaving it into my recruiting. And the more I did, I found that there was an appetite for it. I found that it was a message that was resonating. I contend if you have boomers with vision, Gen Xers with ability, or high revenue producing people, 42 to 58. If you have millennials with potential and Gen Zers with drive, then you have the best of all 4 generations. And no matter what business you're running, you owe it to yourself to get the best people in the right spots. So it's been a really interesting ride. And I'm having conversations with people closer to my age, right down to people just coming out of law school. And they all have something to add to the conversation. So when you and I connected, I was like, this is a great platform for me to talk about this with you, you know, you being in the corporate burnout space, you know, and trying to get people to kind of not get burnt out, or what to do and recover from getting burnt out. I think it really does tie in very much.
Oh, I agree. And as we discussed before, you work in the law space, but this is applicable in every industry, and everyone having a voice and input based on their observations, because they're going to see things differently than other people. And it reminds me of a conversation I had several years ago with Maestro Roger Nierenberg, you know, who, you know, is conductor, conducted in New York and Philly and other places. And he's a leadership consultant now. And one of the things he does is he goes to organizations and he brings a small orchestra with him. And what he does is he sets up an orchestra pit wherever they happen to be. And then, of course, he goes up on the podium and they first start to practice, and they kind of sound like a second grade band at the beginning, you know, no rhythm whatsoever. And then they start harmonizing and everything sounds amazing. And they have the employees of the organization in management sitting in with the pit. So they're hearing that music. And then what he does is he brings up people either one by one or in small groups up to his podium, and he has the musicians play the same notes, the same music again. And everyone is absolutely blown away on how completely different it sounds from that vantage point. And he said, that's the thing. From my vantage point as a leader, or my vantage point as a baby boomer, or I'm a Gen X, or a millennial, or a Gen Z, or Gen Alpha is coming, we all see things differently. And the thing is to focus on that. What are you seeing from your perspective is an opportunity to see things in a different light, or maybe a different way, that could be completely a game changer for your organization as far as teamwork, interaction, your deliverables, you name it.
Yeah, 100%. You know, you use the analogy of an orchestra. You know, the piece of music the orchestra is playing is the end game. It's finite. How you get to playing that music is infinite. And that's really the thing now in the work life of America. You know, people are redefining things like shifting expectations in the workplace. What does productivity look like? What does engagement look like? And all of those things. And they're all seen through a different lens. And what I've been trying to tell people is if you communicate effectively and you respect the opinions of everyone, their view of looking at the musical piece, then you're going to bring things to the table to make your business stronger. Just like the playing of the notes is one thing, but really the fulfillment of the piece of music is really the bigger thing. And that's what I'm finding now in corporate America. And, you know, my perch again, you know, it's the law firm space. So there is a hierarchy there in law firms between partners and associates. But at the end of the day, you can learn a lot from everyone. And if you're open to that, you're not going to take every policy and everything like that from somebody who's only been in the workplace 2 or 3 years, but you may take a piece of that policy and apply it and win over the entire workforce. And I think that is now post-pandemic where firms find themselves and they don't really know the way forward. Why? Because you have 2.5 generations or 2.25 generations on the younger side who are basically saying, yeah, I know we're a successful firm. I know we've been around a long time. Everybody's made a lot of money, the boomers and the older Gen Xers, but we don't want to do it that way. We want to have a different experience. We want to do interesting work with good people at a fair wage, at a company or a firm that we believe in. And then we want to go home and we want to have a life. And we don't want to be defined by what we did for a living, unlike the baby boomer generation, who was very much defined by their occupation. And now the push-pull of that is that there are other options out there for people in the workplace because there are progressive companies out there that are embracing everyone and not saying, well, we did it this way. I mean, you and I are old enough to have parents that said, wait till you have kids, right? And, you know, and at the end of the day, it's really now about the kids telling the old uns what to do. So it's a really interesting time in that regard as well, because it's a time of opportunity, like you said.
Yeah, great. And you know, it was a post, I don't know if it was a podcast interview I did or an article where, you know, coming from a Gen X standpoint, it was basically an olive branch to millennials and Gen Z and to the baby boomers as well. It's like, look, we all have gifts to bring to the table that's going to make this world better. Let us all figure those things out together, share our experiences, and it makes such a big difference. And, you know, I think back early in my career, I originally was in public accounting, so I worked for a CPA firm, similar kind of hierarchy situation to legal, where you've got your partners and you've got your associates. And, you know, I would learn from everybody, from the senior most partner that had probably 40 years on me to a recent partner who was maybe 10 or 15 years older than me. So that was, you know, and, you know, I'd pick their brains on different things and get their perspectives, learn about their personalities, what made them motivated, you know, why they looked at things a certain way, and just, you know, borrowed some, you know, work styles from everybody and tried it out. And I think the more open-minded all of us can be when it comes to learning how to do things and shifting away from this, I'm going to put in the 80-hour weeks every week and then, you know, this is who I am. You know, hi, I am Mike Levitt and I am this. Well, you know, I don't identify myself as necessarily a burnout consultant or a coach or a podcaster. And it really depends on my conversation. This is some of the things that I do, but that's not me. Other generations, as you said, they, you know, identified themselves with who they were in a workplace, which I think is, you know, one of the, I don't want to call it sad, but it is kind of sad in a way, is when the baby boomers have started to retire, it's an identity crisis for some. And I've had conversations with them. They're like, I don't know who I am. I'm like, you're Bob. That's who you are.
And it's very limiting, right? You know, why would you want to be one-dimensional, right? Why would you, you know, you're a father, you're an uncle, you're a brother, you're a, you know, softball player on the weekends, you're, you know, any of those things. But what I find is that people are so in their comfort zone and so unaware and maybe even a little afraid to just try to come out of that zone a little bit to extend themselves. You know, the firms that I do business with in the mid and large size space, the ones that are trying to find the way forward are the firms that lateral partners and associates want to go to. They may be stumbling with a policy or an initiative, but they're out there trying. And it's the firms that are out there trying because they're going to listen to people a little bit more of all generations. And it's not really a commercial for, oh, you have to get with the times and, you know, the younger generations are coming up and everything like that. It's not about that. It's about you're running a business. And if you needed a better computer system, for example, you can go out and buy it. If you needed higher caliber performers in your business, you should owe it to yourself to find them, regardless of where they are in their career. I did a roundtable of managing partners last summer, a breakfast question Q&A, and one of the managing partners stood up and he said, John, let's cut through all the BS about recruiting and people and all this. What are the top 2 things you look for when you look for people for law firms? And I said, that's easy. Number 1, subject matter expertise. They got to know what they're doing, no matter where they are in their career. And that's true in the law firm space and outside the law firm space. Number 2, good human being. Because if they're good human beings with subject matter expertise, you're a smart guy, you're running a law firm, you should be able to use those people most effectively. And he said to me, you know, those are kind of words to live by, but hard to put into practice. And I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, and I can see where you're from, and I think about, you know, my experiences in hiring when I worked in healthcare and hiring, you know, people that may, excluding clinicians, again, they have to be a subject matter expert. They have to have their licenses. They're going to be working with needles and medicine and things like that. You want them licensed, please. But as far as clerical administration side of things, you know, I looked for, are they trainable and coachable? Are they good with people? Are they a good person? Will they be able to withstand the variety of demands coming from a variety of different personalities? Factoring into that, one, you're going to have some grumpy physicians. They exist. You're also going to have some really grumpy patients, because typically when people are going to the doctor's office, they're not well. They're not feeling good. So they may not be putting their best foot forward when they're interacting with people because they just don't feel good.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to navigate through all of that, do your best not to take it personally, understand the big picture of all of it, and give the best customer service, quite frankly, as you can to all the stakeholders involved.
Yeah.
And I remember hiring, and I've shared this story before, I hired a receptionist for one of my clinics, and she didn't have any healthcare experience, but she worked for one of the major cell phone companies in their retail department. And the doctors, the board, everybody's asking me, are you out of your mind? They don't have any healthcare experience. And I said, neither did I when I started this organization, and now I'm running yours. So who's the idiot now? And you know, so basically they went, okay. I said, she's trainable. She's going to pick it up quick. Number 2, she's great with people. So long story short, she is now running a clinic herself, a healthcare clinic, when she started in a cell phone company, and now she's running a clinic. Why? Because we gave her the opportunity. We created the environment where she could thrive. She did. She took advantage of it and made it, you know, her career.
Yeah.
And that was an opportunity I gave because I saw the person. I'm like, you can train people on things, you know, that's not a problem. It's like, how are they with people in all these different aspects of things that get thrown at us on a daily basis?
And it's a fine line to walk. You know, it is a fine line to walk. You know, and one of the biggest complaints I hear from younger workers across all industries is there's nobody there to coach and train me up. And, you know, you and I had the conversation when we spoke at first about my stepson is a mechanical engineering guy. He's 29. And he was working for his first job out of school. And he said, they just kind of threw me into a job that I'm not qualified for. and I'm like managing a $2 million budget. And I ask them like, is this correct? Like, you just need to show it to me once. And they were like, well, kind of figure it out. And I told them, I hear the same complaints from young attorneys whose law firms want them to come sit in the office 5 days a week, but the partners that they're reporting to aren't there. And more, as we've bled from the millennial generation to the Gen Z generation, younger people want to be in the office with mentors, with trainers, so they can have the opportunity that receptionist had, right? Maybe they're not all the way there in their education and experience so far, but if you can start with that and then get them to where you need them to be, then you're ahead of the game. Now, people that are clinicians or technicians, it's a different story. Just like in certain law firms, it's practice area expertise. But if some young associate comes along and has that practice area expertise, why wouldn't you want the one that wants to come in and get instruction from you, as opposed to the one that you think is sitting in their living room, in their sweatpants, thumbing their nose at you, and only working when they want, not when you want, if you're a partner in a law firm? The reality is that if you embrace that younger employee that wants to come in and get there yourself, you'll be able to have a better team over time. And that's some of the conversation that I'm having with my law firm clients now. It's like, the problem is not your associates. The problem is the partners, because they want to sit in the Hamptons or Martha's Vineyard or the Jersey Shore 3 days a week, all year long, or mostly in the summer. And they're like, well, I get everything done. Well, you need to come in and recommit to the firm that you're going to bring the next generation of attorneys along, just like you were brought along at one point in time. The way in which that occurs is now different because of the way the generations communicate. The boomers a little more in person and through email. The younger Gen Xers, millennials, and Gen Zers more via instant message or text, or something like that. If you're a boomer, you just have to make the effort with the Gen Xer or the millennial or the Gen Zer to communicate the way they want, and then they'll eventually come to you too. It's not you acquiescing everything to train up good people. But if you train up good people, you'll get a better team together and you run a better business, you'll be more successful, and guess what? You'll make more money.
Yeah, and it's just utilizing all the tools at the time that makes sense for everybody involved. Because sometimes a quick text message works. Sometimes it's okay, let's jump on a quick Teams or Zoom call. That's great. Sometimes it's like, why don't we carve out some time and we'll spend an hour in the office and we're going to go over this. And you're not distracted by anything else because you're in a room, doors closed, you're flushing it all out and all of that, and you get to have the human interaction and read body language and all of that. There's all these things that are available, and we should utilize all of them. And that goes to all generations. Doesn't matter.
And every business. It's in every business. There's no substitute for, hey kid, come sit in my office with me, listen in on this call, and then we'll talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
there's no substitute for that FaceTime. Now we live in a work time where that specific type of event is less frequent and shorter in duration. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't be part of it. And that's what the workforce is having issue with at the moment. I hear the same complaints from my mechanical engineering stepson as I do from young attorneys, as I do from young people in trades who are doing things like, electrician work or carpentry. It is a universal issue cutting across 4 generations. And those people, I was preparing some notes, for this podcast. And, one of the things I made a note here is navigating the landscape, right? Everybody's like, how do I do it? Well, you have to read, and you have to get good at reading the 3 generations that you're not a part of. Because then if you extend yourself into those generations, you'll get better feedback, more open communication. And I use the example I heard the phrase boots the house down. And it's very much a phrase that came out of the LGBTQ community and the drag community. And it meant when a drag performer had a great performance that they brought the house down, boots the house down. I threw it at my daughter-in-law, who's 28, very much the Instagram generation. And she looked at me wide-eyed and said, how do you know that phrase? And they said, because I can read. I was online, I was reading an article and stuff like that. And she said to me, slay. So I ended up, and like we all know what that means, right? You killed it. So I ended up doing a video on Instagram and LinkedIn about those two phrases and how the thought hit me of, if you're a lateral partner in a law firm and you're mid-career or beyond, and sometimes you can connect with a younger associate just through the use of a silly phrase or an exchange about current events or something like that to just break down that wall. That's all you're looking to do. And it's amazing to me that more people don't think that way. But I think that those who do are going to be lined up for the biggest success going forward.
Yeah, it humanizes people and
Right.
it breaks down those silos. And for those that are a little reluctant to do it, you kind of have to ask yourself, okay, why is my ego fighting this? What's bringing this about? Because if I want to make a comment about Taylor Swift's new album, okay, you read up a little bit. It's not like the information isn't available, but again, it's in the context of the work you're doing. It adds that human element to it, and they go, oh, wait a minute, old man Bob isn't as non-hip as we thought. He's like, wow, he's slaying it today, and just on a call or something like that, and you're just like, oh, okay. Yeah, and I think back even in the early days of my career when I talked about earlier about just kind of observing people and the way they approach things, and it made such a huge difference in my life both ways. Because there were people obviously younger than me that were working that I was observing and going, okay, what's motivating you? And especially when I hired people after they'd been there a while, I'll ask them, and sometimes they had to check because I tend to be sarcastic sometimes. I say, why do you work here? And I had to frame it and use a tone that it sounded like I was curious and not
Mhm.
being sarcastic. And why, you have so many options, why do you choose to work here? What about this place? And often, they would blow sunshine up my backside and tell me it was me and all that, which was nice to hear, but I knew there was other elements too. But for me, it was like, okay, I'm creating an environment where people want to be here and they can thrive and shine and do things and interact with each other and grow. And when you have
100%.
that, you navigate through all these stressors, you navigate through all the ups and downs, you navigate through pandemics, you navigate through all the challenges that the world throws at us because you've got each other's backs.
Yeah,
And
and
it
you're in
makes
the
a big
right kind
difference.
of environment. I started my businesses in 2000. People were like, "Oh, you can do so well," and blah blah blah. And I was like, "I'm not really driven by money." I said, "I'm driven by experience. I'm driven by controlling my own destiny." I created a workplace that I wanted to be in, and then I tried to fill it with people that thought like I did in that regard, where people are treated with courtesy and respect. Different opinions are encouraged and not thrown to the wayside. They're discussed. And I've told many an employee of all ages about why something was a great idea or something was not a great idea. And the fact that we addressed it is what they appreciated. You create that kind of environment. And now I tell my candidates, and it doesn't matter if it's a lateral partner with a multi-million-dollar book of business or down through the ranks, we now live in a time where you get to decide a little bit, more so than the market. If you have a book of business and you're a lateral partner and you're mid-career and you're missing your kids growing up and you want to change that, you can make a move. If you're a younger associate who's not getting the kind of training and mentoring you want, you can make a move. You owe to yourself, and you talk about including people in the workplace and like, why do you like working here? And questions like that. It's really about giving people a stake in things. It's giving them a say. I was sharing a success story of a law firm that I work with who created a spot on the management committee to give associates and what they call income partners a voice on the management committee. And it's not really done all that much. And the people appreciated it. And it's made the people at the firm grow closer. It's about the culture. I saw an interview with something called the Real Race Project, and part of the exercise was, define yourself in 6 words. You should always be able to define yourself in 6 words instead of 6 degrees of separation. And, mine is interested in people different than me. And you can't be ashamed of admitting who you are, to people whether they're the same as you or different than you. And I'm like, I lived in New York City my entire adult life. And when I would get in the back of a cab, I would ask the cab driver how to pronounce their first name, because it showed that I was interested in them. And they were generally somebody who was a different ethnic group than me. And all of a sudden, the pasty middle-aged white guy that got into the back of their cab made them feel good. And that's the type of stuff that in the workplace doesn't cost you any money if you're running a business. All it requires you to do is change your mind. And if you are bringing in people at all levels, if you're a senior partner that I'm working with and you're only interested in a money jump, it's probably not going to be a successful engagement. If you're a senior partner I'm working with that wants the right firm, doing the right work and making money, then I definitely can help you. And it's really interesting to see how people are now redefining themselves, redefining their lives. And, for my purposes, it's an ongoing conversation. It requires two things, and it's very simple: communication and accountability. And that includes self-accountability. I talk to younger people, I'm like, you spent all this money on law school, and you're sitting in your living room in your sweatpants, and you think you have it great, and you're making X dollars working in big law. But here's what's happening. You're being given the same work over and over. You're getting siloed. You're not really learning a lot. The person that's in the office that is at the elevator that the partner grabs is the person that's now ahead of you to go to clients. When those clients start talking with that individual, you become less and less valuable. On the flip side, if you're a partner with a book of business, you need to be in to lead, to service your clients, and to interact with others in the firm. And if you do those things, you'll make more money in the long run. You'll get easier engagement. And what I mean by easier engagement is your people getting to you in the time frame you want, communication and accountability, but it's got to also be self-accountability. I wanted to tell about the road ahead a little bit, and I say this is an ongoing conversation. And a little funny anecdote happened to me a couple of months ago. My wife and I had our master bathroom redone, and the contractor had subcontractors, and one of them was the plumber, and the base of the toilet leaked when they finished the bathroom. So the plumber came back, and he's like, I tell these kids, like, don't just put the silicone on the base. You have to take your finger and put it around to create the seal. And they don't listen, they don't listen, they don't listen. I'm like, how old are you? He goes, 28. I'm like, and you're complaining about the 19-year-old? And he goes, you betcha. And that, Michael, made me realize that the generational conversation with Gen Alpha coming, it's not changing. It's not going away. And the people that can navigate the conversation the best to run businesses, because that's what everybody's trying to do, are going to be the most profitable in the long run, are going to feel better in the long run about the businesses they've created, and their people are going to end up staying with them because they feel like they're a part of something.
Yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And it reminds me real quick of a story. A colleague of mine does some after school robotics coaching and some coding types of stuff. And some of their students are either from first grade all the way up to 12th grade. And this little first grader, he was working with them on coding and designing a little computerized game kind of thing. And at the end of it, this little kid, was leaving, and the coach was working with another student. So this 5-year-old pats the coach on the back a couple of times, says, "Good job today." And he leaves, and he's laughing about it because here's this little 5-year-old that just gave me this attaboy type of thing. He's like, he's 5, how in the world is he doing that? It's like, yeah, he might be 5, but he's, in his late 50s in real life or something. I'm not sure which.
Make that kid the CEO.
You got it. I looked, I heard that story. I said, okay. I said, all right,
That's great.
keep an eye on that one, because they're going to do amazing things in this world. And that's what it's all about, whether it's a law firm, accounting firm, education, whatever. Create that environment where everybody can thrive in the way that they define thriving, to serve your clientele, your customers, whomever. And it's when the magic happens. You light up. You're like, it's Sunday and you're dying to get in the office because you want to see that, partner or that associate that you're mentoring because they crushed it last week, and you want to congratulate them in person for really stepping up, because people want to learn. Most people are coachable, and the self accountability. I'm glad you mentioned that. I think that's something that I see as absent, but there's reasons why it's absent. The more accountable you are to yourself and what's your role in this game, the better you're going to be short term and long term.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. That's a whole nother podcast, that the accountability and self-accountability thing. And, we talk about it through the lens, of the generations. We talk about it running better businesses and everything like that. But these are human skills. These are skills that help you in every walk of life, and I think that's the thing that's lost on a lot of people. You say, you crushed it last week, you're fired up to go into the office on Monday, but we also live in the real world that you're not going to feel that way all the time. Right. And a lot of people talk to people like us and they're like, oh, it's easy to be gung ho and rah, rah, and all that. That's not what this is about. What this is about is positioning yourself. And if you're running a business, positioning your business the best way possible, but being realistic about it. And wouldn't you rather go to work fired up more times than not? I mean, I would settle for that if I were in the corporate space. I think I said to you on our initial call. I work for myself. I'm very much, doing my thing and everything. And I always joke with people, my boss sucks. He just makes me work when other people don't, but he also does approve my expenses, and he does let me go do some fun things. But what he does is he lets me be me. And, I'm fortunate that I work for myself, and not everybody lives in that world, especially if you're in corporate America, whether it's a law firm or another kind of business. We get that. But you could set yourself up to be as close to what you want. And that is occurring for the first time in 2 generations. It really is. People in the 50s really had the kind of opportunity that the generations coming up have now. Everybody from there to now, a lot of the boomer generation, and I hear it all the time, the boomers are hanging on too long. But the boomers who consider themselves, as I consider myself, and I'm sure even though you're a little younger than me, you consider yourself this kind of person, is we're empowerers. We want to tell people, listen, you bring a lot to the table. And I do it with people that are way older than me down to way younger than me. And, I've had more than one candidate at each end of the age range say, boy, you get me. And I said, I'm not trying to be you. Again, it's communication and accountability. If you keep that in mind, and then courtesy and respect yourself, but respect others, be humble, extend yourself a little bit. You'd be surprised, how people react to you, like the guy driving that cab in New York City.
Yeah, it's important. And I tell you, if everybody followed that, boy, the world would look a lot different and workplaces would be a lot better. So, John, I've loved this conversation. I could talk to you for hours on this show already. So where can people find out more about you and all this amazing work?
Well, you could certainly reach out to me individually at Jay Shepard, spelled JSHEPPARD at JShepardAssociates.com. You can go to our website. You can find us on Instagram and on LinkedIn at Jay Shepard Associates. And I really want to thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today, Mike. I could talk to you for hours as well, and I'm sure we'll be talking offline again.
Of course. And I'll definitely have that information in the show notes. So, John, thank you for being you and making this world a much better place. Really appreciate your time today.
Thanks so much, Michael. Have a great day.
Welcome back. I've got Jim Fielding online. Jim, how are you today?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me.
Looking forward to this conversation. You've done some absolutely amazing work so far, and you continue to do so. It's not like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
Why don't you share a little bit about you, and then we'll jump into the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you saying that. I mean, I'm committed to lifelong learning and staying constantly curious. And so I don't ever want to be done. And after a great run in retail and media and entertainment with some of the world's largest brands like The Gap and Disney and DreamWorks and 20th Century Fox. I've completely pivoted in the last, particularly in the last 2 years. I wrote a book that came out in August of 2023, All Pride, No Ego, and that really gave me the platform to pursue this new life I'm in now. And so officially, as of really January 1st this year, but really last fall, I'm full-time writer, speaker, and now executive coach. I went back to school at Emory, the Goizueta Business School, and took 2 coaching fundamentals and advanced coaching, and now I have coaching clients and consulting clients, and I'm writing another book and doing speaking opportunities at conferences and corporations and nonprofit groups. So it's the first time in my life. I mean, I remember talking to my sister and my mom about this. Like, I basically have had a paycheck from someone else since I was 13. My parents believed that we needed to go to work and that my allowance was never going to keep up with my lifestyle. And literally last August 31st was the last time I got a quote paycheck from a corporation and benefits and all that. And so it's really the first time in my life, now that I'm 59, getting ready to turn 60, where I'm completely on my own and I'm really enjoying it and meeting fascinating people and doing interesting things.
So you're bold to do it, and I commend you for doing it, because there's something energetic and refreshing about it. It's like you're going out there, and you don't necessarily have a safety net. You do, but you don't. It's like, okay, for me to generate revenue, so I have some currency units in my bank account, it's up to me. It was before too, but it's a little different now, where you're basically working multiple departments instead of just the sales and consulting side of things or whatever else. And I'm guessing, and you mentioned about going back to school and and the coaching and whatnot. My hunch, and correct me if I'm wrong, is when you're in the class and they're going over some things, did you have that aha moment going, wait, I've been doing this all along anyway, but now I'm getting the education component afterwards. So usually it's like, usually you learn how to do it, then you do it. Well, in your career, you did it, and now you're
I kind of learned on the job.
You're learning how to do it. Yeah.
I give my professors and mentors in that program credit, because like literally the first module when I started was, part of it was the difference between coaching, consulting, therapy, and mentoring. And I realized that I'd been doing all of that. Like, I had gone to therapy. I wasn't a therapist, but I had mentored, I had consulted, and I had coached. But they were really good about putting the boundary walls in between what a good coach was versus a good consultant. And so for me, that honestly was the hardest learning, because as a consultant, you're paid to solve a problem. I mean, you're literally hired for a project or to solve an issue a company has, and 90 days, 6 months, whatever it is, and you have a deliverable. In coaching, it's much more client driven, and it's much more iterative, and it kind of takes a lot of different paths. And I had to learn not to be a problem solver, because in my first couple of practice coaching, and we practiced all the time in the class, I would be like offering solutions immediately, because that's how I was programmed. And my coach would be like, no, right? Like my professor would be like, help your client get to the solutions, help your client transform, help your client unblock. And I love that. And it's actually made me, I think, frankly, a better partner and son and brother and uncle, because I'm not just running around solving. And listen, I was in the C-suite and I was a consultant. That's what I was paid for, to your point. I was paid to solve problems. I was paid to drive business. And so I was like making decisions on the fly and going. And in coaching, it's a much different process. It's a much different timeline. And I have a very diverse set of clients, which I love. And so each coaching assignment is very different. Each client is different in what they want to accomplish in the assignment. So, but yes, I would have said a year ago, I've been coaching forever, until I got the academic foundation and was like, oh, I need to learn some new things. And it was really important to me, because to your point, I could have just gone on LinkedIn and announced I was a coach and started booking people and put up my website. I wanted to do the academic underpinning first.
Well, it speaks volumes to your character too, because most people say, "Yeah, I got this. I've been doing this. I worked at this consulting firm or whomever, forever. I know what I'm doing, and
Right.
and you would serve your clients well by doing that. But the analogy a lot of times, for me, when I think about consulting an organization or coaching, the big thing for me to help remind myself of the same situation is, okay, what did they hire me to do? Okay, they hired me to coach them. All right, well, that means I'm on the sidelines. I'm going over some plays. I'm like, okay, what do you think about this? Very collaborative. Get them, like you said, to come up with their solutions instead of, what do you think about this? And, being, a reformed people pleaser and a problem solver. The great book by the late Dr. Harriet Breaker, Disease to Please. I highly recommend it.
That is brilliant. I love the title.
Yeah.
I'm writing that down. I'm looking at you, but I'm writing that down.
Yeah, it is. That book came out, I think, in the year 2000, so it's a quarter century old, but it's timeless and quite convicting if you are a people pleaser, because it calls you out really good. And there's different types of people pleasers, and I thought, well, I'm this, and then after reading that book and picking myself up off the floor after it knocked me down, oh wow, I'm actually different. And I reread it every few years just as a not so much as a reminder, but more of a where am I at now?
Because, almost like a self-assessment. I love that.
Yeah. So it's definitely a good book that I recommend to anybody and everybody.
Well, it takes a people pleaser to know a people pleaser, right? Like I definitely listen. I'm a firstborn. The first one in my family to go to 4-year college. Like I had a lot of expectations on me, and I was pleasing a lot. I was pleasing parents and grandparents and extended family. And you're right. So I had not heard of that book, so I love that you gave that to me, and I will pick up that pearl.
Yeah, I'll share a real quick family story. A late uncle of mine was in our family the first family member to go to college, and he made some questionable choices and did some crazy things in his life, to the point where when my brother and I, because we were next to go, and we saw some of the annex he pulled, I told my parents, I'm kind of afraid to go to college. Why? Is it going to be hard? I said, no, because I don't want to do the crazy stuff that Uncle Joe has done. And they said, don't worry. I said, that has nothing to do with academic. So it was like, okay, good.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean I haven't done some crazy things, but hey, it happens.
Yeah, right. No, for sure.
So, jumping back into, the work that you're doing now, and I know we talked about this before too, is, the tool bag of knowledge and experience that you have is interchangeable. So it's literally like going and I'll use the analogy, if you like to cook, okay, you got the spice rack, so you got all the spices, and you're like, okay, what am I going to make for dinner tonight? You've got some lean meat, you've got some veggies, salad, whatever. You're like, okay, what am I going to make? And as humans, we get in ruts and we say, okay, we're going to make this again. But no, sometimes we're like, no, actually, I want to do something different. And we may use a cookbook, or in this case, we may go, I'm going to rely on my
improvise.
Improv, and let's make dinner, knowing that DoorDash is just an app away. That's younger generations that didn't have, or older generations that didn't grow up with that. We remember. It's like, if dinner was screwed up, then guess what? Well, we either ate it
cereal.
Anyway,
you might be having some cereal,
or
right?
Some
or
cereal,
or
maybe there's that 2-year-old jam package in the bottom drawer. Is there a piece of bread?
Some buttered toast. Some buttered toast.
Yeah, exactly. We're like, literally.
We're gonna get something, but
we're literally thinking about going down the street.
It's a great analogy. No, it's a great story. I mean, that is, I mean, there's a certain amount of, and that's part of what I like, what you and I are talking about. It's part of what I like about coaching is of course I prepare for my client meetings, and I review previous notes, and I write myself some notes that I, might want to ask, some certain questions I want to ask. I still have my list of go-to questions, but you are kind of improvising during the coaching because you really, to be a good coach, you have to be a very active listener and a very good question asker. And you're really riffing off of what your client comes to, right? And as you know, because you do this, like my first questions are always, what's top of mind for you today? Or, what issue really is something you want to talk about today? Because as you know, each session, 45 or 50 minutes, you can't boil the ocean. And I think getting the client to focus on what really is the core issue that's affecting them at that moment, right? And that they really want to talk about. And you can't prepare for that. It doesn't matter if you review all your notes and you think you know your client super well, they can surprise you each time. And to your point, I fall back on my 35 plus years of corporate experience and my own coaching. Like I was coached. I had a coach at Disney for 4 years when I was president of Disney Store. I had a coach. He was amazing. And I was the one, when my boss at Disney told me I was getting a coach, I thought I had done something wrong, honestly, Michael. Like I was like, oh my gosh, like, did I offend somebody or my number's not good? Like I saw it as a negative. And my boss was like, no, we're investing in you because we want you to be a better leader. We want you to grow with us. Once I flipped that switch and realized it was an investment, like it was an unbelievable time. And it was a gift that I had that coach in my life for 4 years. And it's somebody that I'm still in touch with because he helped me transform so much and absolutely made me a better leader at Disney, a better leader at every future job I had after that. And as I've said before, like a better person, like I think just a better human being.
Spent many an hour inside Disney stores with my little ones. And
so many did. We appreciate you.
Yeah, lots of positive. One not so positive. My oldest daughter had, the quintessential meltdown, laying on the floor, screaming, crying, kicking her legs to the point where I had to literally carry her out of the store over my shoulder because she was upset.
Did we not have something she wanted?
We already bought her something.
Oh,
and she wanted something else, and I told her no, and that
no is not a great word in Disney store now.
No. It's like, upon reflection, it was like next time. It was funny because her mom was the reason why we were there, and we were there with a friend of ours because my partner at the time, she was holding kind of like a house thing for selling something. I forget what it was, but so it's like, all right, well, I'll take Sarah out, and the other two kids were little enough where they weren't, they were still very young, so it wasn't an issue. But it's like, I'll take her. So it's like, all right, let's go to Disney store, and she never acted that way before ever, and so here I am walking with my buddy, and there's a screaming kid walking through the mall, screaming and yelling. I'm surprised people didn't call the cops, thinking I was trying
I'd say turn you into child services.
Yeah, it's like, you're trying to kidnap that child. No, I'm just not buying her yet.
Okay, well, here's the hint.
She has enough aerials, okay?
Yes, but here's the hint. It's too late now, but for any of your listeners, because I still love Disney Store so much, the area around the cash register are the souvenirs. We call them souvies, but internally, we literally called them, without being rude, shut up gifts. And they were all like less than $12. And it was, I saw numerous desperate parents and grandparents picking up a, like a small plush animal, or, just something that, like a keychain, something that was under $10 or $12. Because we saw many a tantrum in Disney Store, because you're teaching the kids boundaries, right? And of course, we're overstimulating. Like our job was to give them the best 30 minutes of their day, and so we were like overstimulating them, and there's something everywhere that they look. So we weren't always a parent's best friend.
No, I get that, but no, I was thinking as you're mentioning that, I remember, in the back of the stores, they always had a Disney movie playing on. It used to be on the smaller televisions,
Always,
and
yes.
then the bigger screens and stuff like that. And I often thought, it's like, it'd be nice if they had the funding and the staffing to say, this is kind of like a kid drop off at IKEA where basically, and I'll use this pen, it's like this is the thing that pages you to let you know it's time to pick up your
Yes.
kid. I was one of those parents that probably ignored the page and like I didn't feel anything.
Yeah,
I'm gonna squeeze another
something's
15
wrong.
minutes out of this. Yeah. Meanwhile, the poor staff's like, it's like I don't know. For some reason, it wasn't working. Yeah, no, it was
You're
working quite well.
You're
ignoring
quite
it.
smart, Michael.
Yeah.
We thought about it. And it's funny because on Disney Cruise Line, they have that. I mean, Disney
Yep.
Cruise Line, they have Kids Club.
Yep.
And you drop your kid off and you get a wristband, or now it's an app. But yeah, we thought about it. And by the way, we had parents do it without it being official either. Like all of a sudden we'd look up and we'd be like, whose children are those? Right. And
Yeah.
we'd be like trying to match child, and all of a sudden the
Mhm.
mom would come back carrying like a Banana Republic bag or an Ann Taylor bag. And we'd be like, oh, okay, now we're reuniting them. But we had,
Exactly.
of course, you can imagine, we had not lost children or missing children protocols, but we definitely had we had standards and operating procedures for
Oh, yeah.
matching parents to children for sure.
Yeah. No, if it's ran by Disney, there's going to be protocols and systems.
We didn't miss it on that. We knew how to do that.
Exactly. So going forward, what I always ask people, and I don't ask the 5-year plan because the last 5 years, who the heck could have planned any
Who
of
could have
that?
planned those? Yeah.
But so now that you both feed in and you're working with people, what are some of the things? Is there any like common, if anything, common things that businesses are looking for help on?
For
I know.
sure.
Okay, so I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on that.
I mean, I'd say my three biggest topics, Michael. One is management and communication and team building in these new hybrid work environments, right? The return to work. Part of my staff is remote, part of my staff is hybrid, part of my staff is in the office. How do I do it? And for many of us in my generation, we grew up as physical leaders where basically our teams were in an office. Even if you managed multiple offices, you could still go to the office. And I'd say that's one area I'm spending a ton of time on. I think the other clients I'm attracting are people who are in a certain stage in their life. So I don't want to say a certain age, but more of a certain stage of what's next? How long am I going to keep doing this? Like, do I want to consult? Do I want to slow down? Do I want to maybe go teach? Like, these moments where, running companies, running a division, running a corporation is not easy and is very tiring. And they're they're not ready to quote retire, but I mean, there's almost like most people don't like that word. Most people don't like retirement. They like changing gears or something like that. And then I'd say the other thing, it really is kind of belonging, inclusion, DEI 2.0. Like what do these programs look like? I mean, there's obviously been in the news lately that there's been a lot of rollbacks. President Trump announced that we're rolling it back at a federal level in the federal government. However, the reality is there's a business imperative to manage situationally and manage diversity because our teams. I mean, you look at the demographics of the United States in particular in 5 years, to your point, or 10 years, we're becoming a more diverse population. We're not becoming less diverse. And so regardless of what is legally required or mandated or directed, most executives I'm working with see the business imperative to manage diversity and manage situationally. And also, I'm spending a lot of time on the generational differences. I hear a lot about, oh, Gen Z is so hard to manage, or Gen L, whatever's after Gen Z, or Gen Y, or, these millennials. And I'm like, okay, but that's, again, managing diversity because each generation is different. And I guess the fourth one, if I had to throw one in, is the impact of AI. I mean, we're in an AI age, and where is it going to help your business? Is it going to hurt your business? How do you harness it for efficiency and effectiveness? How do you not be afraid of it in some cases? So I'd say those are pretty much the themes that I'm working.
Yeah, and definitely plenty of work in all of those arenas.
Yeah.
And, I saw the headline this morning. I forgot where it was, what article it was, or what resource it was from, but it touched on DEI and diversity. And to your point, yeah, 5 to 10 years, our country will be more diverse, and even to the point where they said it, because of the diversity, everybody thinks, okay, well, you've got people from this background or this faith or LGBTQ, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, so any of those things, but the thing that it hammered home, and I hadn't seen this at least across to me as before, is in many of these situations, the new immigrants and new citizens to our country and all of that stuff are not coming from Western civilization. So what that does, and this is my perspective, and why I was such a big fan of the internet when it first showed up, and why I'm a fan of AI and everything else, is the world is becoming more global, which means we can look and experience different skill sets, learn new things, adapt things in a different way to see benefits that we wouldn't think of, because we've been spending all our time on Comfort Avenue doing the same things over and over again, expecting a different result. Remember the insanity?
Right. Insanity.
Yeah. So I am a huge advocate for new experiences, whether it's coming from eating in a different restaurant to working with different people. My last role for going full in on this one was running a multiple site healthcare clinic. We had 16 different nations represented in my clinic.
Yes.
The potluck lunch was off the charts.
Yeah. I was just saying, I used to love the
this?
holiday celebrations. Yeah, I love
because it's like
where everybody brought their version of cookies, right? And
yeah, or it was different thing. I'm like, what's this? It's like you go in there and your senses are just going crazy. You're smelling all these combinations of foods, and you're like, crap. I said, I can eat maybe a plate, and there's like 10 plates worth of food here. It's
I know.
Yeah, we had to retool it because there was so much leftover food. Thankfully, there was a place, a charity just down the street, so they were able to take all the food, and they were fed amazingly, and it was like, so it worked out well. But all of these things opens things up, and for those companies that are looking at that going, I know 5 years down the road things may look a little different, it's perfect that they're doing that now instead of,
for sure,
I'm a big proactive person. I'd rather be proactive than reactive, because you can plan it. Disaster recovery and emergency stuff, that's when you really start using your tools, but I'd rather not. I'd rather use the tools in a planning way. So that's great to hear that.
And I love that you know all that, Michael, because the data and facts are there, right? And so again, regardless of what is legally mandated, it's a business imperative that you do this. And when I was president of Disney Store, I had one direct report. I had 2 direct reports in Europe, 2 in North America, 1 in Japan, and then 3 who we call global. They were based with me in LA, but they had global responsibility. And so by nature, all of their perspectives were completely different. And I loved back to cooking, I loved the stew that was, because I've always been a 2 heads are better than 1. And I think retail and Disney retail, I didn't ever claim to have all the answers. And I wanted, well, what do you think, Japan? What do you think from a European perspective? And we would try, and we use the word global, that word. There were certain things about Disney Store that were global, that were like the standards and the expectations, but we also enabled local execution and local adaptation. So it made sense for the Japanese guest or the Italian guest or the German guest or the Mexican guest. And I loved that about our team, that we literally embraced the word local. And that was how I led. There were listen, every store was going to have Mickey Mouse. Every store was going to have the princesses. There were certain things that were non-negotiable. But, depending on the market, there was a lot of local execution.
Yep, and I experienced that. Yeah, I experienced that in the various places that I, would visit or live. And
we had Disney Store fans that would literally, they were at our peak, we were in 14 countries. I knew of people who were going to visit us in each one of those countries and like buying a plush or buying a pin and or a snow globe. And I'd run into them all the time when I was president, and I loved them. And they would tell me the good, bad, and the ugly of their experiences. But it's kind of the same thing with the Disney parks. Like, there's parks in China, there's parks in Paris, there's parks in Japan, there's parks in Florida, and there's parks in California. And each one is Disney through and through, but they're also localized to that market.
Yeah, that's what makes them special from across the board. So
for sure.
Love this conversation, Jim. Where can people find out more about you? And
the easiest is my website, hijimfielding.com, just hijimfielding.com. LinkedIn, I'm Jim Fielding, really easy to find. And it is me, I say, in this land of AI. If you contact me, DM me, it's going to be me. It's not a bot that's answering you. And those are the two best places, LinkedIn and the website. And then the book, All Pride, No Ego. You can find that at Amazon, any of your local bookstores, Amazon, Alstora. It's also, I did record the audiobook. I get asked that a lot. So it's like me talking to you for almost 7 hours, if you can handle that. You can do it in small doses. But yeah, I read the book and it was a great experience.
Awesome. Definitely have all that information in the show notes. And I listen to audiobooks at 2x speed, so it'd only be 3.5 hours. So,
I'd sound like Jiminy Cricket, but okay.
There are some voices you can do that, and there are some voices where
I don't know if mine is. I'm gonna try that now. That's on my to-do list.
Yeah, there's some that for some reason I can't hear it, but my dog is going nuts for some reason. So
I'm afraid I might be setting off your dog. I'll have to try.
There you go. We'll give it a shot and let you know. So thanks again, Jim, for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Such a pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome back. I've got Katie Truss on the line. Katie, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. I'm excited for this chat.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this one for a while now. So for those that aren't familiar with you, why don't you share a little bit about you and the work you're doing, and then we'll jump into the conversation.
Happy to. I'm an advisor in the tech ecosystem. I mainly work with CEOs and their executive team, sometimes the board as well, and pretty much 360 around the CEO, everything from their leadership, internal, external brand, how they show up in the ecosystem, what's their brand, but then also just the whole internal operations and implementing operating systems and scaling organizations. Mainly, as I said, tech, so usually around 100 to about 500 employees. And as they scale their engineering teams and their sales teams, usually they have quite similar challenges, and I work with them on that and do the whole strategic planning and internal structure. Because I'm German after all, so I like structure. But then also scaling culture and working on the executive team dynamics and the team building. So really everything the CEO touches. And yeah, I advise about 10 to 12 at a time and having a good time doing it. I enjoy it a lot.
Well, it's amazing. And, the work that you do, and especially the deep understanding that you have about every angle of an organization is so critically important, because nothing against our fellow advisors that are out there, but sometimes they can be a bit narrow focused when it comes to the work they do, their own understanding. But going back to your comment about systems and being German, I have a little bit of German heritage on my dad's side, and I blame/thank that, because I am very structured. I have to have order, otherwise chaos drives me absolutely bonkers. And when I go into an organization to look around, I'm just trained to see, oh, that's a mess. Oh, that's a mess. And I just want to go clean it up. And sometimes they're not ready for that. And when it comes to IT, and it's getting, and I'm going to change, obviously correct me if I'm wrong here, but in the early days of IT, going into organizations and things like that, it was definitely a bolt-on type of approach, and it was never really part of the DNA of an organization. It was like, okay, we're adding this on type of thing, like you would add on an expansion to a building or something like that. But now it should be, but I'm guessing it may not be as much as it should be, a crucial integration with how everything flows. And I think, again, going back to what I said a moment ago, I think that's where your skill set really shines, because you can help people connect the dots and have it part and just kind of flow through the organization instead of being this add-on or outside source or resource or
Yeah.
whatnot.
Yeah, I think that's the massive difference between being a consultant and an advisor, because I need to create the whole buy-in, not only from the CEO, but also from the executive team, from the VP level, director level, across the whole org. You really need to get the buy-in. They need to see the pain point. They need to see how the solution actually, almost getting them to the solution themselves. And then I'm like, oh, by the way, I have this very convenient tool for you. And they think they basically got there themselves, because then they really push it and they really want to integrate it. Where a consultant would go in and assess and identify and put together a plan, and it's never executed, or you feel like you have to go uphill. It's a complete battle to integrate or change anything. This whole change management, I mean, it's just a complete train crash. So yeah, I think that's where advisors and consultants are very different. I also have a coaching background. I was an executive coach for a while in corporate America. So lots of my advisory work is based on has, you know, their roots in coaching and in that methodology. And it really works a lot with buy-in, and you just get so much better and faster change accomplished than just going in and pushing things that you think are right.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it a lot of times too, you know, the quicker you can convince the client it's their idea, the better. And
Yeah.
they'll say, look what we came up with. And like, yes, that was great job. Proud of you.
Yeah.
You know, and it makes such a big difference. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on, and I don't ask too much about this anymore, about what we saw, during the pandemic, because I know there were changes, and we've talked about that on the show quite a bit. But as you and I were chatting in the pre-show a little bit, people behave and act the same. Yeah, there might be some differences out in what's going on in the world right now, but when it comes down to it, CEOs and leadership and the challenges they face continue to be the same. And what are some things that you see just are some tough habits for CEOs to break in the work that you're doing?
Interesting question. I think in general, the whole ecosystem behaved very, on one hand, very similarly, where we had obviously the big tech spike, and the valuations went through the roof, and people were just fundraising like crazy and scaling like crazy, and there was not a lot of substance behind it. So a lot of companies then had this empty shell, no revenue, very little revenue, no real product to show, no real product market fit. And then obviously they have to cut after, and they have to let people go. And I think that is something that people and that CEOs deal with on a daily basis and outside of the pandemic as well. But this was just very accelerated and very much, just top of mind. So I think seeing the behavior of, hey, we have some money and we put it into marketing and into hiring, and there's what happened in the pandemic. People overhiring, people staffing companies with products that don't necessarily have product market fit yet. I think is a big lesson that CEOs can take away. And also post-pandemic, and when the ecosystem has now slowed down and there's not that much funding, to just really, really bootstrap as much as you possibly can, and only use money that you really need, and only use marketing channels that really work. Don't scale before you haven't validated marketing channels, before you haven't validated your product market fit, etc. So that's obviously one of the learnings from COVID. I think in general, the whole VC ecosystem and the VC landscape has changed a little bit, where it's just not that attractive of an asset class anymore to LPs. So there's just less money, and therefore there's deals, and therefore lots of companies have to go towards the profitability route because they just can't really raise, and some still haven't really had that insight, so they're still trying to raise, and they get low and low valuations and do down rounds, and they kind of give away the whole value of their companies, right? Lots of CEOs who are stuck in a business that, yes, has good revenues, but the growth rate has slowed down, and they already gave up so much of the business that there's just not much to to take out once they sell, right? So they were kind of stuck in this. And how do you lead through that, right? How do you keep your team motivated who really is just there for the equity? Because otherwise, why wouldn't you work for Google or Facebook where you have like the best benefits you can think of, right? So how do you keep your team motivated? How do you keep yourself motivated if there's not, the big gold bucket at the end of the race? Those are just a few where I think the pandemic and that whole tech spike and tech crash has really challenged CEOs on how they run their business and and the strategy and the way they motivate the team.
I agree with you on that as well, and brings to light a couple things. One, I agree with you wholeheartedly on the bootstrapping side of things. The more you can do that, the better, because we all get married to this idea that our product or service is the greatest thing ever, and maybe it's really, really good, but if the market for it is only at a certain level, that's what it's going to be. And the second thing you said really is an interesting challenge, I think, is as the founder of an organization, you've basically sold off your company before you sold it off with all of the venture capital funds and things like that. And now you've hit this plateau and where you need that additional round. And as you said, it's not easy to find that anymore. So you're kind of capped at where you're at. And you're just, here we are, nice company. We're just doing what we're doing and not able to grow it at the rate that you want to. And that can get you, pretty disgruntled as an executive to the point where you start mailing it in or you don't do the work, and your people are going to pick up on that. And then you're going to start losing those key people to Google and Facebook because they're going to say, you know what, this stock's not going to be worth anything. So I'm getting out before I take too much of a bath. And they leave, and all of a sudden your company starts to sink. And a real life example, this was yesterday. I was going through some old emails, and I was looking for a particular message, and I came across one that was from 4 years ago. It was just before the pandemic, from a company that was like, we're going to partner up, we're going to do this, and we're going to have this, and we're going to partner with me on some things. And we did some early things, and we kind of stopped, and I was like, okay, well, let's see where they're at with that. I don't know, maybe this is a better time for that. I don't know. Let's kind of see what they're doing. I click on it, and of course the domain's gone. And you can go through old emails 5 years ago, look at those companies. The majority of them, in all likelihood, aren't around anymore because it was this flash type of thing. And I saw it during the .com era too. I'm that old. So I was through that. And thankfully I went through and was working for a company that's still around, publicly traded. But most of the companies in that space did not survive. But when they were getting all the VC money and growing like mad, that the parties were off the hook, and it was like the booze was flowing and everybody was having a great time, and they actually had a product that they were selling. It wasn't smoke and mirrors like unfortunately so many organizations today are trying to push out. So with AI as well, that's going to be a really interesting dynamic, because I'm sure you're seeing it too. We're getting inundated every day with all of these new companies that have had this great product that's created that's going to do this and this and this. And, I see it and it's like, okay, going back to our history repeats itself commentary earlier, I know the majority of these companies are not going to be here in a couple of years. They're just not. That's just the nature of it. So as an executive, when you're looking at ideas and different tools and things, especially in the tech space, to figure out, okay, is there anything out there that can improve efficiency, return our, the better ROI rates, bring in new talent, all these things. It's hard to wade through all that noise to figure out, okay, this is what it is. So when you're advising organizations that are facing too many options, how do you help them kind of navigate through that?
Yeah, very good question. I think it's whenever I work on certain topics, usually top 20%, like what's most painful. So sometimes that's on the people side, sometimes because you cannot possibly solve it all, right? There is just no way. Like as a CEO, you scale your company to, let's say you start with 10 people, right? And then eventually you have 100 people. It doesn't mean that you have 10 extra time to spend, right? It's not that you work 10x more when you have 100 people. So your whole approach needs to change. It's you just with every time the company doubles, there's new things that need to be in place, and there's things that are gonna fall through the cracks, and that's okay. Not everything can be taken care of. There's always so many products to launch. You can have so much additional revenue if you just launch in this country, and this product and that product. But then your team is getting completely, scattered in all different kinds of directions and loses focus. So you cannot do it all. And if you can do it all, you probably need the money that you don't want, right? So you probably need to have multiple organizations within your organization, have business units, and just run them as separate organizations, basically, right? And then you rather have a different kind of portfolio in terms of having different kind of companies that they are at least separated. So in case there's any legal issues, right? But I think knowing that you cannot do it all necessarily. Also, the whole sprint towards the exit, like if you are in a venture-backed company, there is no point to just like drag it on just because your growth rate is good, or just because the revenues are good. It's not going to go forever. You have 1 or 2 bumpy years, and your valuation is already going to go down, right? And with every year, you put more money into the business. So just the moment you're crossing Series B, you go Series C, D, E, and then you just want out. This whole dragging it and, maybe later on I can get a better valuation, take money off the table, and just make sure that you cover yourself and that you sell when you don't have to sell, but when others buy you. That's the VC game. And I think some founders don't really understand that. They just like keep going and going. And even the best companies that have bad quarters, and that's okay if it was all your company, right? But not if you have to sell it, or if you have investors and they're going to be in your neck. So yeah, interesting lessons from just like very well performing companies, from companies who didn't do so well in the COVID and post pandemic tech crash. And you just have to navigate every single situation a little bit differently. How much have you raised? Is there any potential for exit? I've seen term sheets with people basically having an exit next week, and then it all crashed, and then complete bankruptcy. I mean, I've seen it all in the pandemic, post-pandemic, etc. So you're basically on a gambling table, right? And there was some control you have, and there was obviously some levers you can pull, and having a great team is one of them. But you're in the middle of this, have to juggle all of the balls, and I think being in that position is very you're just kind of on the edge all the time. Like whenever you have a quiet 24 hours, it's probably something is going wrong already. It's just hasn't reached you yet. So it's really a sprint, right? It's like having this 7 to 10 year sprint where you get through it, and when you come out on the other side, you pat yourself on the back if you had a good exit. But most people never make it. And yeah, that also needs to be, kind of being realistic about that. Okay, what if I don't get the valuation I want? Like, then what? Can I buy out my investors and make it profitable and just run it as a cash flow business? Or, can I get more secondaries? Whatever it is, but there's not this one thing of you exit for 700 million and that's the only strategy. There has to be a little bit more wiggle room, I guess, in order to make it a successful exit for yourself, no matter if it's, if the timing in the market is great and the product is perfect and everything is perfect.
One of the things that I've found with executives that are able to navigate those crazy waters is, while they focus obviously on the end goal and the results and the direction that they're going, they tend to focus a lot of their effort on the actual journey and the process itself.
Yeah.
And I have found, even in my own organization, that is where I've had the most growth, is just being present in, okay, here's a challenge. All right, how do we navigate through this? What can we do? Do we need to ride it out? Do we need to adjust? How should we go about this? Obviously, you have an end goal in mind, whether it's an exit strategy or to hit, a certain percentage of the market or raise this type of revenue on an annual basis, whatever that happens to be. Those are great targets. You got to set targets, because if you don't set a target, you're guaranteed to hit it, because you don't know what it is. But
Yeah.
for a lot of people, it's the ones that I find that stick around, not only just the companies, but the executives themselves, are the ones that are, basically having the time of their life in this. And it's sad that so many aren't, because it's an amazing opportunity. And think
Well,
about it.
I
But
get,
yeah,
I
go
get it
ahead.
both completely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so it's amazing to see this. So a long time ago, you used to ask, okay, where do you see things going? But in this world, it's hard to, it's impossible to. But you've kind of mentioned it already, where the VC funds are a whole lot harder to gain. So, what are some easy, quote unquote, easy things that some executives can do to navigate whatever the world throws at us over these next couple of years, which I anticipate it's going to be bumpy. Not trying to predict anything, but I anticipate we may see some real choppy waters for a bit. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Very good question. I think take it one day at a time. As you already said, the execs that are the best, they're usually, hey, I want another challenge. I'm really excited about this. I just love problem solving, and every day there's a new set of problem that we haven't seen before, and I'm using my expertise and my ways of thinking and my ways of problem solving to come to the other side, to get to the other side, right, and find a solution. And if you approach it that way, then every day is a new challenge, and every day you find new solutions to that. And it's exciting, right? That's something that's engaging, where you feel like you can motivate the team as well. If it's a drag, obviously, and you feel like, oh my God, another problem, not the right way to look at this, and not the right way to approach your job as an exec. I think for CEOs especially, you're really on the hot seat. And what I find pretty interesting, and again, I'm not giving advice here at all on how to necessarily approach this, but if we are politically or economically, you have to lay off people, you have certain, political views, etc. I've seen a lot of CEOs who get backlash on it, right? Because you make one little comment and you're kind of a celebrity, you don't necessarily know the ripple effect and the impact that you have, not only on your employees, but also externally, and that that personal brand and how you're perceived externally. If you're a CEO, especially in the tech world, there is a certain kind of celebrity status to it, especially if you have a certain size company. So I mean, laying low, I would say, is probably the best advice, to not be hyper, obviously Elon Musk is a little bit different here, but to not be a hyper, opinionated on certain things. And when you have layoffs, just in a very human way. I remember Airbnb did it very well when they laid off people, and they had an amazing strategy around that. And so nobody walked away with resentment, and they could totally understand why, and they obviously saw reasons, and etc. But yeah, I think a human way to leadership, a very human approach to leadership, and internal and externally building your brand around that, and trying to have people understand your decision-making process and why you came to certain conclusions and why you have certain strategy and why you change certain things in that strategy, and being relatively transparent, not too transparent, but relatively transparent with that. You usually, again, coming back to the buy-in, you get people's buy-in, and they usually understand why things have to happen the way they need to happen. And I would say, I mean, the biggest nightmare is always for your CEO to let go of people, right? It's always I have to do a RIF, and I have to let go of 40% of people, and what's going to happen, and how, and that's the biggest pain. And I think once you do that once, and once you have the skill set to do that, and you have the experience to do that, many people say, well, it wasn't so bad, and actually it was almost good for the people who had to leave, because that was not the right thing for them, right? And they found something that's better. than what they had. So yeah, it's not a straightforward answer. But you just navigate your way through the waters, and every day is a new day, and you see the challenges and opportunity. I think it's a lot about the outlook and the mindset you have when you're sailing through that world. And get yourself the right support, have a good board, have good advisors, and make sure that your executive team is sound, and that you have a good pair of execs around you that can make a big difference. Otherwise, you kind of carry it all on your two shoulders.
Yeah, and that's when you start seeing executives burning out, is if they got to carry all the weight and they don't have the strong board or the strong team. And those points you mentioned, there's so much to carve up there, but I want to highlight just one. I think that the transparency one is definitely a good one, and it can take years and years and years to build up a reputation, and literally a couple seconds to destroy it. Laying low, especially in a very public type of world that we're in right now with social media and stuff, is not easy, but you have to, I highly suggest it. And, I love that you mentioned Elon Musk. If he has a filter, it's not installed, which at least, if you understand that about him, then you get it. And sometimes you're like, oh, I totally agree with what he said, or it's like, okay, wow, that he needed a little more tact than that. And that's just who he is. And if you understand that, I think that goes a long, long way to figuring all this out. So, Katie, I've loved this conversation. Love the work you're doing. So let's share where people can find you and follow what you're doing.
Of course, I would say easiest is my LinkedIn, Katie Trost, or my website, katietrost.com. I'm spelled with a Y. And you find all the information there and more about my work, etc.
Yeah, it's great stuff on there, and I'll definitely have that in the show notes. So, Katie, thanks so much for taking some time out of your day to have a chat with us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back. I've got Matt Seefeld on the line. Matt, how are you?
I'm doing great, Michael. Thanks for having me on today.
Oh, thanks for being on the show. Really looking forward to this conversation. And even in the pre-show, we talked about all kinds of different things, and it's going to be a really good chat for the audience. So why don't you share a little bit about you, and then we're going to jump into this important conversation.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Matt Seefeld, live in Del Mar, California, which is just about 20 minutes north of San Diego on the coast. I grew up in the Bay Area, identical twin. So spent most of my childhood and even into adulthood competing with somebody, which I'm sure some of those topics will come up on our show. Basically, sports was a big part of my life. Played sports all through college, and continue to coach, as part of giving back and being of service to others, and help motivating this next generation of athletes to create I call it the callous minds, to be able to take on this world, right? Not let the world take on them. So, a lot of things there. In my career, I've been in healthcare my entire career. After undergrad, went right into working for a couple of the big four consulting firms, PwC, Deloitte, trying to fix health systems problems financially. Fast forward 24 years, I'm still trying to fix health systems and provider group problem. I did start developing software. Early in my career, I left Deloitte in 2007 to start a company, healthcare software company. Eventually sold that to a public company, and pretty much have been an entrepreneur ever since, and really do enjoy it. And again, I think we'll talk a little bit about what it takes to be an entrepreneur, what it takes to lead a team, what it takes when you're trying to recruit people, and the types of personalities and the challenges that come apart with it. I would say the last big thing that's really why I'm here talking to you today is I did get sober almost 7 years ago. I'd struggled for many years with alcohol. I was using that as my coping measure for stress, trying to avoid feeling. And when I got out of treatment, I realized there was no easy community out there, virtual community to connect with. And this was pre-COVID, right? And so I built an app. It's free for the world to use. It's called My Life Link, and it's a place where people have a soft entry into recovery, right? They can go in, they can basically be as open and honest about who they are, and we connect them digitally to people like them and people who have gotten sober and are in recovery that can help them with this journey. So it's an amazing experience. Again, if any of your listeners out there are struggling with substance abuse, behavioral addiction, or emotional addiction, then or know somebody in their family or friends, pass them on. We'd love to have them. We have lots of virtual meetings. We have lots of things that we offer through the app, and it's free. It'll never be charged for. It's my trying to give back to society as another way to get away from the chaos of this world. As if we focus more on others and less on self, right? That's when healing begins. That's when we start to evolve again as a society.
That's amazing. I'll definitely have the link to the app in the show notes for sure. And I highly encourage those that are struggling with any type of addiction to check it out for sure. So let's bounce back to the healthcare side of things. I worked in healthcare administration, the primary care setting for almost 15 years. And every year was trying to fix healthcare. And my colleagues that are still in that industry, and I've been out of that for several years now, are still trying to fix it. It's a weird thing. And I have my guesses as to why it's so challenging to quote unquote fix it. And I think you kind of alluded to it a bit. And it just seems like that there is a combination of a reluctance to make adjustments because we've always done it this way, or people are afraid to take risks to say, well, let's try this, because from physicians closing down practices, which is downright scary because we know the population is getting older and we're going to need more healthcare providers, not less. So it's frightening to see that there's so many practitioners that are closing up shop or just saying enough of this. I'm going to go work at Target. Nothing against working at Target, but when you're a medical provider and you've gone to school for as long as you have, and you're able to help humanity with their healthcare challenges and needs, and all of a sudden you just say, well, can't do it anymore, I'm walking away from it. Society loses on that. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah. I mean, you already touched on two of the big ones, right? We've always done this, right? There's an apathy in healthcare, and I see it whether you're a large academic medical center or you're a 3-doc shop, right? It's the physicians have put so much trust in the administration side to just get it done. And that worked well. That worked well years ago when reimbursements were decent, cost of delivering care was less. But today, right, what has inflation done to supply and labor costs to deliver the service? It's skyrocketed. And I don't know of anyone who's getting more money from insurance companies, right? So you have pressure on margin now without you doing anything wrong. It's simple, right? I was actually got a knee surgery in November of last year, and I'm sitting on the OR table. The anesthesiologist is about to do his thing. And I said, hold on a second. And I said, hey, do you know to the doctor, my orthopedic surgeon, do you know what the allowable is for my meniscus surgery you're about to do? Do you know what you're going to get from Blue Cross? And he's like, I don't know. I said, $1,400. So that's pretty good for a 20-minute procedure, right? And I said, who's after me? What type of patient? He goes, Medicare. I said, what are you going to get from that? It's like, I don't know. I said, probably $800. And then I went one step further and I said, do you know how many people and touches on the administration side it's going to take for you to get paid for my claim? And he's like, no. I said, do you think you should know that as a business owner? It's like, yes. So there's your problem. So the problem that I see now, and I've been pitching this for 20 years, right? And it's always been a kind of a nice to have concept, but now it's a required to have, is the fact that unlike Henry Ford figured this out in the early 1900s, and healthcare still hasn't gotten there, right? It's this principle of people, right? And it's how do you get a workforce in place that will move heaven and earth to do the right things for the jobs that they're in, right? Revenue cycle is a nasty business, right? High turnover, low wages, not a lot of motivation going on there. So when you start to think about touches to get outcomes, I mean, we looked at like our company, we have a services business as one part of our company. And I looked at all of the outstanding account receivable. Those are claims that are just sitting out there waiting to get paid. We had already touched those 27,000 times at $5.27 a touch. Is that a problem? Of course it's a problem. So I really think the only way for healthcare to get back on track, and this is still probably not good enough. I think healthcare is going to have a massive change over the next 5 to 10 years, probably some more government intervention there. We've got to reduce touches and humans to get payment for services that are already much more expensive to deliver, right? It's as simple as that, right? It's getting people in the right organization, and it's measuring them and holding them accountable. So if you think of like, I call it recognize, reward, and retain, right? How do you recognize people for the great work they do? How do you reward them? And there's lots of ways to create reward systems. And then how do you retain them, right? Ritz-Carlton, Walt Disney figured this out decades ago. They call it the internal service quality, right? I love my job. I know where I fit in the organization. I want to be here. I want to brag to everybody, including my family, about what work I do, right? So I'm not going to leave you and I'm going to perform, right? Healthcare, what the heck? Like, go into a business office and hey, everybody's motivated or nobody's raising their hands, right? So you have to get back to it. And the only way you can do that, though, is to be able to give them non-emotional, objective data on how they're doing. Because you're going to see two things. You're going to see the people that rise up and are like, finally, Michael sees what I do. And then you're going to see the people that select out. They're like, I don't want to be held accountable. I'm going to go work at another organization. Or I'm going to go work down at the Target or Starbucks or whatever, right? It's that piece. To me, revenue cycle management is you touched on this. Like, I live in a community where if you have Medi-Cal, you will not be getting seen by any surgical specialist in our area. If you have Medicare, good luck. If you have good commercial managed care and you have a net worth that allows you to pay cash for lots of it, I'll see you. So not only these communities are, you're not losing physician groups, but the communities, they're only now taking select patients. So so all of this is hurting our society. We're all being impacted because we can't get our arms around the fact that there's too many people and too many touches to get paid. And we can't hold these payers more accountable. Those payers make billions in profit, right? The supply companies make billions in profit. The drug companies make billions in profit, yet the providers are going out of business. Wait a minute. Where's that economic principle? So I've done this for so many years. And so like the software we develop really sits on top of these billing platforms that measures every unit of work and provides that feedback to administration to say, hey, this is where all these humans are getting involved. Let's look at why. Let's look at the people and the process, and let's look and say, can we change things? AI is great. AI is going to help transform this industry in a lot of ways, but you've got to know where people are involved first before you can start making big investments and hope that some sort of an AI technology or machine learning technology is going to fix a problem. So that was a long answer, Michael, but it's important, right? How do you motivate people? One last thing I'll say on this, and this goes to really anyone listening that's either running a company or in a company, is make sure people understand why they do. When people ask me, like, what does Medivault do? I say, I'm not going to tell you what I do, but I'm going to tell you why I do what I do. Why is because this society needs access to great healthcare services. And if we can't drive margin for these practices, and they go out of business, or they're forced to sell to a hospital, or they're forced to sell to private equity, it hurts the community. So why I do what I do with my software is to give some of that dollar wallet share back to our provider groups. Same thing in organization. We have about 170 people, and I did a company meeting last Tuesday. And as I'm talking to these folks, I said, ask yourself, do you really know what your role is and why you're in the role and what your role is doing for our overall mission? And do you want to be in that? See, a lot of times people are upset in the workplace, not because they're an unmotivated individual, because they were never asked those questions. Like, they just got hired. Like, oh, I'm going to hire you, and you're a biller, or you're a charge entry, you're a coder, you're going to be in call center. But do you want to do that? Right? Do you understand every time you answer a call, you have an opportunity to create a great experience for a patient? Right. So we need to be better at leaders to make sure that everyone that works in an organization understands where they fit, why they fit there. And then we got to ask them, is this something that you want to do? Or are there other things that you'd like to do in the organization where you would be more empowered to do these?
Yeah, it's important to figure out, and for individuals as well, because And there's this theme of blaming the companies for everything, but as employees, we have to take ownership in our own experiences and what we want and get clear as to what we want. And if it's okay if you don't know, but one of the things that I'm thankful that I did at an early age, wherever I worked, was to get as much of an understanding of how the entire operation worked. One, for opportunities, in case I want to get promoted or work in a different division or department or whatnot, but also to what you said, figure out myself, okay, what's my piece of this puzzle? If I don't do my job, what happens? And it was a work ethic that I had, thank my parents and grandparents and great grandparents for that, type of belief in, when you go to work, it doesn't have to be torture. You can have fun with it, but just have an understanding of what your role does for the greater good. And if you see opportunities to make things better, offer them up, or if you have the autonomy to do so, implement it. And all of a sudden, you're making the jobs easier for your colleagues, making a better experience for your customers, and it goes a long way. So don't just depend on the employer to do it, but go to the employer too. This is a two-way street, and you want to make sure that you bring out your best as an individual, because I've said this for years. It's harder to not work than it is to work. And a lot of people are like, what do you mean by that? It's like, if you're not motivated, you're not driven, you're just, punching in and just taking up 8 hours and going out. Those are the longest 8 hours of your life. If you're going in and you can gamify what you do, you can have a song bouncing in your head, whatever you need to kind of get you bouncing a little bit and a little bit more motivated and disciplined. You got to be disciplined too. You'll be shocked how quickly that clock goes, because you're in the zone, and you can do that every day. And when you have that mentality about it, I see it time and time again, because I work with people that are burned out, and I'll go into a company and I'll see two people doing the same job, same generation, age, gender, pretty much the same across the board. One of them burned out like you wouldn't believe. The other one is on top of the world and doing the same job, same workload. All the ingredients are the same. And like, okay, what's different here? Well, the individual and how they approach life, their mindset, their energy levels, what they're eating, external factors, and mostly internal factors, their mindset around things. And it impacts so many businesses, because we come to work with a bunch of baggage, and we get mad at our company when it's, in many cases, has nothing to do with the company. But so love your thoughts.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, you picked on a couple of themes that I love. And it kind of ties back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which I talk a lot about when I speak at healthcare conferences. Is that this, and I don't want to make it about a generational thing, but the newer generations, right? They operate different than the older generations, right? I was born in the 70s, and so kind of my mentality is different than, say, where my sons are, right? I got a 13-year-old and a 9-year-old. But you think about what's being lost, I think, in society is the top of that pyramid, which is self-actualization. I think that we've lost, not everybody, but I think the majority of folks, if you were to ask them, like, do you have a goal that you're willing to become so obsessed with that you'll do everything possible, every action possible to achieve it, knowing that you may not achieve it, but that's a heck of a journey along the way. It's just self-discovery. I think that applies to the workplace, and I think it applies outside of the workplace. Is that if I'm going to invest 8 hours a day going to a job, what do I want to just click a button? I mean, do you really just want to sit there, or do you want to be proud of the work that you do? Again, this goes back to, do I know where I fit in the organization? Is this where I should be? Is this the best use of me? Right? Is that if we can get some more folks back to this principle of self-actualization, and then you hit on discipline, right? Motivation is great, but motivation without discipline doesn't get you anywhere, right? And I love that you brought that up and made that connection, because I think people miss that. Like, I'm so motivated to lose weight. I'm so motivated to be a pro ball player. I'm so motivated to, really? But are you disciplined, meaning that you're going to do everything? You're going to be hyper obsessed with it. Obsession is often a term that people don't like, right? It's like, well, he's obsessed. But obsession is actually what it takes to be an achiever, right? I see that in sports, right? I have coached baseball, right? All these kids, I want to play in the pros. I want to be Manny Machado. I want to, do these. That's great. That's a great outcome. You don't control outcomes in life. Well, what do you mean? I said, well, you control actions. You never control outcomes. That doesn't make sense. No, it does make sense. You can say you want to be something or you want to achieve something. But again, this goes back to how obsessed are you willing to be? What actions are you willing to take every day? So you want to play pro ball, you come to practice twice a week and that's it. You're probably not playing pro ball. You go to practice twice a week, then you come home and you hit the tee 5-10 minutes a day, right? Then you throw pitch 5-10 minutes a day and you compound that every year. You're starting to do the work that gives you the better opportunity to play in high school, play in college, and then potentially pros, right? So it's really important, I think, for society, your listeners, you and me, to just recalibrate that if you want to be something that you're proud of, then you have to take ownership of that goal and you have to do everything you can. And this is workplace and this is outside workplace. I'll tell you, in recovery, it's all I talk about because it's like I hear this story every day. Oh, I can't stop drinking. I can't stop taking drugs. I can't stop watching porn. I can't stop having sex. I can't stop, this anxiety that I feel every day. All right. I can't stop this feeling of lack of self-worth, right? I'm not good enough. I don't feel good. Michael doesn't like me, right? All of those things come to me all the time. And I stop for a second and say, well, hold on a minute. Why are you trying to escape from that feeling? What's wrong with it? If Michael doesn't like me, that's on me. That's not on Michael. Michael says something to me, right? Sticks and stones break your bone. I say this to my kids all the time. Somebody says something to you and you let them, if you take that as truth, then you've lost, right? The only truth comes from within. That's your only truth. It doesn't come from what people say about you or act about you or how things happen. But we as humans, we take that and we create truth out of it. Right. And when we create truth, then we want to disassociate from that feeling, that where the maladaptive behavior comes in, right? It's like, well, Michael doesn't like me. It's making me feel bad about myself. So instead of addressing it, I just want to pick up a drink and numb myself to it. So again, this goes back to the principles of, are you willing to set goals that you really, truly want to achieve? You can't be everything, right? And I talk about when I do career coaching all the time, especially with my high school kids I coach, like, I don't know what college I'm going to go to, what job I'm going to have. I'm like, calm down. It's easier to figure out what you don't want to do first. Start there, right? I went into corporate America, full transparency. I love my dad to death, but I did it because that's what dad was. Dad was a successful businessman. He flew every week. We fly first class. We stay in nice hotels. And so I get out of college, all American athlete. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I go into consulting because, now I can fly. And honestly, what I probably should have done is followed my instincts. Firefighter, something out the military, something out there that's more in tune with my personality of hyperactive, aggressive personality, but I didn't, and so I spent all of those years and I built a life around it. I built a career around it, so I'm not disassociating the outcomes that I've achieved because of it, but it makes you wonder, what if I had gone down the path of where my instincts would have taken me, right? If we can get these younger generations to think like that more, and not try to be something else or something that they think somebody wants them to be, no matter what it is, I think it's healing for them, and I think people in this world, they build their lives to a point where they have to have certain income levels and things like that, and they're not happy, right? Whereas I think if folks could actually say, this is really what I want to be, this is the lifestyle that I want to have, and then you work from there. Instead, it's like you build a lifestyle that's so high value that it's like, well, if I don't make this, then you can't do that. And therefore, I'm going to stress myself out. I don't like my job. I'll stay in my job. Maybe my younger brother, maybe he'll be listening. He'll laugh about this. But that's where he is. I was talking to my mom the other day. I'm like 7 years younger than me, and he's never happy with his job. But he's built such a life for him up in the Bay Area that he can't. The fear of leaving, it's too much. it's too much. I left Deloitte and Touche when I was not married, no kids, and I was just kind of dumb. I was like, I'm going to start my own healthcare software company in 2007. Now, I didn't realize at 30 years old that a recession was about to happen. So, but it's different, and I made it successful only because I was relentless and not failing. I actually hate losing more than I like winning. That's just my personality type. And so it does go back to what you want to be. And this all ties back to what we were talking about earlier, which is, am I in the right role? Am I doing something that I'm passionate about? Do I want to brag to my friends and family about the work that I do? Why I do what I do? And if the answer is, I don't know, or no, look at that and set goals outside of work, right? I love it when people are like, I want to run a marathon, or I want to lose 10 pounds, or I want to swim, 3 miles, or I want to learn a foreign language, right? I love that. I'm like, sweet, those are all like awesome outcomes that you want to have. Well, now what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, it's easy to write down the goals, but you have to live them. They have to be a living, breathing document. Like Brian Tracy says, write down your goals every day.
Every day.
And,
Yeah,
and
I love that guy.
look, and
Yeah.
I know he's amazing. And you look at them and you look at the goals, and you just, and over time, you say, okay, if I had to pick one or two things today that I know if I stick to it, motivation there or not, but the discipline to do them, that will move things forward quicker, then what are those things? And sometimes those things are going to change. And going back to what you said earlier too, and this is something that I picked up a while ago, was when we have negative thoughts, or we're feeling bad, and we want to mask them, or go run away from them, like so many of us do. The approach that I was taught to take was welcome those feelings. They're there anyway. You could just welcome, like, hey, how are you? Glad to see you. Not really, but I'm glad to see you. Have a seat. Why are you here? Why is this thought coming across my mind right now? What triggered it? What did I see that reminded me of it? It could be something that has a direct correlation with it, or it could be something completely off base, where you see a yellow lid for a container, and for some reason it reminds you of going to a restaurant and having a fight with a friend of yours or something. It's like, well, was the restaurant name Yellow? No.
Right.
I'm not sure where the correlation is, but there's something there that you subconsciously picked up on, and it brought it to light. It's like, then welcome and say, okay, what do you want me to learn from this feeling? What are you trying to teach me? And if it's not clear, then you just say, journal it and say, okay, this came to mind. I'm not sure why. Maybe it will come to me, but I'm not going to let it, interrupt me too long. I'm going to give it its moment and say, okay, thank you so much. I'm focusing on this now, and go that. And again, these techniques vary for people. Whatever helps that you can, change your mindset, or your thought pattern, your focus back to what you were working on. Even if it's simple breathing exercises, just to kind of center yourself. Sometimes that's all it takes. But to run away with it, like my wife says, it's like, yeah, try running away from your skeletons. You can move states, you can move countries. Guess what? You open up the closet, ta-da, hi. Yeah. So they're always going to do that.
I love you brought that up. Yeah, in recovery, they always say, if you can move, but if nothing changes, nothing's going to change, right? It's still there. I think that one point on is that we as humans take our thoughts as reality, and there is no reality. There's no truth to thought. Thought is a thought, right? Yellow, restaurant, right? Whatever, it's a thought, right? But when we create that and say that's true, the only truth right now is you and me having this conversation at this exact moment. That is present moment. And that's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to bring ourselves to present as often as we can. And the amount of time it takes you to bring yourself back to present when you have the thought about the yellow restaurant, that's where you start to be successful, right? Can I just flip that switch in a second and laugh it off? Right. We talk about, this too shall pass, right? How does somebody stay sober 30 days, 45 days, 60 days? It's like, oh my God, I'm having triggers. I got to drink. Give it 2 minutes and see what happens. 2 minutes. Think about your consequences if you do pick up, right? So how quickly can we send ourselves back to reality is really important. I think the other thing is that and I do this a lot, right? I grew up with anxiety. I could play for anxiety every day. I wake up at 6 a.m. in the morning. If you want me to just be like, let's just be anxious today, that's me, right? I had the nervous tics as a kid. I was very unsettled as a kid. I always put myself in stressful. I was a quarterback. I was a pitcher. Like I always put myself in stressful positions, which was like subconsciously, I think, my attempt to try to get over this need to be anxious all the time. But what's interesting, and I say this to my kids too when I'm coaching them, is that if you don't stay in present moment and you let what just happened impact you to right now, you lose, right? You strike out, you miss a ball, right? You have a bad throw at the discus, right? If you carry that to the next moment, you might as well walk off the field because you've already disrupted your mindset. The same thing is don't create a future that hasn't happened yet. I do this all the time. I'm like, I can play for like what's about to happen. I'm like, well, I might lose a game tonight. Kid might not do as well as I want him to be, right? Those are futures that haven't even happened yet. If it impacts any minute of my day today, I'm just taken away from this moment of being present with you. So it's the whole thought addiction. We do it. My twin brother is he's a physician. He's an ER physician in recovery with me. We're about the same time frame, and he works with me on my LifeLink, the sober app, but he's actually taken the next step further, and he's created curriculum around thought addiction and emotional sobriety, which has been amazing to really see how he's evolved now in terms of these topics. But it's just amazing to me, the farther I get away from drinking and the more people that I meet who are struggling. The answer is so simple, yet it's so hard to get to that level of disparity that you're willing to do something about it, right? I think Eminem has a song where he's talking to his daughter. He said, I got sober for me, but I actually got sober for you. And there's truth to that, right? And I wish there was a pill I could give somebody struggling. If you have listeners right now that are struggling, I wish there was a way to be like, take this pill, you're going to have your bottom and you're going to be on to healing, but there is nothing. It actually has to come from within. You have to have that spiritual awakening that says, you know what, I'm willing to do anything I can possible to get help, right? Become obsessed with it. And what I'll kind of leave you with this is that what I've found in my life is the more selfless acts I can do throughout the day and in my life, even though it takes a lot of time, when you're volunteering your hours, you're coaching, you're still trying to work out and be healthy, you're still trying to run a company. It's absolutely what's kept me grounded, is that when I can serve others and not focus on me, and those others can be inspired to serve others, that's what drives hope, right? When I pass away, my hope is to leave a legacy of memories in people that inspire them to keep that going, right? And I think that's what this life is about, right? Is can we stop the nonsense on the news and can we just get back to helping each other? When you become selfless, you build self-esteem, which is important for me because I grew up with almost no self-esteem. Always never good enough, right? In my mind, nobody ever said that. It was in my mind, right? I'm not good enough. My brother's better than me. My dad doesn't, love me. My mom, right? I mean, it's all in here. Again, I took thoughts in my head and I created a reality out of them. I made them reality. And how much of my life, how many hours of my life, days of my life, months of my life, years of my life were wasted on creating anxiety around stuff that was never truth. It's something to think about.
It definitely is. And it's one of those things where, you created that reality around anxious thoughts. You can also create reality on positive thoughts and being selfless and helping others. And real quick before we wrap up, this was a couple months ago. I live close to a mall, and when the weather's lousy, I'll just walk inside, get a little bit of walking in as part of my health routine. And there was this, it looked like it was some metal that came from some kind of scaffolding or something like that, but it was a small piece. They're just kind of laying on the sidewalk by a garbage can. So I picked it up and I put it in the can. I wasn't looking for any acknowledgement or good job, Mike, or anything like that, but I didn't even see him. There was an older gentleman behind me that English was not his first language, but he was able to muster up the words. He says, "I am so glad there are still people in this world that will do something like that."
Well,
and it was that shaped my day. And it was like, okay, keep my eyes open for other areas to serve. Again, I didn't do it to say, look at me, I am cleaning up the earth. No, I just saw it and took care of it. And and by doing that, it removed a hazard, it made it cleaner, and it took me 3 seconds, if that, to do it. And it's just look for those opportunities to help others. They can be small. It might be small to you. It might be gigantic to them.
That's right.
Just take those opportunities. So
yeah,
Matt,
you never know the impact, right? You never
Oh,
know
yeah.
the impact you're going to have. I'm coaching a baseball team right now, and one of the kids who's first year playing baseball, single mom, dad's nowhere to be found. And she came up to me the other day and she said, I'm so grateful to have you as a coach and really kind of help be a father figure, to this kid. And I'm like tearing up a little bit saying it. And I thought about it. I said, wow, I take it for granted, like my house, where you got a beautiful wife. She's amazing. I've got two healthy kids. Not everybody has that, right? We were just down in Mexico on spring break, and we're leaving this nice resort, and we're driving to the airport. And I told my boys, I said, look over there. People live there. These are no running water, right? I mean, not the same life that they have. And I said, so you have to have empathy for that. You have to you have gratitude for where you're at, but you have the empathy for others. And how can I help other people, right, to rise up? And I'm telling you right now, if everybody today, listening, could just do one thing, one piece of service, whatever, pick up a piece of metal, open a door for somebody, help somebody grab something off the top shelf, whatever it is. I said, just imagine if that started to have that ripple effect. And it does. It feels good. Like that guy saying that to you felt good. And that's okay. That's a nice dopamine hit. You're like, okay, I didn't do it because I needed it. I did it because that was just the right thing to do. But it does start to build that self-esteem and confidence. So
and it attracts more of that to you as well when you do it.
Yep.
So Matt, love this conversation.
Yeah.
Where can people find out more about you and this amazing work you're doing?
Yeah, so LinkedIn obviously is the easiest way to look me up, and regardless of which company you're interested in, but Matt Seefeld on LinkedIn. And then of course, if you want to put it in the show notes, My Life Link is the app. So you can download it on Apple or Google Play. If you or anyone is suffering, you can be as anonymous as you want to be. So it's a soft entry into this amazing and extraordinary world of recovery once we distance ourselves from the things that we historically did to disconnect from feeling. So would love to connect again and keep in touch with you, Mike. I really appreciate this time. These are fun podcasts to do where you can kind of just be open, and talk about a lot of different things.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you and really enjoyed the conversation as well. And I'll definitely have all that information in the show notes. So Matt, again, be well, and hopefully you don't have nightmares about linebackers tackling you or.
I still have a little bit of, yeah, it's funny. It's always like, I'm not prepared. I was a quarterback, so I wasn't prepared for the playbook. Like that's usually, it's not like a lot of people worry about school or they're not prepared for a test. I worry about, I show up to a game and I don't remember the playbook. Isn't that funny? So I still have that.
Or pitching, Manny's up at the plate and he hits the ball and the ball leaves Petco Park and lands in Balboa Park. So
I know we've seen a few of that. Yeah.
Yep. Awesome. Well, thanks again, Matt. Really appreciate it.
You too. Take care.
Welcome back. I've got Bruce Piasecki on the line. Bruce, how are you?
Very fine, Michael. Glad that you're here.
I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm glad you're here too. We've talked quite a bit in the pre-show, which we'll sprinkle into the episode as well. But you do some amazing work, and you're concerned about a lot of different things that impacts humanity. But one of the things that we discussed in the pre-show was the connection of fear of war and fear of climate change and how they intersect a lot more than people may think. So would love to hear your thoughts about that.
Yeah, like yesterday I did a podcast with Colonel Robin Phillips, who ran for the national security at the Pentagon, both the Afghanistan desk, the South Asian desk of those 41 nations like India and Pakistan, and also ran for 10 years the desk. They always gave her the hotspots of the former nations of the Soviet Union when it was breaking up. And what Colonel Robbins says, because she's honored me with a great review of my book, Wealth and Climate Competitiveness on Amazon, she's noticed as well that there's this coincidence between the new concerns about war and military resource conflict and climate change. And she reminds all of us in this podcast I did with her that today, for the first time in human history, we have the technology and the information, but we have to choose the right leaders and adapt the right patterns to realize that these are one and the same, that unless you keep national security interests and nation state interests in Somalia or the other nearly failed states, you're going to create serious unrest for the US government and for Canada and for the industrialized nations. So I believe that they're one and the same. So I'd like your listeners to begin to visualize the solution. And I call it the sweet spot between business and society. If you think of two large circles, one is business interests and another is social interests. For the longest time, those two circles only met mildly, peripherally, when they bumped into each other. Now what I'm finding in the new generation, my daughter's a doctor and she's totally there is a sweet spot of innovation and wealth creation where the two circles meet, and they meet in 6 ways. First, they cut costs. When Walmart hired my firm, it was always the low price. They wanted to bring food into Africa with less cost, but it really is a sustainability and climate solution if you can give people nutrition in Africa in 22 nations without or over reliance on yams, right? Because it's not diverse enough. Second, the great firms grow revenue. So in my new book, I talk about Trane Technologies, the building science and the food transportation giant, 50,000 engineers who quadrupled the value of their stock during the pandemic because they found a more efficient way to help Pfizer shift its pandemic vaccines, helped Walmart ship its refrigerated food. And so Trane Technologies is featured in my new book as an example of a business result. They're growing revenue because they're interacting with social needs. I think the third thing that happens is we begin to improve our relationships against the common prejudices. So many corporate leaders that I worked for, say 20 years ago, in their high rises where we take the private elevator up to the top of the firm, they had prejudices about social movements. They had prejudices against government, right? And I think that when you begin to think of the sweet spot that's shared between business interests and social interests, you get firms like Toyota, Patagonia, Unilever that operate. Unilever operates in 120 to 140 of the 190 nations in the world. And they see that in the attitude of most people that buy their products, there is this sharing of the sweet spot. The other 3 things that I worked on in my firm with our lawyers and our engineers is that you attract and retain better talent by thinking about the sweet spot. And that's clearly evident in firms like Trane, where I write about a man called Scott Tew, who's taken my company's leadership training for 15 years, twice a year, and as a result is one of their managing partners. I also think that you strengthen the brand, and too often the environmental movement is distracted by that. There's only saying it's greenwash, right? But it does actually, when a Toyota makes a hybrid powertrain car that goes twice as far at the same cost, you're improving the brand of Toyota in contrast to the gas guzzlers. Now, I'm not willing to say that we won the battle at Toyota because it was at the same time trucks were very dominant. So although we launched 8 million hybrid powertrain cars, the Prius and onward, we didn't change the entire market. But the sixth and last thing it does is it reduces risk, right? So all those financial concerns about capital exposure. So cut costs, grow revenue, reduce risk, strengthen brand, improve social relationships, and attract talent. That's what we focused our company on for 40 years.
And you recognized early on, how intertwined everything is. And when you get all of those pillars, as I like to look at them, working together, you create this system and this organization that is doing amazing work. It's addressing needs. It's fulfilling. You know, it's an organization, you go in there and like, okay, what, you have this opportunity to be creative because you're bringing in the best talent, because you're doing creative things to make a positive impact on the world, improving profitability. You can have both worlds or all worlds.
I think you made a key point, Mike, so I'd like to build on it. I was trained as a classical financial literacy person, but you're talking about how today's generation and most people find satisfaction in purpose. And purpose at a firm is doing what you exactly described. So I go back in my work, my New York Times bestseller is called Doing More with Less, where I discovered this by writing about Ben Franklin. If you think about that American guy 300 years ago, he's neither Republican nor Democrat. He is creative in his force, and he thinks about social capital, not just financial literacy like I did. So, for example, he thinks about the bifocal because he notices he needs a bifocal to read better. It's self-interest, but he made it available to the people of Philadelphia. He's tired of moving his cart to the print shop through mud, so he helps the Public Works Department invent sidewalks. Once again, self-interest, but Philly becomes a mega place in America, early days, because of that. He's curious about lightning because he loves to swim and he's afraid, is this thing going to come down? So he thinks of the lightning rod. He's curious about efficiency, so he invents the Franklin stove, right? So in my work, I'm looking to liberate social capital in these firms, not just financial capital.
And it benefits both. And we know when we analyze, and I've talked with people that do this for a living, the different generations and their motivators and what they want to bring to the table. And Gen Z, and we'll see what Gen Alpha comes up with, and the millennials, there's variances, but they want to do amazing work, but they want it to have a meaning to it because they get fulfilled from it. And not, obviously, the financial aspect of being compensated is a component of it. But I learned a long, long time ago, you can give your team raises, but they'll forget about it in a short
order.
order.
Purpose, yeah.
Yeah.
They view so this is really where these new books of mine go. We want to create a competitive spirit in people in their relationship to their family and their friends and their firms, but that it be based on creative force rather than destructive, litigious force. So let me say this, I've come to conclude after running a capitalist organization for 40 years. Now, I'm happy to say, Michael, I could speak more freely about it because after having worked for a fifth of the Fortune 500, I haven't worked for these giants for the last 2 years. It was 41 years and now I'm retired. I do run a leadership workshop that's financed by some of these firms. But the fundamental of my newest book is that capitalism can become social response capitalism if it's about the smart realignment of money, people, and rules. Without a doubt, you made reference just now to how the people in a firm you learned want to be purposeful. So you have to realign for that, right? I use in a new piece I wrote for the American Association of Colleges, my daughter as an example. So my daughter's 28 years old. She's now a doctor in rehabilitation, brain and spinal injury. And I'm very proud of her. So is my wife. I think she's a doctor more because of the diligence of my wife than a bookish person like me. But to make a long story short, when I observed Colette and all of her doctor friends at Upstate Medical and all of the places in the hospitals she's now working at, it's almost they learned about the relationship to business and society osmotically. They didn't have to be told about it in graduate school, or they didn't have to be forced into it by policy. They live in a world in where there's so many people in the population, and they already are discerning that they have to play a role in reducing climate and pollution and making machines more efficient. To them, so I wrote about this in a piece about the beauty of global education. because she learned it osmotically. She didn't learn it by becoming a master's of environmental management. She learned it through medical school by bouncing across other intelligent, service-oriented people from around the world. So I've come to conclude that we are in a race to save the environment and save the planet, but I'm of the school that we're getting there. After 41 years of practice, I feel, Michael, we're getting there.
Yeah, and I think, the competitive spirit of, we'll use racing, for example, but yes, we're all competing, but we're all competing together because we have a same goal. And being open, and you mentioned, your daughter, and observing and in conversations with people all over the globe, you get different perspectives. And that shows to me, not knowing her at all, that she is, open-minded, curious, exploratory, wanting to see different things instead of getting into a rut, for example, and just saying this is the only way that we can do it, when we know there's countless ways that we can approach things. But I think that it speaks volumes to her and the role that
Her colleagues, there were hundreds like her in medical school. That's what blew me away. When I was pre-med 45 years ago at Cornell, it was all about becoming a doctor and focusing in your office and not about all these social issues. I think you hit the nail on the head again, that I've been curious. The word curiosity is also related to the word creative force. Now that I sold my corporation 3 years ago, my wife and I created a foundation where we give awards to under 40-year-olds that are writing about business and society. We've given many out now, and they're awarded at the New York State Writers Institute in front of 500 other authors. And we decided to call it Creative Force Foundation, because there is a difference between selfish, self-aggrandizing, competitive force, where you always feel like you have to win, and creative force, where you're watching the currents move in the direction of social needs. And so I don't believe that there will always be, Michael, speculative capitalists who are trying to get the 40% yield in two years, right? But my work is about the giants and the mid-sized firms and the leaders that are advancing history. They're almost like surfing at the top of the wave, as opposed to falling into the wave. So I do think that my new book, Wealth and Climate Competitiveness, constructs a new narrative that, so I want to talk about one of the concepts in the book as well. I've already mentioned to you, Michael, that money, people, and rules is the way we capitalists organize our staffs and the way we compete, often in a cooperative way, right, through partnerships, right? But I think the thing that I found myself surprising myself, Michael, in writing this new book, is I tried to think, what kind of 700-year-old tale exists out there that's going to prepare people of all different generations to think this way that we're talking about more easily. And I decided there's a whole chapter, a whole passage in the end of the book about Robin Hood and redistribution of wealth. Now, if you begin to think about Robin Hood, he's really celebrated in the British tales across the last 700 years as a social hero, as opposed to a criminal. It's taken society a while to accept the notion that a Nelson Mandela was heroic rather than a person in prison in South Africa. And so in the book, I write about why redistribution of wealth is a social good. I'm not talking about overtaxing the rich or draconian rules. I'm just talking about how there's things happening in the investment community at places like Calvert Investment or Trillium or my pension funds, where every day 10,000 clicks are redistributing wealth to more efficient companies like Toyota or Train. And that adjustment of capitalism is the social good. All right. So it's almost like an invisible Robin Hood. It's not Robin Hood. It's instead the merry pranksters exist in capitalism, and they're beginning to click the change. So my book is a reflection about that hope and that optimism in a time where it is easier for people to despair.
Yeah, it's very easy for people to go down the negative rabbit hole. If you look for it, you're going to find it. But working with organizations like you have, you know, okay, these are the ones that are, they're going to ignore the naysayers. They've got their mission. They know what they want to do. They know what they want to accomplish. They may not necessarily know yet how they're going to do it, but that doesn't bother them. They know that they'll have the creative willpower to be able to attack it and do the things that they want to do and make that impact on the world, both from a financial standpoint, but also a social good. And we've highlighted this throughout the conversation. Both of those can coexist. They're not an either or, but I think sometimes people try to pigeonhole them as an either or, and they're not. And the more that we recognize that yes, your organization can actually be more profitable if you do things in a way that benefits humanity and social good and all of that, you'll find efficiencies. I'm a big fan of efficiencies. Believe me, if you can do it in 2 steps and still give out the great quality, by all means, because that frees you up to do other things that can make impact as well. So it makes a ton of sense.
I would like to learn a little bit more before we leave about your Breakfast Leadership Network, because
Yeah.
I'm happy to be on it. So can you tell me a little bit about who you're reaching?
Yeah, of course. Our organization, we launched it. Actually, the website was registered 8 years ago on Monday, so it's been around a bit. And the initial premise of the organization was I was working with organizations and C-suite executives on burnout recovery and prevention, because I had my own.
I noticed that.
journey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a pretty bad case of burnout 15 years ago, and cost me nearly everything, including my life. And after recovering from all of that, I determined, well, I don't want to do that again. So what do I need to do? So I started researching burnout and went down that rabbit hole. And this was, 2011, 2012, when I still, I was, diving into it. And it started, as I got more aware to it, I noticed a lot of my peers, and I was working in the healthcare industry at the time, were going down the same road that I did, and it scared the crap out of me. So I thought, okay, what can I do about this? So started writing about it, started talking about it. One thing led to another, started doing keynotes, writing books, doing consulting. You launched the podcast show a little over 7 years ago to talk about that, and then just bring awareness to entrepreneurs and small business owners
Good for you.
across the globe to share that yes, you can build a great organization. Yes, you can run a great organization, but you don't need to burn out doing it. You just have
Well,
to
more power to you, because I do think that that's an important lived experience to share. And
Yeah.
good for your work on the website. One of the things I hope you do is Rob Nyson, my publicist who put me in touch with you, is a very classical, wonderful ex-publisher of a Big Ten firm. He doesn't share your contact information. It's his style to preserve the relationship to you. So if you emailed me your mailing address, I'd love to send you 2 or 3 of my books for your home library, so that I can
Awesome.
become sort of like a brain trust for you. Because I've now that I'm retired, it took me 17 years to finish this, but a publisher came out with a book about my life, but I could tell it fits your sensibility, because I chose not to write about myself, but the 77 short vignettes are about the people who shaped me, because you've used the key words that I'm very interested in: curiosity, creative, and cooperation, right? So, if you think about it, I'd love to send you that in case you want to do another follow-up. The book came out a month ago,
Yeah.
so it's still getting its legs.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, I'll definitely after the show, I'll email you all that contact information, and I highly encourage people to, if they haven't already, pick up your books and follow your content, and because the expertise and experiences you have provides such a foundation for organizations to really thrive and grow and survive. And the stat, when you look at the Fortune 500, I saw this the other day, and it was surprising, but not that, almost half of the Fortune 500 in the year 2000 have either been acquired or they're gone.
Isn't
And you're
that
like,
fascinating?
it's like, you go, how in the world? Or even I saw a story the other day, one of the organizations in San Diego where I spent a bunch of time as well, called Q Health. They were valued during the pandemic, over $2 billion. They've shut up shop. They're closed. They're gone. Like from 2.3 billion to nothing in a couple of years. It's because, market changes. There was all kinds of other things that fell into place that created the situations that they were facing. But you can be top of the world and you can be underwater in a blink of an eye. And it's
Take for example, Enron in their own lifetime. I remember I used to go down to Enron because there were utilities that my firm was working for that wanted to use them as a model. And luckily, the lawyer and I that would go down came back and said, there's something that doesn't smell right there. So, you just made the key point that even the global 500 changed. So in my books, I try and emphasize the lasting set of competitive principles that allow them to continue to innovate. Take, for example, Unilever. There are really 300 different small railroad trains on the same road. They're managed by the same vision and set of people, the most legendary one, Paul Pullman, but I've met many Unilever people. But each car is given a huge amount of innovative, creative freedom. So they buy Ben & Jerry's ice cream, but they have the capability of bringing it to Africa and Australia. And the formula doesn't change of the product or the vision. It's all attached to this huge, that's what the Lever brothers called the Unilever train. And I think there's a real genius to that, allowing innovation within the small units as opposed to homogenizing it all at the top. There's many different models of management success. And as you just mentioned, many examples of management failure, which is what kept my life so interesting, Michael.
I bet. So I'll definitely have all your contact information in the show notes. So Bruce, really, really appreciate your time today and love this conversation. We could probably talk for 10 hours straight on this stuff because it's one of the things that, drives it home for me is I want organizations to just crush it and be really well because it benefits all of us when they do. And it's, I love celebrating companies and individuals and teams like yours that just, help these organizations do what's right and make things better for all of us because we all win when that happens. So again, Bruce, thank you so much for being on the show.
I'm delighted to be part of your Breakfast Leadership Network. Thank you for your time, Michael.